Good morning, one and all. We welcome you all to the international conference. We'll be starting our sessions in few minutes. We request all the participants and presenters to mark your attendance by filling up the registration form, which has been shared in the form of polls in Zoom platform. And we request all the presenters to check their schedule on the website. We have sent you an email. And those presenters whose formalities are not completed are requested to complete their formalities and registration and send your abstract, full paper and PPT to coordinator's email as instructed. And as per the schedule, we'll be calling all the participants one by one. And we request all the presenters to be ready with your PPTs. We'll be giving you access to share your PPTs. Kindly switch on your videos and start your presentations by sharing your presentation and unmuting yourself when we call you for the presentations. For the convenience of all, the mics will be muted. You can keep your videos on as per your convenience. And while presentations, all the presenters are requested to keep your videos on while presenting. And make sure when your video is on, you are stable, situated at some place, and make sure that the surroundings are also suitable for the display.
Good morning, Ravindra Reddy sir.
Good morning, sir. We will be starting our session as dignitaries has joined. So we welcome you all once again to the 2 days in international conference, which is being organized by Department of Clinical Psychology, Helen Keller Institute, and also in collaboration with Department of Linguistics, Osmania University, and in collaboration with Arizona State University, USA, with the title International Conference on Emerging Trends in Cognition, Language, Linguistics, and Psychology. So, good morning, one and all the distinguished guests, academicians, researchers, practitioners, scholars, students, participants, and my dear colleagues joining from different parts of the India and also around the world. We warmly welcome you to the online international conference on emerging trends in cognition, language, linguistics, and psychology. And the conference, as informed, is jointly organized by the Department of Clinical Psychology, Helen Keller Institute of Research and Rehabilitation for the Disabled Children, Hyderabad, Telangana, in collaboration with the College of Health Solutions, Arizona State University, USA, and the Department of Linguistics, Osmania University, Hyderabad. As we continue to join this platform, we request everyone to keep their microphones muted throughout the program and use the chat box for queries and interactions. And as the conference is being conducted as part of the celebrations of 146th birthday of Helen Keller and also International Day of Deafblindness 2026, while contributing to the vision of Rising Telangana 2047 and also Viksit Bharat 2047. So we thank each and everyone for your enthusiastic registration, participation, and commitment in advancing scholarship and interdisciplinary collaboration. Please ensure that your display name includes your full name and institution so that it is easy for identification and marking your attendance to issue your participation certificates. So now I invite our Head Department of Linguistics, Professor Dr. G. Krishna, to address the gathering and welcome the participants and presenters and the delegates. Over to you, Krishna, sir.
Okay. Good morning, Ravindra, and good morning, Dr. Armugam, sir. Good morning, Dr. Sushil, and also faculty in linguistics. Actually, Ravindra, I'm the head department of clinical psychology, not linguistics. Okay, anyway. So I welcome all the academicians, all the participants for this important international conference on cognition, language, linguistics, and psychology. First of all of you know that we have one common thing in our brains and minds, that there is a cognition. Many people talk about cognition is a thinking process. Globally, everyone has this capacity to think and act. So, in this the particular thing, thoughts happening in our minds, called in a different way. In psychology, we talk it as self-talk. In spirituality, they say voice in the head. And according to spiritualism, the running commentary in the mind takes place in the form of a negative commentary most of the times. That's where the problem begins. And if there's a negative self-talk, talking, because 24/7, 365 days, we live with our own mind, we talk to ourselves. So it should be positive and it should be empower the individuals, not to self-destruction. So that is about cognition, and the language is very, very important. The language, what we speak to ourselves, what we listen to ourselves is also very important. And in terms of linguistics, and when you talk about linguistics, the famous person Noam Chomsky and Vygotsky, these are the people who have worked very hard in development of language, and we are blessed to have this language in our head, and that should empower ourselves. And in terms of psychology, the latest trends in psychology talks about third wave CBT. They talk about positive psychology. They talk about the emerging trend is artificial intelligence. Through artificial intelligence, there are digital mental health platforms where the individual can talk to therapists online, and even artificial intelligence, they give simple counseling and simple therapy. Of course, human to human is important, but the artificial intelligence will enhance the therapy, will enhance the quality of uh, mind, quality of subjective well-being. So I wish all the best for this international conference. We will learn, and tomorrow I also have a session on cognition and language. And now, actually, we have invited Dr. Padmaja, the professor and head of the department, Health Psychology, University of Hyderabad. We have invited Dr. George Reddy, the famous psychiatrist in Telangana, who is the general secretary, founder general secretary for Telangana Psychiatric Association. So we have distinguished speakers, and our chairman, our honorable chairman, Professor Patan Umarkan, also will join very soon, and hope you will have very meaningful and take away good learning from this international conference. I thank Ravindra for organizing this and uh, coordinating this particular program, and we thank our chairman and our principal, Dr. Armugam, for giving approval to conduct this international conference. Thank you all the best.
Thank you, Dr. P. Krishna, sir, for addressing, delivering the welcome address. Now I invite Dr. Armugam, sir, who is a patron and also principal academic director of Hellen Keller Institute. And he has almost 3 decades of teaching experience in the field of disability rehabilitation, and also organized various programs and started various courses under his leadership, as such as BEd Special Education, Hearing Impaired and MA SLP, MSc Audiology, MSc SLP, in affiliation with Osmania University, Hyderabad, and also MBA with distance education, and various other courses. And also he has been conducting various orientation courses and also organized various programs, awareness sessions, and also have been resource person for various programs organized pan-India on disabilities. And he was also a course coordinator at Meet of South Zone, RCI, held on March at Chennai, and also participated in various conferences like, International Conference of BMI, which was organized in Hyderabad, and so on. So we welcome you all. Welcome you, sir, to address the gathering. Over to you to kindly brief about our organization and various departments and courses offered, and also welcome participants to this conference. Over to you, sir.
On behalf of the management and the organization, I invite all the guests and resource persons and participants for today's conference. on emerging trends in cognition, language, linguistics, and psychology. Helen Kellers is an NGO located in Hyderabad, serving for the disabled children about 40 years. About 40 years. We entered into the higher education in the year 2000. Almost 25 years we are going to complete in the area of higher education to train manpower in various areas like special education, hearing impairment, special education, intellectual disabilities, audiologist, speech therapist, and psychologist, clinical psychologist. The clinical psychology is the youngest department in our Helen Keller's Institute. We started BSc Clinical Psychology under the guidance of Rehabilitation Council of India and Osmania University from the academic year 2025-26. It is led by Professor Dr. G. Krishna and Ravindra Reddy and Mr. Ramesh. The team is giving a quality of education to our students. We offer various courses in our institute. BSc Audiology and Speech, BSc Clinical Psychology, MSc Audiology, MSc Speech, B.Ed Special Education HI program. All we open for these admissions for this academic year 2026-27. I felt so happy you are all registered and participating for today's conference. It gives more awareness and psychology and knowledge in this area. I wish the conference should get a grand success and all should carry knowledge in this area. I also extend my sincere thanks to the psychology department, to Professor Krishna sir and Ravindra Reddy for conducting so many conferences to sensitize the society. With this, I conclude. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for your address and setting the direction that we all need to work for the rehabilitation, and we need to promote and take up various activities, professional courses, and capacity building. And the institution is offering lots of opportunities in the form of education, capacity building, training. So we request everyone to utilize these opportunities and regularly join the programs. And also various courses are offered and admissions are open as principals are communicated. So we request to approach the concerned admission team in the college, and you can also start your careers in rehabilitation field. Thank you, sir.
Ravindra, Dr. Padmaja has joined. Padmaja ma'am, good morning. Sorry, good evening. Ravindra, madam has joined from United States of America. She is now, I think it's almost midnight, but madam is still waiting. I would like to introduce Dr. Padmaja madam. Madam, namaste. Good evening to you. Ravindra, please unmute Dr. Padmaja madam. Okay, I am very happy and privileged to introduce Dr. Padmaja madam, who was my contemporary when I was doing my MPhil in psychology with the great Professor E.G. Parameshwaran. Madam was doing her PhD, and I also started PhD with her. And she's a very eminent scholar. Lot of papers to her credit. She is the presently professor and head department of health psychology, the prestigious University of Hyderabad. We are very happy to have you, madam, here. And madam is a good academician. She has conducted a lot of conferences, and she has built over not less than 500 psychology strength to the country, and that's a great contribution. Madam, if I'm the number is very less, please excuse me. I think the number is more, I feel. Okay. So madam is a great academician and a great human being. We have known each other for almost 30 years, and very, very happy to introduce to the participants, madam. Please, over to you, madam. Dr. Padmaja.
Thank you so much, Professor Krishna. Dr. Krishna has been a good friend of mine for decades. So our Osmania University brotherhood is much more valuable than anything else. And we have been working with Professor E.G. Parameshwaran. It's like we came from the same school of Parameshwaran. So and it's always a pleasure. He has been associated with NIMH for a long time, and I have referred several cases to him during that time, and he has been very well known in his field. And I really thank Professor Krishna and also Dr. Ravindra, who has been sharing the invitation with me. And I'm thankful to the entire team of organizers for having me here. I am told that I can briefly talk. So I am, I came here on a personal tour to US. So I thought I'll just give a quick glance of whatever I understand of the theme and the topic of the title of the conference. And I'm really pleased and honored to be a part of this 2-day online international conference on emerging trends in cognition, language, linguistics, and psychology on these 2 days, 26th and 27th, and which is organized by the Department of Clinical Psychology of Helen Keller's Institute of Research and Rehabilitation for the Disabled Children. So, and I also see that there is a collaboration with prestigious institutions from national and international academic fabric. So I really start by appreciating the efforts of the organizers in bringing together the work related to intricately intertwined fields, and also for showcasing the need for ongoing need, as well as also about the ongoing research in these fields. So, as we all know, I'm from psychology, and several of you who are participating in this conference are also from psychology. We know that we integrate ours as a field, integrates itself with cognition, language, linguistics, which are the part of the theme of this conference, through its exploration of the aspects of functioning of the human mind regarding the acquisition, the synthesis, the symbolic representation, as well as presentation of the communication. An integration and symphony between these different, seemingly different fields. They appear to be different fields, but then the integration and the symphony between these fields help bridge huge gaps and bring together not only the structural and physical and neurological functioning, but also several mental processes that manifest in human thought, as well as the behavior which we outwardly see. Hence, these emerging trends in cognition, language, linguistics, and psychology, the title of the conference is very appropriate and points towards the interdisciplinary, technology-driven approaches which integrate and as well as analyze the advanced fields, including there are several fields which are emerging and which are in vogue, which are being very popular, like computational modeling, the neuroscience aspect of it. The clinical psychologists over here are very well aware. And of course, the other academicians in the field of psychology, who look at the psycho-socio-cultural analysis in order to understand the basic human thought and communication and the manifest behavioral patterns. Cognitive psychology, for one, in the field of psychology, it studies the internal mental process, be it memory, be it cognition, attention, problem solving, decision making, perception, whatever. And professionals in clinical settings use clinical psychology, cognitive psychology, in order to evaluate the complex relationships in terms of cognition as well as language, and the communication patterns and the behavioral. What we are interested is the overt behavior and the processes which are responsible for this manifestation. And they and also helps in designing relevant interventions for those with several problems. Since you seem to have a clinical psychology as well as rehabilitation psychology wing as a part of the institution, maybe those who are suffering with cognitive decline, cognitive disorders, developmental psychopathology for that matter. So cognitive psychology helps in many, many ways. Similarly, when we talk about linguistics proper, we all, by definition, it is a formal scientific study of language structure, including the sounds or phonetics, and then the meaning or the semantics and the grammar or the syntax and all. Psychology provides the behavioral as well as not only the behavioral but also insights into certain biological frameworks in order to understand and explore these whatever theoretical frameworks which linguistics talks about. And currently, the methods which are being used very popularly, like fMRI, the neuroimaging methods, and the behavioral assessment methods to study the neurolinguistics, are currently of great interest to the researchers as well. A lot of research is being done as young students and academicians as well as researchers. I think this would be of great interest to you. This field would be of great interest to you. And the research in the field of cognitive linguistics, a very upcoming field, a very popular field now, it's moving rapidly ahead in leaps and bounds. The field proposes that language is deeply intertwined with our general cognitive abilities rather than being entirely isolated module just limited to the brain and the structure of the brain. Insights which this field gives us help in designing certain relevant interventions both for the educators as well as the developmental psychologists. Like I said in the previous a little while ago, when I was discussing about linguistics, probably certain developmental problems could be dealt with. So, all in all, when we as psychologists talk about interventions, the psychological interventions targeting the cognition, the language, the linguistics, all these together, a combination of all these, and the application of psychology with cognitive science to assess, offer therapeutic interventions, enhance communication, and related mental functions, that's where the psychological interventions are effective. Some examples can be like in the language rehabilitation um, for certain patients, like those with stroke and dementia, as the research mentions. And then cognitive behavioral therapies, Krishna may be an expert in talking about it. Syntax-based cognitive behavioral therapies, the CBT, the popular CBT that we talk about, for developmental disorders and psychopathology, and psycholinguistic markers in order to diagnose certain mental health conditions well in advance. So it can be proactive. It can help in taking proactive as well as, I don't know if it can be preventive, but it can definitely play a proactive role in order to understand several nuances of good and bad. I not only talk about illness, I also talk about wellness, how to enhance our communication patterns. Even there, an integration of this field, a synthesis of these fields will definitely be helpful. So I think I wouldn't take much more time, since a lot of deliberations are going to go on in these 2 days of conference, and I'm sure they're going to be very insightful and highly interactive. I once again appreciate the efforts of the organizers in bringing these complex fields together for discussion and showcasing the need for an integrated approach so that the students of the present day understand the need for bringing about a multidisciplinary approach and not limit themselves to one particular, cocoon which they build around themselves without breaking free. So I think this out of the box approach, the integrative approach, is definitely is the current trend. It is very contemporary. I appreciate the organizers for having this topic first of all, and also having the deliberations in this area. Thank you very much. Over to Krishna.
Thank you, Dr. Padmaja, for accepting our invitation and giving us the inaugural address. I am very, very thankful to you. Ravindra, Dr. George Reddy the founder general secretary of Telangana Psychiatric Association has joined, and he is not in Hyderabad. He also joined from elsewhere, like Dr. Padmaja. Good morning, Dr. George Reddy Garu. We welcome you to the international conference on 27th and 26th and 27th.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Krishna, may I?
Yes, madam.
Sorry,
Yes,
sir,
madam.
George Reddy Garu.
Yes, madam. Thank you, madam.
Sorry for the
And
interference.
please say good morning
May
to Dr. George Reddy, ma'am. He is our
Yeah,
consultant in
good morning,
Osmania
George
University.
Reddy Garu. Yeah. So, may I exit, please?
Yes, please.
I hope it's okay with you, George Reddy Garu. I'm
madam.
elsewhere.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Ravindra,
Thank
you
you
can
all.
introduce Dr. George Reddy, please. He has very less time.
Yeah. Give me a minute. Yeah. So we have with us Dr. V. George Reddy Garu. He is consultant psychiatrist, and also he is holding various positions now as Honorable General Secretary, Indian Psychiatric Society, South Zonal Branch, and also co-chairperson, IPS Podcast Task Force. And he's also member of Mental Health Review Board, Hyderabad Region, IMA, Telangana State Working Committee, and he's also chairman, Indian Medical Association, Telangana State, and also chairman of Mental Health Committee from 2023 to 25. And earlier also he has presided over various positions, like he was president of Indian Psychiatric Society, Telangana State Branch, and Indian Association of Private Psychiatry, Telangana State, and also Hyderabad Psychiatric Society. And he was also organizing treasurer for ANCIPS 2025 and organizing secretary for IPSOCOM 2025 and 58th Annual Conference of Indian Psychiatric Society, South Zonal Branch, and he was also founder General Secretary, Indian Psychiatric Society, Telangana State Branch, and also Kartiya Medical College Welfare Alumni Association, Warangal, Telangana. And moreover, he has a philanthropic and charitable side that he is associated with Osmania University, Sahayam Center, which is, and he is a great person by heart and soul. He, offers his services to the community and truly believes in serving back to the society. We welcome you once again, sir, to address the gathering as a guest of honor for this 2 days international online conference. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra, for those kind words. At the outset,
Just a minute. Judge, just
Krishna.
I'm very proud to introduce our Professor Pathan Umar Khan, our Honorable Chairman. He has joined Ravindra after Judge Reddy, sir. Please give a let our chairman speak. Please continue, Judge Reddy. Sorry.
Yeah, Krishna. Thank you. At the outset, first, I reside and practice at Trimalgiri, which is very close to Helen Keller Institute of Research and Rehabilitation for the Disabled. A proud institute for our Telangana, for our Hyderabad, and in fact, for our entire country. And organizing this online conference, international conference on emerging trends in cognition, language, linguistics, and psychology. I really appreciate the organizing team, Dr. K. Sushil Kumar, Dr. Sri Ravindra RM, Professor G. Sri Krishna Garu, Dr. D. Armugam Garu, and Professor P. Umar Khan Garu. See, at the outset, I think it was my luck for my life. I feel my first assignment I took after psychiatry post-graduation in 2006 was I joined the erstwhile NIMH, the NIPID, as a consultant medical officer there. I think that's where my life turned towards the field of rehabilitation and in the field of intellectual disability. And this conference, if you really look at, it is bringing, I'm sure it's going to bring a lot of emerging trends on cognition, language, linguistics, and psychology. And these are closely related disciplines together under one virtue roof. The event aims might be they're looking at processing the cognition, how to shape the thought, and how to look at the communication, the language and linguistics, how best we can help our individuals, and in the framework of behavioral psychology. I think we have got eminent speakers for these 2 days, and I'm sure it will be enriching. And I think our psychiatrists also should be a part of this program, because we all are multidisciplinary under one roof. So I feel this would be one of the best program, and I wish the conference mega success. And at the outset, I thank my very good friend, I would say my well-wisher, Dr. G. Sri Krishna Garu, and the way he approaches and the way he gets connected, I think it's worthwhile mentioning here. And I wish the team a good luck. I am at Nizamabad for the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Drug Trafficking on an awareness rally here at Nizamabad town. And but still, Krishna Garu, thank you. I could be here with all of the team on this online session. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Over to the team.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. George Reddy Garu, for joining and sparing your valuable time in spite of hectic schedule.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you. Armugam sir, Dr. Umar Khan sir joined, sir.
I have to check, sir. Please, 1 minute.
Okay, George Reddy Garu, you can exit, sir.
Yeah, I'm there.
Our honorable chairman
I'll
has
be
come.
listening, Andy. I'll be there. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
That's
Good
good.
morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to address today's gathering for this international 2 days international conference on emerging trends in cognition, language, linguistics, and psychology. So, since I am working with the hearing impaired, so I felt that the importance of communication in the field of hearing impaired, educating the hearing impaired. So because hearing impaired do have the problem with communication, so communication is very much required for them to go for education and empowering. So communication, in the sense here, if you look at the communication strategies, there are 5 strategies. We know that that's phonology, morphology, syntax, semantics, and pragmatic. So for these people, for the hearing impaired people, particularly phonology and morphology is manual communication, manual movements. So that has to be properly addressed, and how these skills could be developed among the hearing impaired people. And really, this seminar would be more meaningful if you throw the light on this phonology and morphology, how it could be properly introduced, and make the hearing impaired people very competent and comfortable with communication skills. Because though we have the educational education right from 0 class to degree class, they are facing a lot of problem in coping up with the communication skills. So still we are making them to, so some of them are understanding very well, and some people just they mug 'em it, and then just by hearting, and then reproducing the information in the examination point of view. So anyhow,
these are very important. See, particularly morphology is very critical for the hearing impaired to understand in sign language. So, without morphology and it is very difficult to make them understand the complete concept of a particular word or sentence. So, I hope this gathering would be thinking about this area, and maybe in the future we will plan it, and to make some alternative mode of communication to make this morphology so easy for them to understand. So that is what just I wanted to mention here. But anyhow, there are many speakers, so I don't want it to come in between the speakers and the audience. But anyhow, I should be thankful to our Professor Dr. Krishna and Ravinder. These two have taken more, active part in making this conference. So thank you, Krishna and Ravinder. So please go ahead, and I congratulate all of you people who have joined in this program, and contributing your inputs in this conference. Thank you. Thank you.
రవీంద్ర మీరు మ్యూట్ లో ఉన్నారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable guidance and support you have been extending, and you have been there for more than 4 decades in this field, and you have been immensely contributing in capacity building and training, and also bringing awareness and establishing institutions, providing rehabilitation education, capacity building training programs, and your philanthropic and charity activities have been very much fruitful with outcomes that has been recognized very well in the society and also industry, sir. Thank you for your valuable time and addressing this gatherings. Now, I would like to invite Dr. K. Sushil Kumar, sir, who is Head Department of Linguistics from Osmania University, to briefly introduce. Dr. K. Sushil Kumar, sir, is having about almost 2 decades of experience in teaching and research in linguistics, and also has guided over 16 scholars, and presently also serving as Head Department of Linguistics, and he also served as an academic positions, and also additional positions as responsibilities with warden, and also various other positions in the Osmania University. And he is also the coordinator for ICSSR major research project for title Ethno-Linguistic Portrayal, a comparative study of Savara and Gondi tribal paintings and cultural representation, which is a major research project granted by ICSSR for rupees 20 lakhs. And he is also a convener, coordinator for various programs like online international multidisciplinary webinars, seminars, conferences, which has been organized by the Department of Linguistics. And also he has been very instrumental in bringing out various volumes as an editor for journal Osmania Papers in Linguistics, which is a very well reputed journal in linguistics. And his research interests include translation studies, lexicography, language teaching methods and morphology, syntax, semantics, sociolinguistics, language documentation, and applied linguistics, and various other sub-specializations of linguistics. And he has delivered lectures for UGC, HRDC, Osmania University, Hyderabad, and also participated in various courses like refresher courses, short-term courses, MOOCs, and e-content development development and various NEP orientation and sensitization programs, and also workshops organized by HKIRRDC, Osmania University. And he has been very practical in, addressing various issues of students and, promoting leadership among students, and also promote academics and encourage scholars in the field of linguistics. And by person also, I know sir very personally, and we belong to the same department. And he is very much, as a person, he is very humble, and he supports students and academic faculty as such. So we welcome you all, sir, to address this gathering on this international conference. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ravindra. Am I audible, Ravi?
Yes, sir. Please go
Hello.
ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and convener of today's program, Professor G. Krishna sir, and Chief Patron, Professor P. Umar Khan, and Patron, Dr. D. Armugan, and special guest, Professor K. Ramesh Kumar, invited guest, Dr. K. Balu Nayak, guest of honor, Dr. V. George Reddy, and today's keynote speaker, Dr. G. Padmaja, and the coordinator of this program, Ravindra. Distinguished delegates, esteemed researchers and academicians, scholars and honored guests from across the globe. A warm welcome to you for this international conference, online conference on cognition, language, linguistics, and psychology. It is my profound honor and privilege to welcome you all to this inaugural session on the online international conference on emerging trends in cognition, language, linguistics, and psychology. Though we are separated by geographical boundaries, time zones, and physical distance, we are united today by our shared passion for understanding the most remarkable phenomena of human existence, the mind, language, and the intricate relation between them. I extend my warmest greetings to each one of you who has logged in from different corners of the world to be part of this significant academic gathering. Your presence here today, despite the challenges of virtual participation, reflects our collective commitment to advancing the frontiers of knowledge. In my ways, the very fact that we are connecting across continents through digital platforms is a testament to power of communication that we study. As we gather virtually today, I am reminded of the profound observation made by the philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein, who remarked that the limits of my language means the limits of my world. From centuries, philosophers, linguists, psychologists have grappled with the intricate relationship between language through human experience. What we are witnessing today is a culmination of these intellectual traditions, a moment where diverse disciplines are converging to offer unprecedented insights into the nature of cognition and communication. As we embark on this intellectual journey together, I would like to share a vision for what we hope to achieve in these 2 days. Our conference is structured to foster meaningful dialogue and collaboration across disciplines. We have organized a rich program featuring keynote address, paper presentation, panel discussions, and interactive workshop. I encourage you to participate actively. Use the chat functions, ask challenging questions, and build connections that will extend well-bounded in this conference. I want to acknowledge the incredible diversity of perspectives presented here today. From every time zone and continent, we have scholars from cognitive science, linguistics, psychology, neuroscience, computer science, anthropology, and philosophy. This interdisciplinary spirit is not a luxury, but a necessity. The question we are grappling with the nature of cognition, the origins of language, the future of artificial intelligence demand collaborative cross-disciplinary dialogue. Before I conclude, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee for their tireless efforts in making this online conference possible. I also thank our sponsors, partners, and all the volunteers who have contributed their time and energy, especially thanks to the technical team and ensure our connectivity across the globe. Thank you and welcome once again to this conference. I wish you all productive, enriching, and virtually connected experience. Thank you one and all. Thank you. Over to you, Ravi.
Thank you, sir, for addressing the gathering and joining us, and also for your collaboration in this international conference. And hope this collaboration will continue in coming years also, as being part of Osmania University alumni and also Department of Linguistics. Thank you once again for your kind support and collaboration, and hope we will meet the expectations of the international conference. Thank you, sir. And now we have Dr. K. Balu Naik, sir. With us. Let me briefly introduce Dr. K. Balu Naik, sir, who is Vice Principal, H&M, University College of Arts and Social Sciences, and also Chairperson, Board of Studies, Department of Linguistics, Osmania University. And he has about 1.5 decades of experience in teaching and linguistics, has guided around 16 scholars and presently serving as assistant professor and also research supervisor and guide for MA Linguistics and PhD Linguistics in Department of Linguistics, Osmania University. And he is also presently serving as Vice Principal, NSS Program Officer, and he was also served as various administrative positions as warden and other administrative additional responsibilities assigned to him. And he is also coordinator for ICSSR Major Research Project, and also served as co-coordinator for various online and offline programs like webinars, conferences, seminars organized in the Department of Linguistics. And his research interests include structure of Telugu, lexicography, phonetics, language, family, language teaching methods, morphology, and others. He also delivered lectures for UGC, HRDC, Osmania University, Hyderabad, and also participated in various short-term programs, orientation programs, and also professional excellence programs and refresher courses and orientation courses, faculty development programs, including teaching, learning, and assessment methodology and induction programs from Osmania University and others. Now, I request Dr. K. Balu Naik, sir, to address the gathering. Welcome you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Ravindra. Thank you, Ravindra. Brief introduction about me. Thank you once again. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Professor Padmaja Garu, and convener of the conference, Professor Sai Krishna Garu, Sri Krishna Sar Garu, and convener, coordinator Ravindra Garu, and my head, Department of Linguistic head, Professor K. Sushil Kumar Sar Garu, and my teacher, special invitee Ramesh Kumar Sar Garu, and dear research scholar, distinguished faculty members, research scholars, students, and good morning once again. It is a great honor to privilege and here today in this prestigious conference, Emerging Trends in Cognition, Language and Linguistics and Psychology. I sincere thanks organizer for inviting me to be a invited guest. The theme of this conference both timely and significant. Cognition, language, linguistics, psychology are closely interconnected discipline that help us understand how people are think, learn, communicate, and interact. In today rapidly changing our world, advancement in technology, artificial intelligence, neuroscience, digital communication, and transforming these fields are creating new opportunity for research and innovation. We know language is a more than a mean of communication. It is the foundation of culture, identity, human thoughts, linguistic help us understand the structure, evaluation of language, while psychology also explain mental process behind learning, memory, perception, and behavior. Together, these disciplines contribute to better education, improved communication, mental well-being, inclusion, society. I encourage all researchers and students present here to embrace interdisciplinary research. The future belongs to those who have combined knowledge from the different fields to solve real world problem. Let this conference be a platform for sharing ideas, building collaboration and inspiring new research and benefit society. I congratulate organizer for being the bringing together eminent scholars, researcher from different institutions. I am confident that the presentation and discussion over the course of this conference will lead and meaningful academic exchange and innovation research. I wish to conference every success and hope that all participants gain valuable knowledge, establishing lasting collaboration and leave the inspiration to contribute further their respective field. Thank you. I wish all the fruitful and successful conference. Thank you giving me this opportunity and coordinator Garu, Ravindra Garu. Thank you once again. We are always with you. Whatever you taking the initiative, definitely Department of Linguistics and myself, we are with you. Thank you for once again giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Ravindra.
No, we all are like a family alumni of Osmania University and also department, and we will continue our journey towards with to a much greater collaboration in future. We have lot of projects that has to be taken together.
Definitely.
Thank you, sir, for your kind address and
thank you, Ravindra.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have come to end of this inaugural session. Professor Ramesh Kumar sir will be joining in some time later on. He has some health issue, so he will be joining in the afternoon session as per his convenience. So I thank each and everyone for this inaugural session and request everyone to switch on their videos so that we can take a group photo. That will be a memorable moment for all. We'll be sharing group photos, all these photos in a Google Drive link where you can access and download it later. Request everyone to switch on your videos for a moment. All the participants, presenters, kindly switch on your videos for a group photo. We're happy to see each other. Kindly wait so that we can take screenshot. Thank you, everyone. So now, as per your convenience, you may keep your videos on or off. So I would like to express, as a coordinator of this international conference, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the management of this institution, that is Professor Patan Umar Khan sir, and also who is the chief patron for this international conference, and Dr. D. Armugam sir, who is principal director, academics, as a patron, and also Dr. K. Sushil Kumar sir, patron for this international conference, and our head department of clinical psychology, Dr. Professor G. Krishna Garu, and also Dr. K. Sushil Kumar sir, head department of linguistics, and Dr. K. Balu Nayak sir, chairperson, Board of Studies, and also vice principal, University College of Arts and Social Sciences, and also our chief guest, Dr. G. Padmaja Garu, and our guest of honor for the inaugural session, Dr. V. George Reddy Garu, and our special guest, Professor K. Ramesh Kumar Garu, and all the signatories and invited guests. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for joining this 2 days international conference inaugural session. And also I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our teaching staff, non-teaching staff, technical staff, and all the staff who were supporting me in this endeavors of organizing this international conference, and also extend my special gratitude to our chairman sir for his continuous support in promoting us and in taking up various activities in promoting rehabilitation education, and also health and well-being and mental health education and awareness programs. So I would take this privilege with the permission of our chairman, Professor Patan Umar Khan Garu and Dr. R. Mugam Garu, and I declare this inaugural session is closed. So we will take a short break for 10 minutes and we will be joining for the technical sessions. So after break, we'll be starting with the technical sessions 1, and that schedule has been shared on the website. So we'll be sharing the link in the chat box also. It has been already shared to you all in the email. So we request all the presenters to be ready with your PPTs, and we'll be calling you one by one. And this technical session will be chaired by Professor Dr. G. Krishna Garu and also Professor Patan Umar Khan sir. So both will be the chairpersons for this first technical and scientific session. So we request all the presenters to be ready in next 5 minutes. Thank you once again, everyone. So we'll be starting our technical session. Now it's 11:46. We'll be starting at sharp 11:50. So dear participants and presenters, we welcome you all for the first technical and scientific session. So there is a small change in schedule. We are starting early, the first technical and scientific session, to save time and also provide opportunities for more presentations. So we request everyone to join ahead of your timings and utilize this opportunity for presentations. So we have shared the schedule link in the chat box. Dear participants and presenters, we request everyone to stay online for the 2 days and enjoy and also motivate other participants and presenters. So now we call upon the first presenter to check their availability. Kindly raise your hand when we call your names. Monica Taide, are you available? You can raise your hand. Yeah. Okay, next. Nguyen Thi Ninh Trang, Nyun Tin Trin Trang. Are you there? Okay, Kalyani. Okay, Nguyen Trang, you are there. Thank you. And Kalyani Garimella. Kindly switch on your video for time being and or raise your hand so that we can identify you. Okay. Mohammed Ifkaruddin. Mohammed Ifkaruddin. Are you there? Reksta Sinde. Reksta Shinde. Okay, we will be calling you one by one. Keep your PPTs open in your system and keep them ready to share. You can unmute yourself and you can share your PPTs. Kindly ensure that we have a tight schedule. So all the presenters, we have also send you instructions that all the presenters and participants should be available for the 2 days online. So kindly make yourself available so that whenever we call you, because all the presentations are put into technical sessions based on the themes. So you cannot present in other session because that will be under a different theme and chairperson. So kindly ensure that you are making your presentations in your session. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Now we are going to start the technical session 1. So we welcome Professor Patanumar Khan sir and also Professor Dr. G. Krishna sir for the technical session 1. As chairpersons. So the first presenter would be Monica Taide. She would be presenting on the interplay between teachers' mental health and their readiness for mindful training. Yeah, Monica, now you can unmute yourself. Start your presentation with the permission of the chair. Yeah, you can increase your voice volume.
Yes.
It's very feeble.
Now you can hear me, sir?
It's still low. No?
One. Now you can hear, sir? Able to hear?
It is still low. Can you try to increase to maximum?
Max. It is max, sir. It is max.
Acha, or you can come little bit closer to the mic.
Yes, sir. Yes. So, am I audible now?
It's the same level, but quite manageable. Sir, can you hear her, sir? Patan, sir?
Yes, yes.
You may continue.
The screen is visible. You can see my presentation.
Yes, ma. You can make it full screen.
Yes.
Can you make it full screen, ma?
Yes. Yes, I'm fine. Is it visible now?
Yeah, now it's fine.
Thank you so much, sir, for the opportunity. I'm very thankful for the organizers to allow me to present my paper. Actually, sir, I have sent two papers, abstract, but I will be presenting only one. So the title of my paper is Fostering Emotional Regulation and Social Competence in Children. I'm representing Sri Martanda Bhairav Adhyapak Mahavidyalaya here. Currently, I'm working as assistant professor at Hyderabad. So I'll begin with the presentation. In recent years, the Indian educational landscape has witnessed a significant paradigm shift from a narrow focus on academic achievement to a more holistic vision of child development. This transformation. Yes, sir. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Can I continue?
So little louder, please.
Your voice is very low, ma. We can't hear properly.
This is the max voice. Sorry.
Or you can try, disconnecting and connect again.
Yes, yes. 1 minute. 1 minute. Is it audible now?
It's still the same volume.
ये टाइप करो तो तुम बता रहे next page.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Now
Fine.
little better.
Thank you so much. So in recent years, the Indian educational landscape has witnessed a significant paradigm shift from a narrow focus on academic achievement to a more holistic vision of child development. As you all know, this changes have been given by national education policy. Policy calls for cultivating social, ethical, and emotional practices alongside cognitive skills. At heart of the vision lies the interconnected culture, emotional regulation, and social competence that has to be developed during school teaching. Now, what is emotional regulation? Emotional regulation is the ability to understand, manage, and express emotions constructively. Social competence is the capacity to build positive relations, empathize with others, and navigate social situations. Now, these are increasingly recognized as foundations to children's academic success, mental well-being, and long-term life outcomes. As we all know, along with cognitive skills, social emotional skills is also important for children so that they can experience the situation in the life. Together, they constitute the core of social and emotional learning that has a framework that is gaining momentum in children education. The concept of social and emotional learning has gained significance in Indian education system. It is driven by growing concern about student well-being and the recognition that academic achievement alone is insufficient for holistic development. India's education system serves over 157 million students across the vast network of public and private schools. It is marked by immense diversity in language, culture, and social background. And move on to next slide. Within this landscape, students face intense academic competition, financial pressure, and performance anxiety related to their academic performance at school level. This also results in silent suffering among the youth because they have pressure of performing well in the academics, whether they are stable emotionally or not. The COVID-19 pandemic further exposed the fragility of students' emotional resilience, with school counselors reporting heightened anxiety and behavior difficulties. Nowadays, we all are aware that it is compulsory for the school to choose a counselor so that they can manage the child is facing certain difficulties, whether in academic or in their personal life. Now I'll move on to next slide, conceptual framework for my paper. The conceptual framework for HKIRRDC draws on established theories of Vygotsky social development theory, Bandler's social learning theory, and Goldman's emotional agency theory. These provide a foundation for
क्या साउंड आता ना है?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hello.
Sir, presenter దగ్గరే problem ఉంది, sir.
साउंड है लेकिन स्लो है.
Monica, can you try disconnecting?
साउंड
Because
आता है,
it is
बिल्कुल
very
स्लो है.
slow.
वहाँ से
We can hardly hear.
प्रॉब्लम जाता है नहीं है. तो माइक दूर है.
Or you can disconnect the headphones.
माइक दिखता है ना नजबूत रख लिए.
So now you can hear.
It's still the same volume, ma'am.
Because I'm trying to connect without the headphone. Can you hear me now? Hello.
It's still low only. Or can you try from your mobile or some other device?
So mobile, I don't have my presentation in the mobile. Presentation is in this.
एक टाइम हो फोन बीच में करे तो गाना स्लो हो जाता है, साउंड आता है.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So can I continue now?
No, your voice is still low. Can you change, try different audio device?
One.
All the presenters are requested to test your audio and video well in advance.
That I'm trying. Hello. Is this her?
It's still low, ma.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
The voice is still low. Try increasing the volume to maximum. Are you using mobile or laptop?
Sir, I'm using laptop. The volume is at maximum. Hello.
Yeah, you can try increasing the volume. In the volume settings, you will be having option.
Yes, sir. Now you can hear me, sir?
It's still the same. Or you try to disconnect and connect again.
Yes, I did.
or you log off the meeting and join once again. We will invite next speaker, so you can continue next session. I mean, after this presenter, no? And stop sharing.
Monica, you stop sharing. Let the next presenter can come.
Yes, sir. Now we have next presenter with us. Nguyen Thi Neng Teng. Yeah, you can unmute yourself and start your presentation now.
I will share the PowerPoint.
Can share your presentation.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Respect chairperson, distinguished professors, researcher, and participants. My name is Nguyen Thi Nhin Chang from Acharya Nagarjuna University in India. After discuss with Dr. Lý Hồng-Linh, I have presentation today. I'm honored to present my paper entitled The Theoretical Mechanism of Mindfulness Meditation on Emotional Regulation and Mental Well-being. A literature synthesis. This study explores how mindfulness meditation helps people regulate their emotions and improve mental well-being.
Do you have PPT?
Yeah.
You can share.
More importantly,
Do you have any PPT for presentation?
The presentation.
You can share your presentation.
This study is presentation. Okay, I will. That is I still sharing my screen in the presentation.
It's not visible. You have to click on share screen and then share your presentation.
See, I list the screen now. Okay, I still sharing. I list sharing. Where is now?
You open your presentation.
Actually, I sharing.
Yes, yes. Now it's visible. Please continue.
Okay, continue. This study explores how mindfulness meditation helps people regulate their emotions and improve mental well-being. More importantly, it explains the psychological and neurocognitive mechanism behind these positive effects. And it explains the psychological and neurocognitive mechanism behind these positive effects. Thank you for your attention, and I hope this presentation will contribute to our discussion on mindfulness and mental health. Slide 2, background. Mindfulness meditation has roots in Buddhist tradition that developed more than 2,500 years ago. Originally, mindfulness was a practice as a mentor for development, awareness, wisdom, and freedom from suffering. In modern time, mindfulness became widely known through John Kabat-Zinn's mindfulness-based stress reduction program introduced in 1979. Today, mindfulness is used in psychology, education, healthcare, and workplace setting. Many studies have shown that mindfulness can reduce stress, anxiety, and emotional distress while improving psychological well-being. Therefore, mindfulness has become an important topic in contemporary scientific research. Slide 3, research rationale. Although many studies have demonstrated the benefits of mindfulness, an important question remains: why does mindfulness work? Many previous studies focus mainly on outcomes such as reducing stress or depression. However, fewer studies clearly explain the internal psychological processes that create these positive changes. Different, huh? Different theory has been proposed. Yes. Different theory has been proposed, but they are often discussed separately. Therefore, each study aims to integrate major theories and provide a more comprehensive explanation on how mindfulness improves emotional regulation and mental well-being. Slide 4. Research objective and question. The main objective of this study is to identify the major mechanism through which mindfulness meditation improve emotional regulation. Especially, this research asks 3 questions. 1. The first, psychological processes explain the effects of mindfulness. Second, how does the process interact with First, how can existing theories be integrated into one comprehensive framework? Third, how can existing theory be integrated into one comprehensive framework? By answering this question, this study hopes to strengthen both theoretical understanding and practical applications of mindfulness. Slide 5. This is slide 5 here. The theoretical framework. This study integrated 3 important theoretical models. The first process model of emotion regulation explains how people manage their emotions. The second is monitors, care, and acceptance theory, or MAT. This theory suggests that mindfulness works best when attention monitoring is combined with acceptance. The third is the mindfulness to meaning theory, or MT. This theory explains how mindfulness helps people find meaning, positive perspectives in difficult cases. Together, these theories provide a strong foundation of understanding mindfulness mechanism. Slide 6. Methodology. Methodology, this study uses a theoretical literature synthesis approach. Rather than collecting new data, we review and integrate existing theoretical and empirical studies. Our literature search was conducted using major databases such as PubMed, SciInfo, Scopus, Web of Science, and Google Scholar. Around 60 studies were initially identified. After careful evaluation, 30 key references published between 2000 and 2024 were selected. The goal was to identify common themes and build and integrate conceptual model. Slide 7. Slide 7 is mechanism 1, attentional development and meta-awareness. The first mechanism is attentional development and meta-awareness. Mindfulness trains people to focus attention on the present moment. At the same time, it increases awareness of thoughts, emotions, and bodily sensations. This process is called meta-awareness, or awareness of one's own mental experience. As a result, people can recognize emotional reactions earlier before they become overwhelming. Instead of reacting automatically, they can respond more consciously and effectively. This mechanism forms the foundation for emotional regulation. Slide 8. Mechanism 2, the sensory and cognitive diffusion. The second mechanism is the decentering and cognitive diffusion. Mindfulness teaches individuals to observe thoughts and emotions without identifying with them. For example, instead of think, I am anxious, a person may note, I am experiencing anxiety. This small shift creates psychological distance. As a result, negative thoughts become less powerful. Rumination decreases, emotional suffering is reduced, and psychological flexibility increasing. This mechanism helps people avoid becoming trapped in negative thinking patterns. The slide 9. Mechanism 3, emotional acceptance and granularity. The third mechanism is the emotional acceptance and emotional granularity. Mindfulness encourages people to accept emotional without judgment. Instead of suppressing or avoiding unpleasant emotions, individuals learn to acknowledge them openly. This acceptance reduces emotional avoidance. At the same time, mindfulness improves emotional granularity, which means the ability to identify emotion more accurately. People can distinguish between stress, sadness, disappointment, frustration, and other emotional states. This detailed emotional understanding leads to more effective emotional regulation. Slide 10. Mechanism for positive reappraisal and meaning making. The fourth mechanism is the positive reappraisal and meaning making. This helps individuals look at difficult situations from a broader perspective. Rather than focusing only one suffering, they may discover opportunities for learning, growth, or personal development. This process is called positive reappraisal. Over time, people develop a stronger sense of meaning and purpose in life. Conversely, resilience increases and overall well-being in
Yeah, thank you and congratulations for your presentations. We are moving to next presentation. And kindly stay for the chairperson remarks. So next we have with us Kalyani Garimalla.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Good afternoon,
Yes,
Khan sir and Dr. Ravinder sir. I'm Kalyani. I'm a student counselor and a special educator, and I'm also a research scholar from Best IU. I'm doing my research from Best IU University, and I've done a study on. I'm presenting a paper on on masking behavior among neurodiverse adolescents due to peer pressure in urban settings and its impact on their self-esteem. So under the guidance of Dr. B. Sridhar. He is my guide. I think I'll do full screen so that I can also see. Yeah. So the present study investigates masking behavior among neurodiverse adolescents in urban settings. Masking, also referred to as camouflaging, involves suppressing or altering natural behaviors to conform to socially accepted norms. So, what happens is neurodiverse children try to camouflage their difficulties or their inadequacies because they have a low self-esteem, particularly those with autism spectrum disorder, ASD, ADHD, LD, and related neurodevelopmental conditions, often engage in masking to gain peer acceptance and avoid social exclusion. And under educational environments characterized by heightened social comparison, academic competition, and digital peer culture may intensify this phenomenon. Standardized scales measuring masking behavior, peer pressure, and self esteem were administered. Statistical analysis, including correlation, regression, and mediation analysis using SPSS and structural equation modeling, was used. Findings revealed significant positive relationship between peer pressure and masking behavior, and a significant negative relationship between masking behavior and self esteem. So the keywords were peer pressure, masking behavior, neurodiverse adolescents, self-esteem, urban education settings. Adolescence is a critical developmental period characterized by identity formation, peer acceptance, emotional regulation, and increasing social awareness. For neurodiverse adolescents, this phase may involve additional challenges related to social communication, emotional expression, sensory sensitivities, and behavioral differences. In many cases, neurodiverse adolescents attempt to conceal or suppress these differences to align with societal expectations, which is commonly referred as masking behavior. So, masking, also known as social camouflaging, is a set of conscious or unconscious strategies that neurodivergent people use to hide, suppress, or cover their natural traits to meet expectations and societal norms. For example, in autism, camouflaging could often be seen in the form of masking traits like suppressing, stimming, or forcing eye contact, compensating with learned strategies, rehearsed scripts, or copying others. Masking isn't limited to autism, of course. Many people with ADHD and LD also use camouflaging, being overly friendly and talkative. And since I work, with these kind of children, I have seen a lot of masking with children with learning difficulties, because we don't have many autistic children in school, but outside I have seen. And they seek a lot of attention, and at times using flattery. In both cases, the goal is usually the same: to reduce social friction, avoid criticism or bullying, and keep opportunities and stay safe. Masking has been associated with increased levels of stress and anxiety, identity confusion, and emotional exhaustion, because it is a difficulty. I mean, masking itself, it becomes very difficult for them, but they still do it. So, reasons for masking behavior in neurodiverse children are to feel safe and accepted, to avoid being judged, and it is due to peer pressure, to avoid being bullied, and low self esteem, societal, and be accepted by society. To reach the societal norms. Masking has been associated with increased stress and anxiety, identity confusion, emotional exhaustion. Qualitative studies have revealed that adolescents feel torn between authenticity and acceptance. Masking behavior partially mediated the relationship between peer pressure and self esteem. So, the study highlights the psychological burden associated with prolonged masking and emphasizes the need for inclusive school climates, peer sensitization programs, and mental health and support for neurodivergent adolescents, so they do not have to use masking. So adolescents often experience peer pressure, and that is why they use masking. It may intensify peer-related pressures due to competition in school, social media exposure, cultural expectations, and heightened emphasis on conformity. Neurodiverse adolescents urban settings often experience strong pressure to appear socially competent, emotionally regulated, and socially normal. So, neurodiverse in adolescents may therefore engage in prolonged masking behavior to fit into peer groups and avoid social isolation. So, the significance of the study is to examine the relationship between peer pressure and masking behavior among neurodiverse adolescents, to assess the relationship between masking behavior and self esteem, to determine whether masking behavior predicts self esteem, to examine whether masking behavior mediates the relationship between peer pressure and self, to study gender differences in masking behavior among neurodiverse adolescents. So, objectives are to examine the relationship between peer pressure and masking behavior. Yeah, I think they're similar. Then review of literature. Actually, it has shown, studies have shown that it is more common in ASD, autism, as compared to those with ADHD. Of the smaller number of empirical studies made into masking ADHD, Norton cases taken from social media sites, personal mail IDs, and snowball taking, it was observed that all 14 of the masking behaviors were very common among the sample set, and this was evidenced by the fact that the mean frequency score of 3.34 for these behavior meant that about 69% of the subjects displayed such behavior often or very often during the last month. So there are many studies of masking behavior in mostly autistic subjects. So the following points emerge: the need for social acceptance prompts masking behavior, fear of social stigma, and unfavorable social judgment due to frequent experience of these, along with social ostracism, impel adaptation of masking behavior. The all-inclusive study by Cook and all envisages masking as a collection of behavioral strategies used to hide autistic traits so as to avoid the experiences already mentioned. This study also stated that some of the sequels of heightened levels of masking were lower levels of mental health, like greater anxiety, depression, and internal distress, and a reduced sense of psychological well being. So there are many studies like this. Nell, Spedding, and Malcolm Smith described an array of masking behaviors in their consolidated, structured study, including imitation, repressing natural behavior, practiced conversational responses, hiding feelings, and tracking social transactions. The concept of inclusive education is based on providing equal opportunities, both socially and educationally, to children with special education needs of those available to their neurotypical counterparts. Inclusive practices will be effectively implemented when there is close and positive cooperation between teachers, school heads, parents, and the wider scholastic community. So, when the inclusive practices are increased, though they will feel more accepted, and I think masking behavior will reduce. Echoing these views in their study, Rose and Shevlin stressed that the establishment required SEN services sense in schools will play a crucial role in the advancement of inclusive education. The research gaps are limited research focusing specifically on adolescents in urban educational settings, lack of Indian studies examining masking behavior among neurodiverse adolescents, insufficient exploration of the direct relationship between peer pressure, masking, and self esteem, limited comparative studies across different neurodiverse conditions such as ADHD and LD, few longitudinal studies examining long-term emotional consequences of masking during adolescence. Limited school-based intervention research addressing authentic self-expression and peer acceptance. So these are the research gaps. The variables are peer pressure, dependent variable self-esteem, and mediating variable is masking behavior. So hypothesis is peer pressure is positively correlated with masking behavior. Masking behavior is negatively correlated with self-esteem. And then the third one is peer pressure significantly predicts masking behavior. Fourth one, masking behavior significantly predicts low self-esteem, and masking behavior mediates the relationship between peer pressure and self-esteem. So the methodology was quantitative. The study adopted a quantitative correlation design, sample size about 300 neurodiverse adolescents. Age range was 13 to 18 years. Location was urban settings. Sampling techniques, purposive sampling. Participants include adolescents diagnosed with autism, ADHD, and LD and sensory processing difficulties. So the three tools which were used were camouflaging autistic traits questionnaire, which measures masking and compensatory social behavior, peer pressure inventory by Clason and Brown, which assesses social conformity pressures. Then Rosenberg self-esteem scale measures global self-worth and self-esteem. So the prevalence was like this among neurodiverse adolescents 12 to 18. So around 70 to 80% of autistic adolescents report using some form of camouflaging strategies in self-reporting studies. So it includes suppressing, stimming, scripting, conversation, and forced eye contact. So ADHD, about 18.4% of adolescents ADHD showed strong global self-concealing compensatory behavior patterns in adolescent study. In one study, 12 to 18 years, additional 29% showed partial masking overcompensation in academic settings. The third one, SLD, 14% of adolescent screen for learning disability related symptoms. Sorry, I'm not able to see. Concealment, compensatory behaviors in school settings. 12 to 16, the age group was 12 to 16 years. Students often hid academic struggles due to stigma and peer pressure. So this is the statistical analysis, correlation analysis, interpretation. Peer pressure showed a strong positive correlation with masking behavior, while masking behavior demonstrated a moderate negative correlation with self-esteem. Then a discussion. The findings match with previous studies indicating that neurodiverse adolescents often engage in camouflaging to achieve social acceptance. Competitive social environments and digital comparison cultures make it more challenging for neurodiverse adolescents in urban settings. They face immense pressure to conform to social norms and to feel included. The pressure to use masking, if done frequently, can lead to lower self-esteem, emotional exhaustion, and weakened identity development. Neurodiverse adolescents often internalize feelings of inadequacy when they feel their authentic behaviors are not socially not acceptable unacceptable. The study further supports the social model of disability, suggesting that psychological distress emerges not merely from neurodivergence but from societal pressure to conform to neurotypical standards. So the conclusions are masking is quite common in autistic ASD. Social camouflaging varies in children with ASD, ADHD, and LD. Then higher peer pressure significantly increases masking behavior. Increased masking behavior significantly lowers self-esteem. Adolescents engaging in prolonged masking may experience emotional exhaustion, social anxiety, and identity confusion. Female adolescents may report higher masking scores due to greater societal expectations regarding the social behavior. So the educational implications are that school should promote neurodiversity awareness programs, train teachers in inclusive classroom practices, reduce stigma associated with neurodivergence, encourage authentic self-expression, establish peer support systems, provide counseling interventions for self-esteem enhancement in schools. Limitations, reliance on self-report measures, urban focused sample limits generalizability, cross-sectional design prevents causal interpretation, limited representation of different neurodiverse conditions. So these were the limitations of the study, and the conclusions are the same. I mean, I won't repeat that. So scope for further research is conduct longitudinal studies on masking and mental health, explore masking among rural adolescents, examine parental and teacher perceptions, study social media influence on masking behavior, investigate coping strategies and resilience factors. So these were the references. And I am thankful to my guide, Dr. B. Sridhar, counseling psychologist, and his HM Chevilla Government School, Rangareddy District, for his guidance and support during the process of doing this study. I would also like to extend my gratitude to our Pro VC ma'am, Dr. Nagajyoti, for guiding and supporting me in my efforts to write, and the Best IU University team. Thank you so much. Stop sharing. Can I stop sharing, sir?
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, Professor.
Have you submitted your PhD thesis?
Not yet, sir. I have one more year to go. I've collected my data. So my thesis topic is how gratitude and emotion regulation among adolescents helps achievement motivation. So that is my actual topic for my thesis.
Okay.
I work mostly with adolescents.
Really, we should appreciate Dr. Sridhar, who is your guide. So for inciting in a proper way to present that, proper way of research paper. So anyhow, this masking behavior, how do you do that masking behavior in the neuro diversity people?
So the thing is, when we are working with these children, we see that they try to hide their disabilities. So that's when I wanted to do this study. So this questionnaire was very good, so which I used for masking behavior. So through that,
the
we
questionnaire.
I don't have it right now.
Excuse me. The questionnaire is focusing on the parents or on the teachers.
The teachers. I mean, mostly we take inputs from the teachers.
In the classroom behavior you studied.
Yes. And we also deal with these special children, right, on a daily basis. So of course it's a self reporting thing. So we also talk to the children, and very often, because they come to us twice a week. Twice a week we are handling them. They come to us.
Anyhow,
we
have to appreciate the 300 this neurodiverse cases you have assessments. Very tough time for you.
Yes.
But anyhow, congratulations for nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, ma'am. Thanks for your remarks. Now we'll be moving to our next presenter. We have with us Ramakrishna Murthy Garu. He has over 2 decades of experience in leading large-scale and R&D program in public health and disability at national and international levels, and currently serving as program head, the George Institute for Global Health, focused on improving technology integration into digital health and smart health, and strengthening policy and implementation in LMICs. So he has an extensive portfolio of research publications and intervention programs endeavored in partnership with leading international organizations and institutions, including WHO, UNICEF, USAID, ILO, UNDP, DFID, NIHR, and London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and Repurpose Global LLC and the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And this presentation is also co-presented by Madhavi, who has 2 decades of experience in leading special education and vocational rehabilitation program for the children and youth with hearing and cognitive disabilities is currently working with DDVRTC, Andhra Mahila Sabha, as senior special educator and have been part of research programs aimed at deploying and improving the digital technology for cognitive assessment and rehabilitation. So we invite Ramakrishna Murthy Garu for your presentation on artificial intelligence in cognitive assessment and rehabilitation, analytical review of contemporary evidence. Over to you. You have to unmute yourself.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Please
Yeah,
go ahead.
Good afternoon to you all. Dear Chairman Sir and Coordinator Ravindra Garu and HOD Sri Krishna Garu and other my dear participants. So let me first, before sharing the screen, I would like to present few words. This particular topic had been very, very close to my core area of work. With a short notice, I had to make this review paper. This is only an analytical review to make the participants, understand the state of art of the AI application in cognitive assessment and rehabilitation. Not just in India, in abroad. I mean, in India, just it is entering. And this particular analytical review work is focused only a small window of 2000 to 2006 from past 6 years, whatever had happened in the arena of artificial intelligence applications in cognitive assessment and rehabilitation has been considered for this analysis. So there are, very interesting facts that have come up, and our interest being to focus only on from the perspective of medical and rehabilitation side. We haven't considered engineering algorithm related papers and research, which is not relevant for us because it didn't have any study populations or sample or any real-time validity except algorithmic novelty. So our focus is only on this. So let me share the screen. Is it visible? Is it visible?
Murthy Garu, yes, you can make it full screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it okay now?
Now it's fine. Please continue.
Okay. So mainly why the AI, actually AI application has been growing very fastly from the past, particularly 2-3 years, because of its business scalability and profitability. We all know that. And then the other phenomena that have been highlighted by many research groups who are working on AI in applying in this area, what they are emphasizing is the access will be achieved a lot, as well as this helps in getting the services at low cost. And then also some of the subgroups of the users, like MCIs, minimal cognitive impairment, people with minimal cognitive impairment, say that this is very convenient. Of course, we all know that in the major challenges like cases with stroke and cases with severe dementia and all, it is of course not at all easily usable, but there is bias in promoting this technology by highlighting some of the subgroup results. This is what. So let us go on. So the focus, where is the focus? Focus is only on cognitive function. Our idea is to explore where the evidence falls short. Where is the across the domains and across the subgroups and across these papers that we have analyzed, is there any fall short of evidence? And if it is there, what are those areas? To understand that, we have tried through this paper. So our areas that we have considered are, as I just mentioned, neurodevelopmental disability, neurodegenerative disease, strokes, traumatic brain injuries, and other neurological conditions, and not CBT. CBT because it comes completely in the area of mental health. And often it is not considered as a neuro rehabilitation program. And then most of the rehab programs, including assessment, have not made CBT as part of it. And what the method that we approached were, it is only an analytical narrative. We have gone through all the systematic reviews and scoping reviews, primary studies, particularly from 2020 to 2026, very recent times. And then if you see the scope, as I already mentioned, we haven't considered the engineering algorithms. We just considered whatever the studies that have thoroughly published the study population, sample, and then all those details scientifically. And then how this personalizing modality, content, and difficulty to drive real change will happen through AI is, there are particularly three things that we observed. One, machine learning is one thing that is going hand in hand with AI, as you are aware. Most of you would be aware that, this machine learning is one thing that continuously seeks information of the user, as well as when there is a case with variation, it grabs that immediately. It continuously learns in real time. So this is improving the subjective experience for every case to case basis. And then the evidence that often shown in these papers are, wherever there is rigorous use of ML, machine learning, there are better outcomes. But these outcomes, when we examine seriously, have many limitations, and also they are inconsistent. Unless until the results are consistent, we cannot rely on a technology that can be generalized for the generic population other than the testing population. And then coming to programming, this is supporting today in most of the some of the universities that have come up, and some of the institutes, like even I'm previously associated with Johns Hopkins also has been testing many groups, and even have just recently made it part and parcel of regular services to the community. And this particular AI now is used widely in diagnosis and personalized therapy monitoring. It is because what is the session duration, what is the session quality, and what are the what is the feedback by the user, and then what are the notes or observation by the therapist. All that also have been done by using AI. And then outcome prediction, how many months or how many weeks this may take, or what are those factors that can help get faster outcomes in a particular patient. This also is done to some extent. And most of the cases we observed that are reported across these papers and research are patients with stroke, patients with Parkinson's, and amputation care. And in small number, this is in most of the countries, these studies have been done here and there with small number of groups, sample size. So I think we feel that generalizability will be expanded when there are large groups, and then when there is the large sample size across these users. And then coming to tele-rehabilitation and home delivery. Of course, for tele-rehabilitation, AI always has a great advantage. And we all know that historically it's a serious bottleneck that facilitating service at the doorstep. So this is proven as good. But when it comes to outcomes, when it comes to results or the process, it requires rigorous monitoring. And then what exactly is happening inside, if we see how this is learning, how AI is learning, what it needs to do for the next case, or how it has to improve itself, and then how it is improving its own algorithm, is by these three things. One is digital biomarkers. What's happening here is there are VR based equipment that are connected to this AI. So what it does is it observes the patient's movement, and it also observes the eyeball tracking. Where patient is looking at. Where see some. I'm now trying to look at the camera, and then when there is a problem in a person cognitively, there is a deviation. That is what theory says, but this is not that gross. This is very, very fine. So this eye tracking also, it is taking help to identify or assess the contour of the issues that a person or the person with the cognitive impairment has. And then this also is observing subtle signs, and it is developing profiles. It is developing profiles. But when we see the profiles are not uniform, and these profiles that it is making are not domain specific. When we have in what we have in theory is a particular case, or with a, and we know that every case is unique. Every case with cognitive impairment or whatever the impairment, we say often that even even in normalcy criteria, there are no two zygotic individuals are same, not same, we say. So then how can we give away a responsibility for assessing the patient to a machine or with AI, just to by just dividing it into subgroups that you generalize by whatever the learning you takes. So there must be some kind of assessment methodology by which experts should take up how far this can be generalized, and what are the subgroups. Are the subgroup results are consistent and valid? This has to be observed. And then coming to speech and language, this also observes speech and language of the individual. So this is very cheap. This particular gadgets that are attached to it are often cheap, remote. By engaging the user somewhere at very distant, also it is very easy for them to analyze. And most of the time this is consistent, because we all know cognition do reflects in behavior, particularly grossly it reflects in whatever the fine motor activity, so called speech, and then also their expression language. So, and then coming to conversational agents, when it comes to the users like with minimal cognitive impairments, they do chatbot. They use chatbots like us, how we are using WhatsApp or today chat GPT and all. A person with minimal cognitive impairment will be able to use chatbot, conversational agent, by which it is learning the patterns, and it is identifying the patterns of those patients who have certain set of difficulties with a particular cognitive impairment. This is how it is learning and improving. And there are so many blind spots, and it needs a lot of improvement. Now, where the evidence falls short, generalizability, as I mentioned, we cannot say that it can be generalized. Somewhere in the University of Massachusetts, an experiment done by using AI in a group of 50 patients with cognitive impairment, can it be generalized widely in India, in Indonesia, in Nepal, or somewhere in Mozambique, or somewhere in Peru? We cannot. So there are so many variations culturally and linguistically and so many others. And then the way we have our body language also differs. I mean, you might be aware that, nodding head sometimes is in some countries like this is yes, and nodding this in some countries is no. So then how we can, generalize it that easily is a challenge. And then algorithmic bias. And when it comes to bias, the data sets that I observed particularly are high income groups. This is a bias. And then majority populations who are giving positive feedback are highlighted often. And then fairness is one thing that needs very much, observation. It should be observed thoroughly, because for equity, ethics, and then all that, morals and ethics part is very important, because you have a camera attached to it and you are observing the movements of the individual, and then you are also recording the voice continuously without interruption. So there must be some kind of ethical considerations must be there. And then narrow focus, as long as it is narrowly focused, and when subgroup level consistency is not there, we cannot assume it can be, it is not out of bias. And then engagement and recovery. And then most of these studies and initial trials are showing that there is higher satisfaction among the patients. It's very interesting. And one of the study have noted that 82% of patient retention is there. 82%, over 82% patient retention is there when they have used AI in cognitive rehabilitation. That is, I don't think that it is even possible with even a greatest skilled and empathetic therapist is engaged. And then it is cheap. Of course, it is cheap. And then when it comes to recovery, they say recovery is being faster. It could be due to, access. The patient gets more access compared to a therapist. Uh, and then it is cheap because he can get more therapy sessions. It's very clear. So engagement is more, very clear. And then recovery, we need to examine thoroughly. Unless we have more studies, we cannot, say, that it is effective. And then privacy and human relationship, this is also very important. A therapist is the one who develops rapport with the patient, and it goes like, there will be trust, there will be empathy, so many human emotions and elements that work in between a therapist and the patient. But wherein this particular AI technology is now from past 1 year, they are trying to incorporate emotions into it. They are adding up emotions and all that into it. We have to see how it goes in future. But now some of one group of therapists from USA have highlighted that when a patient expresses to this AI therapist or AI appliance that I am feeling empty, it is not understanding. It doesn't know what is a person is feeling empty. Then it says that you are not a vessel. How can you be empty? You are not a box. Are you a box? No. Are you a vessel? No. Then why you are making this assumption that you are empty? It is asking like that. So it doesn't know the human ways. Whatever the human uses, the subtle nuance, the kind of language and interaction. And then path forward, what are the priorities that we, and what here I also try to incorporate the scope for further research and scope to consider those points for developing or improving these technologies. And then these particular trials must be multi-site trials. One in Africa, one in Asia, one in kind of thing. And then it should be taken up in multi-population across the tribals, across the rurals, across the urban kind of thing, and children versus adults and women versus men, and then transgenders, etc. And there should not be exception in this. And then standardized and functionally meaningful outcomes must be there. Until we see standardized kind of for even a small tool, we ask that, whether this tool is standardized, this question is standardized or not. How we can take it for granted to use a particular kind of AI technology randomly on the general population? It's mere disaster. It's not correct. And then coming to subgroup performance, we need to be fair, without any bias when they publish these research outcomes. And then AI and human loop must be able to explain. It should be able to explain. And then at least a human or a therapist must be in loop as long as the experiment goes on. And then the study teams, whosoever are engaged in these kind of trials, should be considering that the therapist remarks at every stage, or a team of therapists must be there in the loop across the workflows. And then when assessor is blinded, then we can see the real impact. To say, we in medicine we say placebo effect, right? You give medicine as well as placebo, and you see the RCT, and then you express the result, whether this is working or not. Similarly, there must be blinded studies. Without that, just somebody have devised some AI and it is being tested on a certain population, and that it is left to market, is not fair. And then it should be dose matched. The trials must be also have some kind of count as to these many population, these many studies. Such criteria must be set by those international bodies which are funding and supporting all these studies. And bottom line is that we need rigorous proof. Just algorithmic novelties are not enough, and it should work. Real world results must be there, and there must be safe, fair, and scalable work can certainly be appreciated and can be supported by and large by the professionals like all of us. Thank you very much. If anybody has any query or doubt.
Yeah, thank you, Murthy
Hello.
garu.
Bharat ke Murthy garu.
Yes.
Just it's a really need of the hours. So we have to work on how to use the AI technology into our teaching, learning, and rehabilitation services. But the government of Telangana is also taken attempt so producing some sort of communication devices through sign to written to sign, as or vocal to sign, sign to vocal. Like that device they have just identified, and it is under construction still. They are experimenting with some of the schools in Hyderabad and Miryalaguda, Karimnagar. So the government schools and some of the NGO schools, they are implementing, they are seeing that outcome, how it will be. And it's a very wonderful thing that if AI is also actively involved in teaching learning situation, the communication skills will be improved particularly for the hearing impaired. That is what I feel. So it's a nice presentation bringing AI into this cognitive and learning situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, participants, if you have any observations or queries, you can raise your hand. We can unmute you.
somebody, I think.
No, Samson. We don't have your name. Yeah, you can go ahead. Samsung SM. You are unmuted. Do you have any query? We can't hear you. Samsung SM. Okay, maybe by mistake.
By mistake, maybe.
Okay. So thank you, Murthy garu. It was wonderful presentation. In fact, this is need of our. We need to venture into AI also, leverage the benefits and potential of AI in the disability sector, and doing this, especially cross-sectional studies and longitudinal studies, where earlier we had very limited capacity for AI potential, but as we have AI technologies, we can apply them for longitudinal studies to bring a greater impact. Definitely this will, maybe your review of literature will have a very good outcomes in proposing upcoming projects, research projects, where we can also take up some projects and contribute to the disability sector, and not only just disability but also health and well-being sector. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. So, thank you for your valuable time and joining us. So we'll move on to next presentation. So next we have with us, as per the schedule, Mohammad Ifkaruddin. Mohammad Ifkaruddin, Prajta Shinde, be ready with your presentation. Open your presentation and keep it ready. Yeah, now you can unmute yourself, share your presentation, and start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, it's visible, sir, and is I'm audible? Kindly someone reply.
You are audible, but we still see your Explorer window, not PPT yet.
Your screen, you are sharing the screen. It is.
I think you are sharing the wrong window. You can stop sharing, and again, when you start sharing, you select the window where your PPT is there, visible.
Yes, sir, I'm trying. On my screen, it is showing, sir.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You are sharing the wrong window. You stop sharing once. When you click on share screen, you'll be seeing boxes, different boxes showing different.
Yes.
Content. So
now,
select the content in which.
Is it, sir? Now it is.
No, we can see your files there on the screen.
Oh, still it is not okay. Um, Now again, I will try to share. Now, sir?
Yeah, now it's visible. You can make it full screen.
Is it, sir, correct?
Now you can.
Nice. Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you. So, good afternoon to all the dignitaries. Those are here and patiently hearing out from us. And it's very great chance us to present our some research which we could try to make. And, thank you for the Murthy sir, Ramakrishna sir. He has really presented very nice AI topic, which is very useful for the students of till 18 age group, because I'm catering to K-12 schools in CBSE, being a director and principal since last 24 years. So my topic, the thesis topic is occupational stress, the psychology of the teachers, and how we can give the good training or some inputs. Definitely my findings will help policymakers to give some good inputs from my end. So policymakers will get definitely some good findings from my research. Thank you. So some topics are like, which we find that are the need of hour, and then I come up with the topic of occupational stress among the secondary school teachers, wherein the adolescent age and coming with the career stress and all, many things are mixed up with the students, and to handle that age group with their own problems in the occupations. So my research is based on that, wherein the one part is how educationals can work with the good knowledge of psychology of the students and can promote the inclusive education practices in the classes. So this will definitely would help. Sorry, I would be coming to my explanation part. First, the inclusive education ensures that the every child, regardless of ability, background, or learning styles, receives the equal educational opportunities. Would be great for them. A classroom becomes the more diverse if the teachers' psychological knowledge would be more to understand the students while doing the learning teaching process, and that can definitely motivate the behavior of the students. This study examines how the educational psychology supports the inclusive practices in the secondary schools. And why it is important, and why we should go with the conceptual learning of the inclusive education. Educational psychology helps teachers to understand the individual differences, motivation, how to do the learning process, and the emotional development of the child. That inclusive education focuses on the equity, accessibility, and participation and the student-centered learning. Because why it matters? Because every child has the right of education. It's not a privilege. Every learner deserves the equal participation in mainstream education, regardless of ability and the background or their gender. So, inclusive education practice with the knowledge of the psychological understanding of the students will definitely raise the classroom diversity. The students brings the varied abilities, then social economical backgrounds, learning style, and emotional needs in every classrooms. Then educational psychology is the science of the behavior, wherein teacher can equip herself with this and can cater the good or I would say the different style of teaching learning, wherein the academic pressure and the social transitions and and to identify the promotional formation of all the aspects of the learning process. What are the main objectives? The objectives are to understand the educational psychology within the inclusive education, explore its role in promoting the inclusive practices, identifying the psychological principles of inclusive classrooms, examining the challenges of inclusions at secondary level, suggest the improvements of inclusive practices, and how does it related to the related to the education? What are the important educational policies the education system has to implement? What are the challenges teachers are facing while implementing the education? And what are the psychological tactics or techniques which enhance the secondary education in the school? I have come up with the typical PowerPoint presentation, which has to be like only the PowerPoints to save the time of all of us. The educational psychology is the work wherein study is focusing on the behavior and the conjugation of the students and the different development stages of the teaching processes, wherein we are focusing on the individual differences, learning processes, how we can motivate the child for the learning teaching process, the emotional development, the classroom behavior, and the assessment techniques which we need to enhance or diverse. Why it is important is the educational practices that ensure the participations of all these students and the equal opportunity to all the learners. Accessibility, then every child should be in a position of assess himself for the all the doubts and teaching learning process. Participation is very important. The 100% class involvement is very important while teaching learning, and it should be the student centered learning, wherein we are also talking about sixth sense learning, or Maria Montessori is talking about every child is different and they are using the different senses for learning any concepts. So obviously psychology also add on us to identify which child has the which tendency of learning. The educational This educational psychology will help teachers understand the individual difference, motivations, learning process, emotional development, inclusive education policies on focusing the equality, accessibility, participation, and the student-centered learning process. This study is based on the theories of Lev Weinstein's, Jean Pinkins, and Albert Bandura, along with the constructivism and social learning and multiple intelligence, and the humanistic theories which supports the learner-centered approach. Why the theoretical foundation? What are the theoretical foundation? As I explained you, the constructive theory and the social learning theory and the multiple intelligence. Learners have the varied intelligence, so instructions should be tailored to different learning styles. Then social learning theory, when the students learn the attitude, actions by the observing others, and the peer learning is a foundation, fundamental to the inclusion. Students actively construct the knowledge from experience, ideal for the collaborative and experiential learning. How the educational psychology drives the inclusion. Understanding the individual differences, recognizing the very talented interest, learning style, so instructions can be designed around the students' needs. Motivation enhancement, the motivational theory helps teachers engage the participants more. The classroom management, the positive behavioral management, and the conflict resolution grounded in psychological principles are very important. Social and emotional support help instructors identify the emotional difficulties and can support and make the supportive environment. Assessment and identification, the psychological evaluation approaches will identify the learning problems and guide the solutions and can make the assessment in respective way of the students. Positive attitude and development builds the understanding, acceptance, and teaching learning among the students. Inclusive practices in the secondary schools. The now in those days, what are the practices are there which we are supposed to enhance are the teaching differentiation we need to identify, the collaborating learning we need to add on. Peer group mentoring should have the different methods, the flexibility in the learning, universal design for the learning, group activities, then the individual help. These are the seven types of learning wherein we can observe and categorize and strategic the classroom activities while teaching learning. The main challenges which we are facing Before that, I would like to talk that the need is discovering how to be a best to serve the classrooms. That is what the need of inclusive classroom. Challenges in implementations are the teachers related problems wherein the limited training has been given to the teachers, the negative attitude of the teachers, why I should do, why there is a need of that, the lack of the confidence of the teachers. The institutional challenges are like resources shortage, the large class size, and the limited infrastructure. The students' related problems are the peer discrimination of maybe their socio-economical background. Then their academic excellence also would have some peer discrimination. The academic difficulties which kids are facing, and some again a social exclusion. The strategies for strengthening the inclusive education, it's the roadmap moving from training to the sustainable psychological support would be the teachers training programs, then the professional development workshops would be given. Collaboration among the teachers and the parents is the very crucial role to perform because we are dealing with the students, but as well as the parents. There is a triangle. That triangle is supposed to get completed: student, teacher, and parents. Students counseling services has to be implemented in each and every institute. Where they need the special or separate guidance, where a student is not ready to express in a group. So individual attention to be given to them by giving them the counseling service. Improve the infrastructure, yes, definitely that is also need of our. The inclusive curriculum has to be designed. What are the methodologies which I find the key findings also? The methodology is designing the descriptive research design, wherein I have reached to the population of the 200. My target is to reach to the 300 teachers and to get the feedback from them, or do the survey to fulfill my survey method questionnaires. Secondary school teachers and the students. I have interacted more than 150 students and more than 200 teachers, wherein I have taken the random sampling from them through my questionnaires. The questionnaires and the observations and interviews, the methodology of getting the feedback or survey. By doing the survey of these all, using the tools of questionnaires, observations, and interviews. Analyze the descriptive statistics and the qualitative methods. My main findings are oh, sorry, how I lost my screen. Sorry, I don't know how I lost my screen.
Your screen is still visible.
Oh, but I couldn't see, sir.
Okay. Otherwise, you can just stop.
Sir, just give me a second, sir. Sorry for the interruption. Shall I take it again? I will stop and again I will take, sir.
Try to conclude in next few minutes.
Yes, sir. Sure. Yeah, I hope it's showing, right, sir?
Yes, please continue.
Okay. Many teachers remain under pressure. This is what the finding of key finding. We need to prepare the resources. Inclusive tactics majorly boost the students, so we need to add on the inclusive tactics by considering their psychological mind states. Teachers with the psychological expertise can give the effective classrooms environment. So, conclusion of my theory would be, my thesis would be that we need to prepare the teachers. Educational psychology plays an important role promoting the inclusive education in secondary schools. Understanding the diversity, motivation, conservation, and emotional development allows the educators to build the classrooms that supports the good education. The institutional support is also very important, and the continuous development in education is important. Educational psychology plays an essential role in promoting the education practices. Understanding the learner diversity, motivations, emotional development allows the educators to create the inclusive classrooms and supports all learners successfully. So successful implementation requires for teachers that prepare the preparation, institutional support, and continuous professional development. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can feel free. You can raise your hand. We'll unmute you. Okay, so stay online for the chairperson's remarks at the end of the session. Now we are moving to the next presentation. Yeah, Sindhu, do you have any query?
Sir, am I audible?
Yes.
So, ma'am, what do you suggest that how do we, when we interact regarding including a child into a regular school setting, what do you say should be the key points when we're discussing with the teachers or the staff? As you mentioned that the hesitation is obvious everywhere. Every time we are actually interacting, we see that they tend to say it is the job of a special educator or the speech therapist. So please enlighten me on this.
Yeah, Prajakta. Prajakta, are you there? Okay. Once she is available, we'll, I think she will be able to answer. Okay, then just leave a message in the chat box. Once she comes back, a response, we'll take up the query. So we'll move on to the next presenter. So we have Fasloon. Fasloon, are you there? Yeah. Keep your PPT ready, open in your system. And those presenters who have not completed their formalities are requested to complete their formalities. And those who are looking for their scheduling, send your PPT, abstract, full paper to email, and also complete your registration and let us know so that we can schedule your presentations. Yeah, Fasloon Shafi. You'll start sharing and unmute yourself.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Is this visible?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Fasloon, a second-year undergraduate student pursuing psychology in PSG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, guided by Dr. M. Abhinaya, Assistant Professor of Psychology, Department of Psychology SF, from PSG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. Today, I'll be presenting my research titled on Relationship between Sleep Quality and Cognitive Performance in Young Adults. Sleep is an essential for attention, memory, learning, and overall cognitive functioning. Young adults often experience poor sleep due to academic demands, technology use, and lifestyle factors. Cognitive failures refer to everyday lapses in attention, memory, and concentration. For example, forgetting where we kept our keys, or missing an important appointment, or losing concentration while studying are common cognitive failures. Understanding this relationship may enhance academic performance and psychological well being. The main aim of the study was to examine the relationship between sleep quality and cognitive failures among young adults. Objective first, to assess the sleep level quality among young adults, to assess the level of cognitive failure among young adults, and lastly, to examine the relationship between sleep quality and cognitive failures. Methodology. A quantitative research design was followed. Around 150 participants aged between 18 to 25 were participated. Convenient sampling techniques were used. Pittsburgh Sleep Quality Index was used, and Cognitive Failure Questionnaire were the tools used for the study. Statistical analysis was performed using SPSS, descriptive statistics, mean and SD, and Pearson product moment correlation were used to examine the relationship between sleep quality and cognitive failures. Moving on to results and discussion. A moderate, statistically significant negative relationship was observed between sleep quality and cognitive failures. The findings suggest that participants with better sleep quality experience fewer cognitive failures in their daily lives, such as lapses in attention, memory, and concentration. Conversely, poor sleep quality was associated with increased cognitive difficulties. These results emphasize the importance of maintaining healthy sleep habits to support cognitive functioning and psychological well being among young adults. The results are tabulated. Moving on to conclusion part. The study examined the relationship between sleep quality and cognitive failure among young adults aged 18 to 25 years. A moderate negative correlation was found between sleep quality and cognitive failure. Better sleep quality was associated with fewer lapses in attention, memory, and concentration. For example, an adult who maintain health sleep habit may be less likely to forget daily tasks, highlighting the practical significance of good sleep for everyday cognitive functioning. The finding highlight the importance of maintaining a healthy relationship between sleep habits for optimal cognitive functioning and psychological well-being. These are the references used for my research. Thank you for your time and attention.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Kindly wait for the remarks by chairperson at the end of the session. So if participants have any queries, you can raise your hand after the presentation. Or you can also use chat box to share your queries. Now next we have with us Dr. George Varghese. Keep your presentation ready. And now you can share your presentation, unmute yourself.
Is my presentation visible?
Yes, sir. You can make it full screen.
Now, sir?
Yeah, now it's fine. Please continue.
Good afternoon, respected Professor Krishna sir, Professor Khan sir, Dr. Ravindra sir, faculty members, and my fellow participants. I'm Dr. George Verghese, and I'm here to present my conceptual paper. It's a conceptual paper, a clinical and executive behavior advisory, a clinical and organizational psychology informed framework with regards to leadership risk, decision architecture, and workplace mental health. Now, I'm Dr. George Verghese, and I'm here to, the paper is positioned at an intersection of applied psychology, workplace mental health, leadership behavior, executive functioning, and decision making under psychological strain. At the outset, I want to clarify that EPA is not being presented as a diagnosis, a psychometric instrument, a psychotherapy model, or any substitute for appropriate mental health care. It's a structured, non diagnostic, psychology informed conceptual paper that requires a lot of future validation. As far as the coverage part of the presentation is concerned, the paper begins with a very simple but important concern is that the workplace mental health has been a major area of discussion. But most of the discussion focuses on employees, burnout, absenteeism, productivity, workplace balance, and general stress management. These are the essential concerns, but they do not fully address the psychological strain of senior leaders who have decisions under uncertainty, accountability, and reputation exposure. So the presentation follows a very simple logic. First, why is the problem mattering? Second, which current approaches miss this part of EBA? Third, how EBA gives a structural framework. And finally, how this framework must be ethically protected and, most importantly, empirically validated. Coming on to the broad field of studies which have been taken, and it comes under applied psychology. And EBA sits at the intersection of clinical understanding, organizational systems, and decision behavior. Now, all these perspectives are being covered, and the important part of this conference, the linguistic, has been considered in the paper as a future research direction, where studying the language under pressure without misreading normal multilingual communication as instability. This paper, thus, is interdisciplinary in nature because senior leadership strain is both psychological and organizational. As far as the problems are addressed, senior leadership is a high strain psychological context. Senior leaders, we know that they carry a lot of responsibility with regards to institutional continuity. They have a lot of financial exposure. They need to take a lot of people decisions. They have to govern and be part of governance, succession, and reputation, whereas they have a very limited space for disclosure. Now, what they experience on the higher end starts from the cognitive load to emotional regulation to relational complexities to governance responsibilities and high stake decisions. The hidden paradox that needs important to note is that the leader may appear externally quite very functional, while internally they carry a lot of emotional fatigue, decision strain, relational pressure, and most importantly, the burnout vulnerability. This matters because executive strain does not remain only personal in nature. It can influence relational stability, decision quality, and organizational climate and work with mental health areas. Now, the question that may arise here is, are we pathologizing leadership pressure? The answer is no, because the high pressure, fatigue, or overload cannot be seen in these senior leadership with having a disorder. The concern is the repeated behavioral pattern that they may be holding that may carry psychological and organizational significance. Now, through the problem addressed slide, what we can understand is that executive strain can move from personal distress into relational and organizational disruption. As far as the specific gaps are concerned, the current approaches often misses the middle layer. And this is an important slide because this paper focuses on the middle layer between the personal strain and organizational consequences. We see at the part of workplace wellness that they usually focus on employee level and the employee well-being. As far as executive coaching is concerned, they normally look forward to performance related and leadership related styles, and many of them miss deeper psychological strain that these leaders go through. Psychotherapy, a very important component, which offers a very clinical depth, but many times miss out on the governance and the organizational consequences that these leaders undergo. The organizational consulting part focuses on systems, but many a times miss on the behavioral state of the decision maker. Therefore, the missing middle is a structured, non-diagnostic framework for understanding how a leader's strain affects decision, relationship, governance, and mental health. Here, I would like to highlight that EBA is not proposed to occupy this careful middle space. And EBA fills the missing middle between the personal strain and the organizational consequence. Now coming on to the core thesis of the paper. As we have seen in the earlier slides, the aim of the paper, wherein EBA is proposed to be a conceptual paper for understanding leadership strain among senior leader decision makers. The objectives are fivefold. The first one is to describe the need for specialized psychology-informed framework. The second one is to outline preliminary domains. The third one is to distinguish the framework from psychotherapy, from psychiatric diagnosis, psychometric testing, executive coaching, and organizational consulting. Fourth, the most important one is to identify the ethical safeguards necessary for the work on senior leaders. And last, the fifth, to propose directions for future empirical validation. The core thesis functions as a bridge framework. On one side, we have the psychological strain. On the other side, we have the leadership and workplace risk. Thus, EBA is positioned between these as a preventive psychology-informed behavioral observation framework. And its value is to provide a disciplined vocabulary for observing executive strain before it becomes crisis-driven. With the theory part, the paper integrates established theories and the recent workplace mental health literature. Recent workplace mental health literature from 2020 to 2025 strengthens the relevance of this issue. Current work on mental health at work, organizational interventions, burnout, workplace well-being, and leader-targeted stress management shows that mental health is not only an individual concern, but it also affects the organizational and public health outcomes. However, much of the recent literature still focuses on general employee populations or workplace interventions. It does not yet provide a structured, non-diagnostic framework for examining how senior leaders they get affected with regards to decision, governance, stability, and mental health. The originality lies in the integration and the application, not overclaiming a new psychology. From the scientific contribution point of view, the paper contributes to the clinical and psychology sector, the organizational part, the occupational health, and the behavioral science too. The contribution is not a claim for any final proof, but the contribution is opening a structured domain for future research and validation. The contribution also is to make executive behavioral functioning a researchable domain. Now, coming on to the slide, wherein this slide shows how the concept moves to become testable questions and how the framework produces four propositions. The first one is the role complexity increases strain when identity responsibility are fused of these leaders. Second, repeated decision instability may signal cognitive overload, dysregulation, or burnout vulnerability. Leadership strain may influence workplace mental health through culture, communication, and psychological safety. And the fourth one, with regards to structured advisory reflection, that may improve their clarity, regulation, and also bring forward the referral readiness and continuity. Thus, these proportions are not presented as proven findings. They create a research path where EPA can move from conceptual to an empirical validation. Now, with regards to the framework, this is the heart of the paper as well as EPA, Executive Behavioral Advisory. And this covers 6 domains, starting from leadership to longitudinal patterning. And these are illustrative academic domains. These are not a validated scale or any diagnostic instrument or a final intervention protocol which I am suggesting. As far as the operational part is concerned, the framework can be read through behavioral observation, the decision architecture, and clinically informed formulation. But the scientific structure remains the 6 domain model. The domains create disciplined observation without converting any observation into diagnosis. Now, very important part with regards to the subjectivity. This is a part of a future validation that must create descriptive rubrics and should be validated through inter-rater reliability testing. Now, we take up the 6 domains. The first 2 are the leadership role and the behavioral state. And in the leadership role, it is what kind of pressure is the person operating in. The person may be a founder or institutional leader. On the other side, the behavior, which looks at the leader's current observable functioning, whether the leader is stable, vulnerable, or critical. Now, here we make sure that we are not converting it into a diagnosis. And I have also ensured that this does not become shadow psychotherapy because EPA do not treat pathology. It becomes a part of a referral readiness if it is required for the leader. The next 2 domains are the decision architecture and the stress profile. And in decision architecture, it examines how the leader makes delays or avoids, reverses, or escalates decisions under pressure. Many leaders that I have met, many of them showed decision architectural area functioning issues. And on the stress profile side, the strain is operational, financial, or it could be identity-based or reputation. The practical illustration of this slide would be the movement from the over control phase of the leader to a decision fatigue and abrupt decision shift. Now, under sustained pressure, it has been seen that a leader may initially micromanage and restrict delegation, and which could be not so healthy for any functioning organization. But over time, the cognitive the bandwidth that the leader holds may narrow and decisions may become abrupt or inconsistent. This is not a validated cycle or a diagnosis. It's an example of how decision architecture and stress profile must be observed together when a leader is being observed. The last two domains are the leadership risk indicators and longitudinal behavioral patterning. Now, in leadership risk indicators, the burnout vulnerability, decision instability, relational escalation, over control, isolation, succession conflict, or governance disruption. And we see on the other side of the domain, the longitudinal part, which looks at the repeated patterns over time rather than isolated incidents. Now, what counts as longitudinal patterning? Repeated conflict cycles, repeated abrupt decisions, which could be riskier for any organization. A single incident may be a situation while we observe leaders. There should be repeated patterns that would move on to the psychological and organizational significance because of their behavior or because of the risk that they have shown. Now, finally, we see that EBA is therefore careful in putting in observing these patterns before making any interpretive claims. Now, with regards to differentiation, as this slide has been covered in slide number 1, and I will be covering this in the next slide, so we will be skipping to the next slide from here. Now, the ethical and professional safeguards. The framework requires very strong safeguards with regards to confidentiality, informed consent, referral pathways, data governance, conflict and interest. Here we need to know that EBA should never become a tool for surveillance by organizations, or it should not be a part of a reputational control or a disguised diagnosis. It is very necessary that if we see serious clinical risk that emerges, it is appropriate to refer leaders to the appropriate clinics, clinicians or psychiatrists or emergency care as required. As far as the contextual relevance, because as per I was going through the conference themes, we have the Vision 2047, we have the Rising Telangana. And the relevance of leaders should be specific to India and the global South, because a lot of the leaders hold family business settings through. In India, especially, and business context, family business context, leadership strain is tied down to reputation, legacy, and hierarchy. Now, the founder-led firms, with regards to professional hierarchies and with regards to the high-stakes sectors which undergo medicine, law, finance, and up to entrepreneurship, they carry a lot of responsibility and reputational exposure. And because of these contexts, many leaders hide their distress because disclosure could be seen as weakness or instability. So therefore, EBA uses decision architecture, which we discussed in this the slides on with regards to decision architecture, and confidentiality advisory reflection to carefully navigate this bridge. Now, as far as applications are concerned, possible applications can be put through founder mental health and family business governance, CXO board advisory, workplace mental health strategy, and high-stake professions. The practical use is risk prevention, the institutional continuity, and the workplace climate, which should be taken as importance. Now, the important slide with regards to validation and limitation. The paper proposes a future validation pathway, as this is a conceptual paper, with regards to expert review, which we can take through the Delphi platform, to the anonymized case analysis, to the inter-rater reliability testing when it comes to reliability testing, and the construct validation and outcome studies. This is important because the paper does not claim any proof, final proof, and it wants to open a researchable domain. Now, recent workplace intervention reviews, which I was going through the review of literature, and leader-targeted stress management literature, supports the need for a structured validation before any practice or outcome claims are made. Now, with regards to limitation, it is conceptual, there is no primary data, domains are preliminary, cultural and industry adaptations yet required, and boundaries between advisory, coaching, and clinical work should be made clear. Now, if AI and my fellow participant Ramakrishnan sir was speaking about it, and if we are using AI in this concept, it must remain assistive only, because it cannot diagnose, it cannot clarify independently, and cannot replace human accountability. And the informed consent or the professional judgment, we have to be careful with it when we are dealing with AI. As far as the academic anchoring of this paper is concerned, the slide will make a very important distinction. On the left side, we see that the academic foundation of the paper comes from stress and coping, burnout, psychological safety, bounded rationality, behavioral decision making, and leadership theory. The recent 2025 literature shows that the continued relevance of workplace mental health, burnout, organizational intervention, manager and leader support, they all is anchored in this paper. Togetherly, taking the foundational part of the recent studies, these sources justify the problem area and the need for a structural framework. And this should be understood that eBay is yet to be validated, as it remains conceptual, and it is also a non-diagnostic and a researchable framework, which has to undergo expert review, reliability testing, construct validation, and outcome studies over a period of time. Now, the conceptual foundation is being justified in the paper, and EBA looks forward for future validation from the future researchers to come. Now, coming to the recap, to conclude, the contribution of this paper is not that EBA is already an evidence-based tool. The contribution is that it identifies a neglected interdisciplinary gap, which I discussed in the 5 psychology and behavioral disciplines. And it also proposes a structured, ethically bound, researchable framework to study leadership, senior leadership strain over time. Now, coming on to the closing part of my presentation, I am sure to make this that we are not pathologizing leadership. It is an attempt to create a disciplined language for examining how psychological strain in leadership, in senior leaders, where their governance part, their stability, their workplace climate, and institutional continuity is maintained. I would like to close the presentation with a question. How should psychology address distress and behavioral risk in leaders who are unlikely to enter conventional mental health pathways, but whose decisions mostly affect people, families, organizational institutions? With this, I would like to thank everyone for listening to my presentation. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Dr.
Thank you, sir.
You have raised a very good question, because we see often the stress, organizational stress, that comes from the senior most, leaders. Often a single decision can create a lot of stress. So training appropriately, and first, as you said, identifying the leadership traits, leadership qualities, assessing them based on the personality traits, and devising a proper treatment plan, or rather than calling a treatment plan, a remedial measure or something which can be more positive, can address these issues. I think you have come up with a good thing. So maybe we can together collaborate and see how we can take it forward as a research project. So maybe when you are free, you can just call us and we can discuss it on this. And we can see how we can take it forward. Because this is also need of the hour. More corporates are coming up, and we have a very good scope for this kind of research activities. So thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm looking forward to talking.
Yes. So kindly wait for the chairperson's remarks at the end of the session.
Definitely.
Then we will move on to the next presenter. So Monica Taeda, are you ready with your presentation? Yeah, you can unmute yourself. Start sharing your presentation. And you have to be very quick because we are already running out of time for the next session. And next presenter is Sophia Pirani. Kindly be ready with your presentation. Yes, ma, you can unmute yourself.
Hello. Am I audible, sir?
Now a little bit better.
Better.
Yeah, please continue. You can make it full screen.
Yes, I'll try. Yeah. I'll just begin the presentation. Able to see my screen?
Yeah, now it's fine. Please continue.
Yes. So the title of my research paper is Fostering Emotional Regulation and Social Competence in Children. So I am representing Shri Martan Bhairav Adhyapak Mahavidyalaya, Pune, Maharashtra. I am working as assistant professor here. So I'll begin with the introduction. In recent years, the Indian education landscape has witnessed a significant paradigm shift from a narrow focus on academic achievement to a more holistic vision of child development. Now, this transformation is evident and it has been given in the National Education Policy 2020. It explicitly calls for cultivating social and ethical and emotional capacities alongside cognitive skills. At the heart of this vision lies the interconnected construct, emotional regulation and social competence. Okay, so emotional regulation is the ability to understand, manage, and express emotion constructively. Social competence is the capacity to build positive relationships, empathize with others, and navigate social situations effectively. Now, these are increasingly recognized as foundational children's academic success, mental well-being, and long-term life outcomes. Together, they constitute the core of social and emotional learning, and a framework that is gaining importance. So the background of my study is the concept of SEL has gained significant in Indian education system. It is driven by growing concern about student well-being and the recognition that academic achievement alone is insufficient for holistic development. India's education system serves over 167 million students across the vast network of public and private institutions, and it is marked by immense diversity in language, culture, and social economics background of the student. As we all know, the students are coming from different background to the school. Within this landscape, students face intense academic competition, parental pressure, and performance anxiety to perform well in their academics. Now, this focus more on the cognitive skills of the student. This also refers to silent suffering among the youth because they have to perform well in academic under pressure. Even if they are not emotionally stable, they have to perform well in the academic. The COVID-19 pandemic further exposed the fragility of students' emotional resilience. The school council is reporting heightened anxiety and behavioral difficulties. Now, we have already seen increase in need of students' emotional need after COVID-19 pandemic. Now, conceptual framework for this research study, the conceptual framework for SEL draws on established theoretical traditions, and it includes Vygotski's social development theory, Bandura's social learning theory, and Goldman's emotional intelligence theory. Now, these provide a foundation for integrated learning approaches. Despite growing policy support, significant gap remain in the research base for SEL in India. The long-term effect of SEL interventions, their effectiveness across diverse socioeconomic context. So what is the role of digital SEL program? Required further investigation, as we are all aware of the Mano Darpan, which is a digital platform for catering to the needs of teachers as well as students. And it has been launched after 2019. Moreover, while studies have documented notable differences in social competence and emotional maturity between students in government and private school, comprehensive understanding of how institutional, social, economic, and cultural factors shape SEL outcomes remains limited. Now, what is the road ahead? Now, this is, I'm just writing in this paper. This is under writing. Still, the current scenario thus presents a complex picture of contradictory forces, strong policy recognition, and growing institutional interest, while implementation face structural barriers as well as risks of adoption, the change that comes with SEL implementation in academics. The mental health crisis among Indian youth, the demands of a rapidly changing workforce, and the vision of the NEP collectively demands a more deliberate, culturally responsive, and system-level integrated SEL. The journey from marks to mindfulness does not require abrupt changes, but small, steady steps. Circle time for sharing feelings, collaborative group projects, teacher development session that includes self-care and emotional awareness, and school policies that promote integration of activities to develop SEL effectively. SEL is needed at a level for children, but whether India can implement it effectively and equitably across its diverse educational landscape is the question. To conclude my paper, I like to say the fostering of emotional regulation and social competence in children within the Indian context represent both an urgent imperative and a challenge. This research paper has demonstrated the recognition of social and emotional learning as foundation to holistic child development in reference to anything. Yet the journey from policy intent to meaningful on-ground transmission at school need time and consideration from all stakeholders. Thank you.
Congratulations. Now we'll move to next presenter, Sophia. Yeah, now you can share your presentation and unmute yourself. Sophia, are you ready with your presentation? Yeah, start sharing. Do we have Dr. Mohammed HKIRRDC?
Excuse me, sir. You will have to give the option to Sophia Iqbal Ajani, researcher. I think that is why she's not able to present.
She already got permissions.
Sir, actually, there are two Sophia Ajani joined. You will have to give it to Sophia Iqbal Ajani, researcher, the option to present. Her camera is on. She's the one who's going to present.
Okay, then you should inform them.
Yeah, I just realized that's why.
That's why presenters raise your hand when we call you, so that if you are joining for. Just wait a second. You are using two IDs.
Yes, sir, for the PPT share. Okay, I will share. Sir, am I visible? Is the PPT visible?
No, we can see you and hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay, okay, 1 second, sir. So now is my PPT visible?
Yeah. Now we can see the screen. You can make it full screen.
Okay. Sir, is my voice audible?
Yeah. Can you make it full screen?
Sir, I've done full screen, sir.
Okay, fine. I can continue.
Yeah, I have done full screen, sir.
Okay, please continue.
Good afternoon to one and all, respected delegates, coordinators, sir, research scholars, and one and all. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Sophia Iqbal Ajani, research scholar at the Asian International University, Imphal, Manipur, and today I'm presenting my paper on antecedent-based intervention to manage fecal incontinence, a single case study analysis. The abstract: fecal incontinence in involuntary passing of stool in pants often occurs due to chronic constipation or underlying behavior and psychological factors. Fecal incontinence is a distressing condition that affects the children and their families. Antecedent management techniques, a proactive behavioral approach can effectively reduce soiling incidence by modifying the environmental and situational factors that contribute towards the soiling. This paper explores the application of antecedent strategies in a single case study analysis in reducing the fecal incontinence by establishing structured toilet schedules, modifying the diet to promote regular bowel movement, using visual clues and reminders to encourage appropriate toilet behavior. My keywords were fecal incontinence, antecedent interventions, reinforcement, cueing, and structured schedules. Introduction. Fecal incontinence in children is commonly defined as involuntary or inappropriate passage of stool in children who have typically completed toilet training. It is characterized by the recurrent loss of fecal matter into the panty or underwear, occurring at least once per month. The condition is often associated with chronic constipation and severe fecal impaction, leading to overflow soiling in otherwise healthy children without underlying anatomical abnormalities. Both functional and organic causes contribute to its etiology, which functional causes predominantly. Due to the lack of standardized guidelines, diagnosis and treatment often rely on adapted adult criteria and multidisciplinary approach. Antecedent intervention is the core principle of ABA that emphasizes on environmental modifications and preventive strategies to encourage appropriate toileting behavior. It modifies the stimuli that occur before the behavior happens, thus encourages the desired actions to reduce the problem behavior. Review of literature. The study by Shin et al. Highlights the lack of conscious guidelines for diagnosing and managing FI in children and adolescents, often relying on adult-based practices. Common causes include constipation and behavioral disorders in children with autism and ADHD. The researcher emphasized the need for improved diagnostic accuracy and treatment strategies, considering both physical and mental development. According to Cooper-Heron, an antecedent intervention involves manipulating the environment or events that precede a behavior to either increase or decrease the likelihood of behavior to occur. DS is a 5.10 girl child diagnosed with constipation problems since the age of 1.6. As per the parents, she is using medication for hard stool. She soiled her panties frequently at home. Due to this, she had developed a low self-esteem and anxiety and fear during passing the toilet. Her developmental screening test and Vinland social maturity scales showed age-appropriate development and socio-adaptive behavior. An AB design was implemented, followed by the probe phase, prioritizing the child's consistency in avoiding accidents. While an AB-AB design is often ideal, the focus here was on sustaining the learned toileting behavior rather than repeated baseline reversals. This was the procedure. So before we started off, at the center, the child was shown the various videos of social story about passing tools, the necessity for passing the tools, sitting time. It was done in an animated way so that the child did not face any difficulties to follow it. Also, child sitting time was decided. Social story on eating healthy was done so that the child eats healthy food, and also encouraged for the child to pass the stool. Introduction of visual clues, reinforcements, and consequences were set to have the goal occurred, and visual schedule was also made. This was the visual schedule that was given to the child to put it in the washroom. These were the clues given to the child because these were the timings where mostly the child soiled before going to school, before play time, before TV time, or when they visited their grandparents' house. This was how the schedule was maintained. Sitting before the, after waking up, going to school, going to the toilet before going to play, and sitting to the toilet before bedtime. Visual reminders were set. Toilet and sitting, extra TV watching time was given to the child whenever the child passed the motion appropriately. Reinforcers were set. Timings were decided and the schedule was decided. This was the timetable that was set to follow the schedule. By day 15, we were able to see a lot of progress in the child, after which probe was put for 4 days. Results. The results of the experiment is presented in the above table. During the baseline phase, DS was having 5 to 6 incidents of soiling the pants per day. Between day 1 and 5, the focus on increasing awareness Sorry. Yes, sorry. Day 1 to 5, the focus on increasing the awareness of toilet routines. Some resistance were there. There were still accidents occurring during this stage. So frequent reminders and positive reinforcement were used to encourage compliance. Between days 6 to 10, the child had started responding to prompts and recognizing the clues, leading to the gradual reduction in accidents. Occasional slip-ups were there, but slow encouragement and positive reinforcement for no incidents were used. By day 11 to 15, DS was initiating independent toileting with no accidents. Improved self-awareness became evident and structured prompts were reduced, while continued success was reinforced when praise and points were given for the exchange of following the targets. From day 16 onwards, the focus was to monitor long-term consistency and reinforcing independence in toilet habits. By this time, DS was initiating toilet use on her own with minimal prompts and no accidents. However, continued observation was maintained to sustain the progress. Parents gradually faded the external reinforcements such as regular sticker charts and frequent verbal prompts. Occasional positive reinforcements were maintained. Parents were counseled where if the accident occurred, they should be handled calmly, and antecedent strategies such as visual schedule or environmental reminders can be temporarily used again. By day 20 and beyond, successful potty training was full established where DS was confidently managing toilet needs independently. This was the graph to show how the improvement occurred and how the probe was done. Discussion. This single case study demonstrated significant improvement in toilet training behaviors through the application of antecedent intervention. Structured approach involves scheduled toilet visits before engaging in preferred activities such as watching TV, playing, visiting grandparents. This increased the child's awareness and promoted self-initiation of appropriate toilet habits. Intervention strategies like visual schedule was implemented, featuring step-by-step schedule for establishing the toileting routine. These charts served as a consistent environmental clues reinforcing the child's expectations and actions. Additionally, verbal prompts like, it's time to use the toilet before we play, let's go to the toilet before watching TV, if at all you get toilet while watching TV, it is okay to pause the TV and then go, were used to encourage compliance. Over time, these prompts were gradually faded as the child began initiating toileting independently. These were the references that were used to create this. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Any other presenters who were scheduled in this session left out? I think Dr. Mohammed HKIRRDC. Are you there? Okay. I think with this we are concluding this scientific sessions one with this presentation. But due to rains here and there are certain areas there is power failure, so the chairpersons got disconnected. So this session was jointly shared by Dr. G. Sri Krishna sir and also Professor Patanumarkan sir. So in this session, and also jointly by me, Dr. Ravindra, coordinator. So we had presentations starting with Miss Monica, but there was some technical issue. So the first presentation was by Miss Lane Trang on theoretical mechanisms of mindfulness meditation on emotional regulation and mental well-being, a literature synthesis, and then followed by Kalyani Garimella on masking behavior in neurodiverse adolescents due to peer pressure in urban settings and its impact on self-esteem. Then the third presentation was by Ramakrishna Murthy Garu on artificial intelligence in cognitive assessment and rehabilitation, an analytical review of contemporary evidence. The fourth presentation was Prajakta Shinde, a study on the role of educational psychology in promoting inclusive education practices in secondary schedule, and then followed by Fasloon on relationship between sleep quality and cognitive failures among adults. And then by Dr. George Verghese on executive behavior advisory, a clinical and organizational psychology informed framework for leadership risk, decision in architecture and workplace mental health. And then by Ms. Monica, fostering emotional regulation and social competence in children. And the last presentation by Sophia Pirani, antecedent-based intervention to manage fecal incontinence for a child with anxiety. So congratulations all the presenters, and we also appreciate all the participants who have been there since morning for the inaugural and as well as the first scientific presentations today. And all the presentations were very well done with few presentations which were exceptionally, conceptually and also research-wise, they are very good comparatively. And, these has to be, some have been conceptual and few others were based on the study, empirical with empirical evidence. So we congratulate each and everyone. And there were few questions also in the chat box. But let me see if I can. Okay. Maybe I lost in the messages. So we'll send you, we'll get back to you with that message. Or if you are online, you can raise your hand and ask orally also. Okay. So we request everyone to switch on your videos, all the presenters and also participants if you can, so that we can take a group photo for this session. Request all the presenters, especially, and also all the participants. Yeah. So thank you, everyone. So we'll be having, paneled. We'll be having plenary session from 3 o'clock. So we'll be having international resource persons joining us. So we will have we have another technical session scheduled, but the resource person is not available due to technical reasons. So we will take it up after the plenary session. Right. So anyway, we just have 15 minutes left. So in the meanwhile, we will take one presentation, one plenary session. Now we'll be starting early, and then followed by other presentations in plenary session. So let's have a 5 minutes break, and then we'll continue with plenary sessions. I think we have with us Dr. C.S. Swati ma'am. Ma'am, if you'd like to share something on this occasion. Just a second. Yes, ma'am. Now you can unmute yourself.
Yeah. So congratulations to all the participants and wonderful, I think, papers we had in this session. Only one last set of paper I was listening. I was wondering how the child came to a psychologist. So if Sophia is there, probably she can answer that. And if it is like she has the Sophia, are you there? You can answer
Yes,
that.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So, ma'am, actually, she was referred to the clinic for this fecal incontinence only because it was a behavioral this that had become through a pediatrician.
Okay.
And
No,
I am
I'm so
myself.
glad about it
Yes.
because now that awareness has come in,
Yes.
like
Yes.
role of psychologist, role of speech pathologist or audiologist, all these allied professions, now they're doing such a wonderful job that
Absolutely,
the
ma'am.
doctors are forced to send these children to
Yes.
different allied professions. So
Yes, ma'am.
glad, and I'm so happy to see your presentation. It's a wonderful work that you have
Ma'am,
done.
I've used the same with about 4 children now. I've
Wow.
entered the data of just one, but actually I've done it with same thing, same plan with 4 different children.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
Dr. George, are you there? Just wanted to say a word to Dr. George also.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. George.
Yeah. Dr. Ravindra is my student, so I'm taking the advantage of the time and the
I'm there, ma'am.
situation.
Yeah, Dr.
Yeah,
George.
Dr. George, this is Dr. Swati from Osmania University. So wonderful presentation and the need of the hour, I think. So as Ravindra was suggesting, probably we should look at this factor in little more detail because I was looking and I was also like reflecting back on how sometimes because of senior leadership not having the appropriate emotional and behavioral patterns affects the whole order below. So I
Yes.
think you should take it up and you should do something about this and
Definitely.
prepare some module. That was my suggestion. So if you can prepare some module and then we can implement in different setups, like even university setup, so different organizations. So this is playing a major role nowadays. Your topic is very relevant.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm.
I've already completed around 60% of the module.
Okay.
Working on the empirical side of it with some experts. So since you've asked me, I got an opportunity to collaborate with you, so I will definitely look forward
Okay,
to
okay.
complete the
Yeah.
module, and I will send the module to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Good job. Thank you, Ravindra. We'll be
Thank you,
waiting for our international speaker.
Yeah,
So it's a very good topic that is there.
yeah. And
Okay.
tomorrow, ma'am will also be chairing session. So tomorrow, second session. So we can hear, more from ma'am tomorrow. And as per your convenience, stay connected, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
for your
Thank
time,
you.
please. So we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll continue our sessions. Dr. Sang Ayu Isnu, are you there? Sang Ayu. Just a second. Professor Ronald will be joining us in half an hour. There is some technical issue there. The meanwhile, we'll be taking up other international presentations. So, Sang Ayu Isnu from Indonesia.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah,
Am I
you can-
audible?
yeah, you are audible. You
Oh,
can
okay. That's good.
share your presentation and also unmute yourself.
Okay, so I should have later on, yeah, but yeah, that's fine. Just a second. Can everyone see my slides?
Yes, you can make it full screen.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
What's the time
Please
now?
introduce yourself and continue.
Okay, just a second. I need to, because it's not the time yet, right? So my colleague, Professor Dewi, is not arriving yet. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
All right then. Okay, very good afternoon to respected professors, organizing committee, and also fellow presenters and participants. It is very great moment. I'm very delighted and honored to be able to be here. I would like to thank you, Prof. Prasan and Sue, for including me in the circle, in the linguistic circle, so that I can be able to present here. And apologize because actually it's not my time yet, along with my colleague. So I think she's still away, but I did requested her to be able to join later on with us. My title of presentation is Language Representation in Linguistic Landscape of Ubud, Negotiating Identity and Power in Tourism Area. My name is Sangayu Isnu Maharani. I'm from Udayana University, Bali, Indonesia, and my co-author is Professor Dewi Yulianti from Indonesian Institute of the Arts. Namaste, everyone. Om Swastiastu. Okay, so I think I need to I'm not sure if any of you have been to Bali or Indonesia, but I do hope that this presentation, for those who have visited, then it might evoking your nostalgic when you were visiting our island. But if you haven't, then maybe it can give you a slight picture about our island academically seen from linguistic landscape perspective. And the topic of our presentation actually is under social linguistic. I think it's the theme number 6, but I would like to try also to relate it into psychology, as we have this in a very short notice. But I think, yeah, since we are getting very spirited to be able to join, then I hope what we have presented, what we will present now, will be beneficial for this conference. So linguistic landscape studies examine the feasibility of languages in public science and their informational and symbolic functions. Language feasibility in multilingual communities reflects status, identity, and power. Recent linguistic landscape that followed, I will abbreviate into LL, move beyond language distribution and focus on language representation as a reflection of identity and power. So if we see it from the psychological aspect and affect, in tourism area like Ubud, outdoor signs are not merely informational. So they function as psychological stimuli, identity markers, and symbol of social power that influence how residents and tourists perceive the place. So maybe everybody can have a look at the screen. I think this is something, I think this is something that justify with, once again, what Prof. Padmaja and also Dr. Balu mentioned earlier in the opening. So the psychological aspect of perception in terms of language representation on sign. So the choice of the language applied or being feasible, whether it's Balinese, Indonesian, or English. So we have many islands in Indonesia, and in our island, I'm Balinese, so we have Balinese language. Indonesian as our national language. So it's create first impression of the place. And then in terms of cognition, the lexical choices, if relate linguistically, so it can be seen through the lexical choices, which forms mental image of Ubud. Emotionally, the traditional vocabularies and cultural expression produces feelings of authenticity, spirituality, and belonging, and behavior, as it can be seen in the signs, warning, and advertisement, influences movement and purchasing decision. And then, why Ubud? So the locus is in Ubud because it's one of Bali traditional villages and it's very well known as a cultural tourism hub and a place where local language ideology intersects with global tourism discourse. And our research question is very simple to see how the language are represented and also how does language representation reflect identity and power relation in tourism discourse. So the research gap from the previous study, which mainly focused on language distribution, linguistic landscape, heritage area, and educational area, but we would like to try to focus on meaning instead of counting, the identity analysis, power hierarchy, and under-representation of local languages in global tourism discourse. Yeah, so there's a sign saying a bad day in Bali is still better than a good day anywhere else. So yeah, it's just a phrase that might very catchy for those who visit our island. We are using a qualitative critical LL, and we done it descriptive qualitative, and our data source is secondary data that collected in Jalan Raya Ubud. So I've done this research earlier with my colleague also, Prof. Mulyawan, but he cannot attend today. And we were using note-taking, and we also apply several cherries for this. So it based the integration of linguistic landscape, geosemiotics, language and power and color theory is applied within our research framework. Linguistic landscape itself is a study of language displayed in public spaces, and I'm sure there are many can be found also in Hyderabad in the Telangana. And it focuses on the written language in specific area and function informational or symbolic. And the language choice is influenced by sign maker, audience, and perception. The language reflects social, economic, and ideological structures, and representation is not natural. It often shows language hierarchy. I need to move this. by Bourdieu, language is a symbolic power linked to capital that can be included into economic, social, and symbolic. And some language have higher prestige and legitimacy. In geosemantic framework, it can be consisting of interaction order, the relationship between sign maker and audience, and then visual semiotics, the font size, the color, the layout, how it creates hierarchy, and also place semiotics, so how meaning is shaped by spatial location. It also supported by Serrato, 2012, that explain about color. So what is the meaning of color? I think psychologically this is also can be applied, because why you're using your clothes or your dress, pink, white, so everything has meaning and how it symbolizes. So the data overview, distinguished presenters and participants, we have taken 757 outer sign, and then our observation that commercial signs were dominant. Yeah. So, and then retail and business and service providers constitute the largest categories. And this reflects Ubud orientation as a tourism-driven economy. And from the language distribution, we notice the language views. Here, I think everybody can have a look in the table. So there is the use of Balinese, the mother tongue of the Bali Island. And then we have Indonesian, the national language, English, and then English and combination. There are they use English and Japanese, English and Russian, English and Spanish, Japanese, French, yeah. And then we also have universal language symbols such as like traffic signs and others. So yeah, English is the most dominant language in the linguistic landscapes. It appears in 488 signs out of 757, so it reached 77.67%. And Balinese shows the lowest visibility, appearing only 19% of all signs. Look at this. This is Indian Gourmet House, located also in Ubud. So, yep, the English representation is becoming the most dominant language, and it representing modernity, cosmopolitanism, international accessibility, and our interpretation is English reflects the global power in tourism, commerce, and globalization. And it functions as symbolic capital, as mentioned by Bourdieu. And then we have the Public Health Center, the Indonesian representation. From the findings, we noticed that it becomes the second most visible language. We have 144 signs, which reached 19.2%, and it represents national identity, institutional communication, and state authority. Of course, it occupies an intermediate position within the linguistic hierarchy, and it reflects negotiation between national identity and the global economic interests. And here is the representation of our Balinese. The findings only show 9 signs. As I mentioned earlier, only 1%, 19 of total signs, and we haven't found a monolingual Balinese sign. So it's representing cultural authenticity and symbolic marker of Balinese culture, religious and cultural identity. The interpretation is that Balinese is culturally celebrated but socially marginalized, and used primarily for symbolic rather than practical communication. So we also like Hindi transcript. This is the Balinese inscription. I'm sorry, apologize for that. And then in terms of identity, ideology, and power, so the linguistic hierarchy in Ubud, English is dominant, Indonesian becomes the intermediate position, in the intermediate position, and Balinese becomes the least one. So English representing modernity, cosmopolitanism, international accessibility, and economic value. And then Indonesian as national identity, state authority, and institutional communication. While Balinese representing cultural authenticity and local cultural identity. The language visibility reflects an equal power relation. English gains the highest visibility because its value in tourism and globalization. And Indonesian occupies an intermediate position between the national identity and global economic interests. And Balinese remains symbolically important but has limited practical visibility. The language choice in tourism spaces is closely connected to identity, economic priorities, and audience segmentation. We conclude that English occupies the highest linguistic hierarchy. Very apologize. Due to its international prestige and economic value, Indonesian represent national identity and institutional authority. Balinese function as a marker of cultural authenticity, but remains minimally represented. And then language representation reflect identity and power relation. And tourism space negotiate between local identity and global economic interests. So the linguistic landscape of Ubud demonstrate how globalization privileged economically valuable languages while limiting local languages to symbolic cultural function. I think that's all that I can share with you all. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I'm looking forward if you have any question or suggestion. Thank you. I will stop sharing.
Yeah, congratulations, right? It was very, very wonderful presentation, and similar situation is faced by many such languages, across the world, where local languages or regional languages are facing, similar challenges. And you did a very good comparative study and, reflection of these three languages and how Balinese is also, and what is the status and position, and how well it is used, and to what extent it is used by, state at a national level and at an international level comparatively, and how it is playing a significant role in culture and the need for promoting the language and also protecting the cultural identity, because many languages are becoming endangered because of not being used. And you have also shown various percentages, like we see less than 1% where it is used in sign language or various other aspects. So, the domination of international languages like English and other national languages are taking away the space. And definitely we need to have certain language policies where we can integrate local and regional languages as well. It's a very good presentation. And
thank you very much, Dr. Ravrinda.
Thank you. And anyone else would like to share or contribute? You are welcome. If any of the participants have any queries. Okay, then. Swati ma'am, would you like to comment? Dr. Tariq Khan? Okay. So congratulations. once again for your wonderful presentation, and we can collaborate with more research work in future.
Yes,
thank
of
you.
course.
We wish you all the success.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone.
We will be moving on to other presenter today. We have Mlada Kimto. Are you there? Mlada Kimto. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Is it okay? Well, can I share my screen or
Yeah,
not?
you can go ahead and share your screen.
So I will try to do that right now. One second, please. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit confused by all the windows that I have on my computer. So here it is. Do you see my slides or not?
Yeah, it's visible. Please continue.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you see it or not?
Yeah, it's visible. Please continue.
Oh, okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this conference and for the given opportunity to present my research. I'm really happy to be part of this conference and to present something I worked on and to be. I'm far away from you because I'm in Paris, but I'm extremely happy to see you all and to meet you and to hear all your presentations that are extremely interesting. Thank you very much for this opportunity that brings together cognition, language, linguistics, and psychology. So as you can see on the first slide, the title of my presentation is Language Perception and Acquisition, a case study of surprise. And this presentation will be examining the results of perception tests that I have conducted as part of my doctoral research. Even though the main aim of my doctoral research was somehow different, I believe that the results that I have gathered can give us an interesting insight into which elements native speakers of English and French pay attention to in order to identify surprise and therefore decode a linguistic message. And I believe that it can give us some ideas about the way it could impact the learning of a second language. So the talk will be divided as follows. First, I will present you my PhD topic and talk about my research questions. Then I will give you my methodology, how I created the perception tests, and most importantly, why. I will then talk about the results, and then we will try to discuss a little bit the implications that our results can have on L2 acquisition. So my PhD topic arose from one simple observation. That observation was made during my master's degree when I was working on English phonetics, and more specifically on accent perception and recognition among French speakers of English. And the results show that 64% of English majors from three different universities in France wanted to sound and speak like natives. So the word native really interested me because I was trying to understand what native really means, and it led me to my two research questions for my PhD. What does it mean to sound and speak like a native, and is that a reasonable and even an achievable goal for an L2 speaker? So as you can see, I'm working on the native authenticity, let's say authenticity of L2 speakers of English in emotional context, and more specifically in context of surprise. So what is my experimental approach to work on those two questions and understand how native they are or not when experiencing surprise? I decided on taking an experimental approach and build a corpus containing L2 surprise and analyze it on grammatic and acoustic levels at the same time and compare that to native counterparts. But before diving into comparison and collecting the corpus, I needed to understand what surprise is, and more specifically, what surprise is from an acoustic and grammatic point of view. So to do that, I established a database for French and English surprise. I worked on 3 different corpora. I used 2 corpora for English, the Santa Barbara Corpus of American English and the Listening Project from BBC. And for French, I used le Corpus de Français Parisien Parlé des années 2000. So I've chosen those corpora because they're available to students like me. They are transcribed, not the Listening Project, but there are not too much transcription to do. And the most important feature of these 3 corpora is that they contain spontaneous speech, which is the exact framework of this research. So as you can see here, I have extracted nearly 430 instances of surprise, both for French and for French and English in total. To do that, I established a list of lexical cues such as interjections or idiomatic expressions like "oh my lord," "oh my god," "are you kidding," in both languages. I used my own acoustic impressions, and of course, I used contextual cues based on the very definition of surprise to extract surprise from these corpora. In order to be sure that the data I've gathered is trustworthy and reliable for analysis, I decided to take a second step and verify that everything I gathered is surprise. So to do that, I decided to run perception tests on French native speakers and English native speakers respectively. So all the perception tests were conceived and ran on PsychoPy, which is a software designed for psycholinguistics experiment. And how does it work? So each participant could listen to an audio stimuli containing the surprise reaction and could answer almost simultaneously by clicking yes if it was surprise, by clicking no if it was not surprise, or by clicking I don't know if they had doubts, high doubts, or if there was a problem with the audio file. And at the end of the test, they had a final question, which was indicated as follows: what are the acoustic parameters you listen to in order to identify the surprise reactions in English? And we have the same question in French. As you can see, all the rules and explanations were made into different languages, in English for English speakers, in French for French speakers. So I can let you hear, give you an example of what they could hear during the test. Sorry, I have a little problem. There's someone at my door. Just 1 second. Listen to me. I don't know. Were you able to listen or not? The audio provided. No? It doesn't really matter. Maybe I will able to play it at the end. So, as I said, they were able to listen to the audios and answer. So before starting the experiment, they were, of course, instructed about what was expected from them, what they were supposed to do, and of course, they were asked if they know what surprise is, and if they didn't, I would give them a short introduction to surprise without giving too much information in order to avoid skewing the results. So as I had a lot of instances of surprise, sorry, what? Excuse me, did you say something?
No, please continue.
No. As I had a lot of instances of surprise, I had 180 instances for French and almost 250 for English. I have divided perception tests in a series of 3 tests per language. And how many participants I needed per series, I established that 5 participants were needed for calculating a mean across answers. And how did I classify it was a surprise reaction or not? So if I had 3 or more yeses out of 5 answers, then it would be counted as surprise, and I could keep it for my analysis. What about the participants? For each language, I gathered 15 native speakers of French and 15 native speakers of English. In both categories, I had 2 bilingual speakers, French and English. For French participants, the average age was 26 years and the indicational level was higher education. For English tests, they were a little bit older and the educational level was also higher education. And what is interesting is that I included American and British speakers for the perception tests in English. So the results, since it is beyond the scope of today's presentation to understand how many instances were considered as surprise, I will skip that and show you the results to the question, where I asked them to identify the parameters that help them see if that was a surprise or not. So as you can see here, we have the first part of that questionnaire, and we can see different answers. Some of them are longer, some of them are less longer. So there were, sorry, that's the second part. So we can see different things and different features that were mentioned. If we pay a closer attention to the features that were cited by French and by English, we can see that the word intonation is the one that was used the most. After intonation, we had the voice. And French speakers were very specific about voice because they have explicited what voice means to them. So they talk about high-pitched and mellow voice, about the volume of voice. They have associated surprise to high-pitched voice, to a bigger volume, so to more intensity. And to vowel lengthening at the end of the sentence for that. Also, they have mentioned that words were helpful for them. And the final cue that was helpful was the context. When we look at the English counterpart, we see that intonation is always something that is mentioned. Then they use tone of voice or voice, and there is a fundamental difference between English and French because English participants talked about tone of voice and they tried to identify attitudes thanks to the tone of voice, not how the voice sounded, what was the emotional impact of the voice, but they didn't mention much, they didn't say much about voice quality. Also, there is an interesting thing that we can say about English is that if they didn't know if it was surprise or not. They used a lot of words and they tried to pay attention to words, as we can see here, the words language they used, the words, the interjections. They were looking for idiomatic expressions like "oh my God," "oh my Lord," etc. And they also looked for context. I didn't highlight context here for the sake of visibility, but yeah, they were really paying attention to context when it was difficult to pinpoint a specific intonation to surprise. So if you look at the answers side by side, we can see that both French speakers and English speakers use the same features to recognize and decode linguistic message, which are intonation, tone of voice, and everything that goes with voice, which refers to prosodic cues, to prosody, to the overall melody of the surprise or the linguistic message, to the pace. Here with French speakers, we have more examples because they gave more information to the loudness, to the intensity, to the high pitched, to rises, whereas English speakers only cited intonation shifting, for instance, rising or falling. And we see that French speakers really used words or context as a crutch when it was not really possible to, when they were not sure of themselves, and they really relied on prosodic cues when lexical cues and contextual cues were very important for English speakers. It is worthy to note that those people who have those participants among English participants who have mentioned context also complain about the fact that there was not enough context to identify if it was surprise or not. So where does it leave us? Even if we see the same patterns, they're not used in the same way. And as Pranina and all have highlighted in 2021, prosody is something that is almost acquired from birth because babies are capable to recognize prosody and prosodic features and to perceive a language from early on in life. And Bessières, which is eminent phonologist in France, called prosody as the child's first language. And what we can see in that example is that prosody is acquired and is developed. It is followed by grammar rules and lexicon that come together and shape each other. We also know that prosody is language dependent, which means that prosody acts according to the language and according to grammar and syntactic rules of that language, and is really dependent on that. So we can suppose that if prosody is something that is acquired and mastered throughout the whole life, and we see here that there are different mechanisms that come into play when it comes to language perception, we can also imagine that there are different that this has an impact, and a big impact, on the way we perceive single languages and the way we learn single languages. So as my conclusion, I would say that the results showed differences between two languages that are closely related, that have years of common history, of word borrowings, and cultural influence. But we see that there are different mechanisms, same mechanisms, but that work differently. And if we talk about authenticity or native sounding, or just learning, language learning, we can see that this could actually exploring how we perceive our L1 and what mechanisms make us good speakers of L1 can help us learn a second language. In fact, oral skills in second language are considered as being the most difficult ones. And oral skills means expressing oneself and understanding oneself. So maybe if we look closely into the mechanisms that are at play in the L1, we could establish a methodology, a more helpful and effective methodology to learn a second language. That's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Malda. It was a very wonderful presentation. And there are various studies that also research being conducted on languages, influence of L1, L2, L3, and how it is impacting the language L1 on L2 and L2 on L1 and L3. So,
yeah,
yes, as you rightly pointed out, there are various nuances and we need to address. And there are a lot of research that is going on, and still more research is required to be more specific in understanding, because different language, every language has its own nuances and its own morphology and syntax. And so there need to be more research conducted and very well presented. Maybe in coming events, we can also have in detailed discussion very specific to these topics. We can have panel discussions or workshops coming up. So we'll try to reach out to you in organizing, and we are soon planning for an international, one more offline in a hybrid mode. So we'll have more time for us to collaborate and work on different projects as well. So we congratulate you once again for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Being part of this international conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone, if you'd like to share your observation quickly, you are free to raise your hand.
Someone raised their hand.
Sindhu?
Yes, ma'am, may I ask?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so, yeah, thank you. So, since you mentioned that people want to sound in the like the native speaker, so if a person does start practicing and like let's say they start practicing from today and they started picking up the second language after the age of 20, let's say they move to a different place and the accent there is different. So how much time would you say they need? And do you think that they will really be able to get to the native accent at all, or the traces of the first language will always be there?
Well, actually, I don't really know how much time they will need to get to get a native accent. Honestly, this is at the core of my PhD research, and what I try to establish is how close or not we are to the native counterpart. And I'm working on people who study English at university, and usually, if we take people from France, they started learning English around 6 or 8 years old, because this is the time we started learning English in school. But honestly, I don't really know about if they picked up English at 20. Like, I think it depends on the way we, it depends on personal skills, personal ability. And as I tried to explain when I gave the PhD topic and overview, I analyze the language on 2 levels, on the grammatic level and the acoustic level. So maybe there's more nuance to authenticity. What I observed from my corpora, because I'm still analyzing it, so I don't have like precise data to share, but I'm still analyzing it. So what I've noticed is that French speakers are pretty good at using the same words to express surprise, but in terms of acoustic patterns, they're not really yet here. And in terms of pragmatic use of surprise, it's not the same as for native speakers. So I'm really trying to define the patterns that make us sound native like in a second language. But yeah, your question is very interesting, and unfortunately I don't have the answer yet, but I will try to find. And like you mentioned, 20 years old, I don't know, this comes to the whole how can I put it in English? The whole conversation that exists around authenticity. Is this an achievable and a reasonable goal? Because do we really need to be authentic in a second language to be understood or not? So yeah, I don't know if it answers your question, but I tried. Yes. There's someone else with another question? No?
Hello.
Hello? Hello.
Good afternoon. Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon.
Am I audible, all of you, please? Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes.
May I please ask one question?
Mm-hmm.
The question
Yes, please.
is,
Yeah.
why is intonation considered a more reliable indicator of surprise than lexical items alone?
Okay, why intonation is considered as more reliable? It is not considered as more reliable. There are perception tests, so they base their answers on what they heard and what they know about surprise. And French speakers use more intonation than American or British speakers. And I think it has everything to do with the way we perceive and acquire our L1, because in French we have very specific intonation. We have a rising intonation at the end of sentences, for instance, and we don't really need lexical cues or context. We can express a lot of things with intonation. So for instance, I will try to show you an example. Like maybe you heard that we sometimes Parisians, that we're not very happy and that we say something like "oh la la." Have you heard of that? So if
Yes.
I say "oh la la," I'm kind of, I'm not really happy. But if I say "oh la la," like I'm surprised and I'm therefore quite happy somewhere. So yeah, we have a lot of I'd say inflections in French. So I wouldn't say that is extremely reliable, but it is reliable for French speakers more than lexical cues, because yeah, as I said, we have a lot of words, but I don't know why in French we tend to reuse the same words over and over again with different acoustic patterns to express different emotions or different states. Yeah. Does it answer your question?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Just wanted to have one difference, please. Will you give me insight over it?
Sorry, what? Because I have a little problem with my computer. I didn't hear the beginning of your question.
Thank you, ma'am, for answering my first question. Thank you so much. Second is like I want to just have a small difference. I want an insight over it. Intonations reflects like a spontaneous emotional responses, whereas words can be deliberately chosen. May I
So
repeat?
if I No. I think I got your question. I'm just thinking about well, that's an interesting question. I think I need more time to think about it.
Wow.
Honestly.
Okay, I think we can get back after some time.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
So, and
Thank you,
also,
ma'am.
yeah.
Thank you
sir,
very
to give
much.
me an
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Manish ji, for asking your queries, and also thank you, Lada, for joining us. And it was a really wonderful session, insightful, and really we also need to look into the psycholinguistic aspect, the psychology of language, how surprise, emotions, how they are playing role. And this is what we are trying to, uh, uh, get interlinked with the interdisciplinary research from different fields of psychology, cognition, behavior, language, linguistics. So congratulations once again. We have another professor waiting for us. Thank you. Wish you all the success. So we have with us Professor Ronald O'Donnell. He's a clinical professor from College of Health Sciences. And Professor is a clinical professor, psychologist, founding director of the Doctor of Behavioral Health program in the College of Health Solutions at Arizona State University in Phoenix, Arizona. He is also president of SunCare Health Solutions, LLC, an international behavioral health consulting company, and also maintains a psychotherapy practice in his local community. He is a leader in the research, education, and training on global integrated behavioral healthcare, the use of behavioral interventions to improve both medical and psychiatric problems such as diabetes and depression in global context. Professor has led the development of the Doctor of Behavioral Health degree curriculum and integrating and developing the internship training program and expansion to include both clinical and as well as health management concentrations. And Professor is now working on the development of international education programs for the College of Health Solutions, as well as the development of new integrated healthcare degrees and physician certificate education program. And he has more than a decade of experience as a consultant, trainer, and lecturer in China, Southeast Asia. He continues long-standing physician and training programs in Beijing and has presented many other training sessions in Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. And he presented at various conferences in the US, India, China, Malaysia, Indonesia, Cambodia, and so on, And Professor has been more than 10 years as a leader in health plans as director of disease management programs. He directed teams of physicians, nurses, dietitians, and behavioral health consultants on providing patient prevention and disease management programs for conditions such as hypertension, diabetes, and depression. So he served at various positions as director of outpatient behavioral health clinics that were connected to the patient, community health clinic, and family physician. He provided physician consultation and training on behavioral health problems. And he was also director of psychiatric hospital inpatient units. He trained psychiatrists and nurses on behavioral health and launched a comprehensive group education treatment program for patients with severe mental illness. He also has significant experience treating the severely mentally ill, including as community-based care manager, providing crisis management, and also includes treatment of adult depression, anxiety and trauma, substance abuse, child treatment of attention deficit disorder, autism spectrum disorders, and oppositional defiant disorders, and adolescent treatment for family conflict, substance abuse and school behavioral problems, and he is experienced in individual, couples, family, and group psychotherapy treatment techniques. So he's, in short, we can go on saying, and it will take half an hour also. And, he's so humble, down to earth, really dedicated his entire life in promoting, health programs and training health professionals and allied health professionals. We welcome you, Professor, for your session.
Dr. Ravindra, thank you for that introduction. I'm grateful to be here, and it's good to see all of your colleagues. Welcome all. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Professor.
I'll get my PowerPoint slides here ready just a moment. So the topic of my presentation today is attention and cognitive dysregulation. How do we cope with the adverse impact of technology on our attention and health? And I developed a recent approach to use mindfulness, habit change, and happiness, or positive psychology, to address the problem we're all facing with technology. How often do you plan to do something, work on a project, spend time with your family, and suddenly you spend 2 or 3 hours scrolling social media or streaming your favorite show on one of the platforms? We often have our attention taken away by technology and leads to unhealthy habits and problems. That's the focus of my talk today. So Dr. Ravindra mentioned I'm a clinical professor at Arizona State University and also president of a company called Suncrane Health, and I'm focused on integrated healthcare. How do we address both improving physical health and mental health? How can we prevent obesity, type 2 diabetes, poor exercise, poor diet, depression, anxiety? So that's my area of expertise, is physical health and mental health, how to improve. I'm always happy to share my contact information, my email, my WhatsApp. Feel free to contact me for any questions you have after my talk today. I've been doing work globally since 2010, first in China. I spent 9 years going there, training doctors and nurses, social workers, and later expanded my work to Southeast Asia, then South Asia, and more recently Africa. I was a consultant for the World Health Organization to write the first guidelines for psychological interventions for psychologists in Vietnam. That project just finished a year and a half ago. I've been doing research. I'm more of a clinical professor, not a research professor, but I still do research on integrated healthcare. So the problem we're facing globally is, number one, epidemic of non-communicable diseases, type 2 diabetes, hypertension. And these are often and largely caused by our lifestyle, our behaviors, poor diet, lack of physical activity, tobacco use, harmful alcohol use. All these behaviors lead to obesity, lead to chronic disease. We're also seeing globally an increase in psychological problems and substance use disorders. And of course, during COVID-19, we had increased in psychological distress globally. And we're also unhappy. There's an increasing happiness. The Gallup polling organization does a poll globally every year on happiness, and they found really a decreasing happiness globally over the past 10 years. There's increased emotional distress and upset, especially in low-income countries, but in all countries, even in upper income countries. There's increased stress and unhappiness. And of course, we all have too many unhealthy habits. We don't exercise enough. We sit in our desk looking at our computer too long. Our unhealthy diets, we have too much salt, sugar, fat, processed food, junk food, harmful alcohol use. These are all habits we have and we all struggle with. I'm sure many of you struggle with health habits that are just difficult to change. You have the best intention. I want to exercise more. I want to go and eat healthier, but we end up being distracted and not being able to regulate our habits. And my major goal is to train clinicians globally, all kinds of clinicians, doctors, nurses, social workers, community health workers, and especially in low and middle income countries. So if I'm training social workers in India or Vietnam or Thailand, they are not trained in advanced psychotherapy and habit change. Our medical professionals, doctors and nurses, are trained in medicine. They're not trained and don't have the time to do things like helping people change unhealthy habits. So my goal, my mission has been to develop ways of helping patients change their behavior that I can train to clinicians who have very little background on complicated psychological theories. I want to use techniques that are easy to understand, easy to learn for the clinician, and they can then help their patients learn these same techniques. That's the focus of my work on mindfulness, habit change, and positive psychology. So first of all, why is it so difficult to change unhealthy habits? Why is changing a behavior so difficult? We all know, for example, at the start of the new year, everybody goes to the gym. I want to change my habits. I'm going to exercise more. After 2 or 3 weeks, they stop going. It's difficult to make new healthy habits. And it's in part because self-regulation. Self-regulation is the ability to balance our cognition, our thoughts, our emotions, my happiness, unhappiness, and my actions to create, monitor, and modify healthy coping strategies. Healthy self-regulation is I'm flexible. I can have my situation change and learn new coping strategies, new healthy habits, or unlearn unhealthy habits. If I go to my doctor and he says, "Oh, you've been gaining too much weight. Why is that? Maybe it's your diet. Let's talk about your diet." Well, yes, I've been eating more fried food lately, and I really like to have my ice cream and high sugar, and I can't change that, and it's causing me to be unhealthy. If I have poor self-regulation, that becomes a problem. If I have healthy self-regulation, I can look at myself and say, okay, I'm going to begin adding healthier foods to my diet. I'm going to replace unhealthy foods with healthier foods. We can use our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions to be positive as things change in our life rather than getting stuck in unhealthy patterns. So unhealthy habits are an example of failed self-regulation. They're especially an example of avoidant coping that offer temporary relief, but they cause long-term problems. So for example, let's say I have a fight with my spouse or a conflict with my supervisor. I feel anxious and worried, upset. What do? Maybe I want to find some relief from that feeling. I want to try and do something to feel better. Maybe I'll have a glass of alcohol. Maybe I'll have a nice sweet ice cream. Maybe I'll have some deep fried food. Maybe I'll spend time on my phone looking at social media to feel better. We do things that make us feel better in the short term, right now. I want to feel better. I don't want to feel anxious, but they cause long-term problems in our life for our health. So because of avoiding things by coping with unhealthy habits, we have increased psychological problems, long-term decline in our physical health, and emotional dysregulation. Our emotions, being upset, being sad, being angry, take us off of being self-regulated. So our attention is also important. What do you attend to? We know that our attention, it really drives our behavior. Whatever we're attending to, whether it's short-term or long-term, our attention focuses that. It determines which cues, internal cues like our emotions, external cues like seeing an advertisement at a restaurant for unhealthy foods, seeing alcohol being advertised. These all are things that take our attention away from our conscious control and regulation and disrupt it. And when it's disrupted, it can be due to stress, fatigue, emotions. We look for something immediate to help us feel better. Snacking, alcohol. We don't think about our long-term goals. We think about what can I do right now? Where's my attention right now to feel better? I can feel better if I look at my smartphone and look at social media. I'll feel better if I go ahead and watch my favorite show on Netflix. I'll feel better if I have some unhealthy food that tastes so good. I don't think about long term, this is not good for me. And of course, digital technologies disrupt our self-regulation. How many times do you plan to work on something, do something, and suddenly you spend too much time on social media, looking at talking to your friends, looking at different kind of social media posts and funny videos, and suddenly 2 or 3 hours have gone by, and we think, "Oh, I wasted too much time." We have uh, algorithms, on Meta and on advertising designed to take our attention, to hijack our attention and steal our attention for unhealthy things. So we have digital technology constantly bombarding us with too much information that takes our attention away from things we think are important in life. We get too easily distracted. So we need ways to regain our attention, to take control and self-regulate our lives. Of course, it's okay to enjoy social media, to enjoy programs, to have occasionally a sweet food that's not healthy, but we can't have those things become overused and addictive to us. We must find ways to balance these things that are enjoyable, not have them take over our attention and our control and our self-regulation. So the cycle is we have stress in life. Our attention is disrupted. I feel upset, so I look for something immediate to feel better. The more I do this, it becomes an ingrained unhealthy habit. And those unhealthy habits in turn lead to cardiovascular risk factors, increased weight, increased lipids, increased blood pressure, which in turn lead to non-communicable diseases like type 2 diabetes and hypertension. This cycle continues over time, and we become more and more unhealthy. So the solution I developed is combining the science of habit change, mindfulness, meditation, and happiness or positive psychology. I chose these three because, number one, they're relatively easy to learn. They aren't complicated. Number two, certainly mindfulness is a good fit with many of the Southeast and South Asian cultures. A long history of Ayurvedic medicine in India, for example, traditional medicine in China, Buddhism, other kinds of form of meditation. But the meditation or the mindfulness I use is more of a science-based approach. It's really a psychological intervention that's been developed and used for decades. And of course, there are recent approaches how we can use positive psychology to improve happiness. So I've taken these different approaches that I use myself in my own life and created a online course that includes a basic course on integrated healthcare, but it also includes an advanced course that combines these different topics, mindfulness and habit change. The course is 8 modules, typically done one every 2 weeks. And it includes on the one side, learning about mindfulness, the science of mindfulness, learning how to use mindful breathing, meditation, loving kindness, but also learning how to focus our attention inward, to focus our attention on attending to our emotions that are unhealthy and happy, but not to react to them, to learn how to cope with them more effectively. On the other hand, looking at habit change, there's a whole new science of habit change, looking at how we can use techniques to change our habits. So this is the course I've been developing and using. I developed this course first in Vietnam with a small research grant, and I've since delivered this course in Vietnam, India, Africa the last year, and I have a new class right now in Bangkok, Thailand. It's an online course that includes webinar recordings, readings. I wrote an entire book on this approach. And we have a group we form on social media group so I can discuss with the students after the class and between class how they're doing. I've also created a health lifestyle risk assessment, online questionnaires for diet, physical activity, smoking. So the clinician and patient can see what kind of problems do I have in terms of my habits? Is my sleep poor? Am I having too much alcohol? Having objective information to identify the problem is an important starting point. And there are many recent books published on habit change that take these new science of habit change, which I'll talk about today, and make them understandable, easy to learn. The book called Atomic Habits by James Clear has been published and translated in 40 different countries and has sold, I think, 4 million copies globally. So it's a very popular approach. People want to learn how to change their habit because it's difficult. So I've used these new approaches to design the information I use for training clinicians on habit change. And I'll cover that next, habit change. First, what is a habit? It's a behavior, an action, a pattern, or routine in our life that's acquired by frequent repetition. So it becomes almost involuntary. It repeats regularly every day in our life. Habits are formed by repetition. When you do the same thing daily, over and over again, it becomes a habit you just do without thinking about it. So for example, when you get in your car or on your motorbike, or public transportation, you don't think, how do I turn the car on? How do I steer the wheel? How do I check my rear view mirror? You just do it automatically. Maybe you've been driving and thinking about other things and you realize I haven't even been thinking about my driving for the last half hour. They become unconscious habits. You wake up in the morning, you prepare your coffee or your tea in the morning. You don't think, how do I prepare my tea? How do I get the water ready? How do I get my tea ready, the infuser? We just do it out of habit. And the same thing happens with unhealthy habits. We have habits are formed by this repetition called a habit loop. We have a cue. Something takes our attention and creates an urge. Maybe it can be a negative emotion, feeling sad, worried, angry. Maybe it can be something I see, an advertisement for alcohol, tobacco, unhealthy food. Something takes our attention and requires a response. It creates a craving. Our response, whatever we do, having that smoke of cigarettes, having a glass of alcohol, having a big fried food that's unhealthy, that's our response. And it's rewarding. It feels good. That reward helps to make the habit more likely to occur again. So let's say I'm walking down the street in Thailand and I see this wonderful street food. It's a street stand selling deep fried seafood and meat. I walk by, I can see how wonderful it looks. I can smell the wonderful smell of the seafood grilling. And I go and I feel the warmth of the grill. These are all cues, visual, auditory, sensory, that they draw me. And my response is, I'm going to have some of this. Even though my doctor says, oh, Dr. Ron, you should not have too much fried, salty food. It really is not good for your blood pressure. At this moment, I'm not thinking about that. My attention is on this wonderful food in front of me. I take a big bite. It's delicious. It becomes a habit if I keep on doing that day by day. That's an example of the habit loop and how it takes our attention and forms unhealthy habits. So the cue that causes our craving can be in the environment, it can be inside ourselves, it could be emotional, it could be the time of day. I get off work or finish my school day, I feel very stressed, I want to get some relief from my stress. It could be somebody else in our life, having an argument with your partner, your family, your coworkers. These are all things that are cues that can create an urge to do something to feel better. That's how habits are formed. We do something that feels better, it's rewarding, the loop becomes solidified, concrete. It becomes more involuntary. We don't even think about it. Our response is what we do to respond to the cue, how we act, and it's rewarding. It must be rewarding. We must feel some sense of satisfaction that it helps to address the cue. I see the wonderful street food, I take a bite, it's very rewarding. So we began with, how do we add a new healthy habit? I want to exercise more. I want to eat healthier food. How do we do this? The habit science shows we have to add a small habit that only is very short, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, something that's healthy, and do that once a day. I'll eat one healthy fruit or vegetable at lunchtime. I'll take a walk after I finish breakfast. We set a reminder maybe a reminder in your calendar, on your phone, on your computer, on your smartwatch, and do the same habit every day. For example, I'm going to finish my breakfast and spend 10 minutes doing meditation. It should be short because that way it's achievable. If we set a very big goal, I'm going to walk 10,000 steps, that's too big, it's too difficult. We must start small because the key to creating a new habit is repetition. If we do something daily, at first with intention, with reminders, over time it becomes automatic. So in my life, my habit is every day I have breakfast, then I spend 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes doing mindful meditation. I don't think about that. I don't plan it. It's just part of my daily activity. It's this ingrained involuntary habit. I have breakfast, have my coffee, I do meditation. And it's rewarding. When I do meditation, I feel relaxed. I feel a better ability to think about my problems that day. I feel more compassion for myself and others. So you can find something that you can do that's rewarding, add it to your schedule every day for a short time, and that becomes a habit. The book by James Clear, Atomic Habits, he has a 2-minute rule. Pick something you can do for 2 minutes every day. Make it simple so you can do it. My 2-minute routine is I'm going to walk up and down my stairs in my apartment for 2 minutes. And the key is to repeat this daily. Do the same thing every day with reminders. Repetition is what builds new habits. And you commit. You make a habit plan. I have a form I give clinicians to give their patients. I will add healthy vegetable to my dinner every day at dinner time. And I'll have dinner in my kitchen with my family with adding one healthy vegetable per day. That's all, just one little thing. And every day I add the healthy vegetable, it becomes a habit over time. Track your progress on a calendar. I keep a calendar and I have all my habits entered there. Whether it's yoga, meditation, healthy food, put down the time of day in your calendar, set reminders. And then you can, after you finish your habit, check it off your list. I did my meditation. I had my healthy vegetable. I did my exercise. It's rewarding to track your habit. It's also great as a reminder. When we track our habit and we self-monitor, it helps to form new habits. So the key to adding a new habit is to be aware of the habit cycle, to add a new healthy habit, to be consistent. Use reminders in our environment. It could be reminders on your phone, your watch. You could use little post-it notes, stick them on your wall, and try not to miss more than one day. It's hard to be perfect, never miss one day, but with time, it will become a new habit. How much time will it take? It varies. For some things, it can be relatively short, 30, 60, 90 days. For more challenging things, it might take 200 days. But the research is very clear. This approach can help to improve new habits. And this is easier to start small and add over time new habits. Now next, how to replace an existing unhealthy habit. Adding a healthy habit, any habit change is difficult, right? But adding a healthy habit is not so difficult. Stopping or replacing an unhealthy habit, that's more difficult. Unhealthy habits, we know about them. They're things we do that they're negative because the consequences are undesirable. It may have short-term benefits, right? If I have coffee, tobacco, unhealthy food, too much screen time, it feels good in the short term. I feel good for a short time, but then afterward I think about it and the consequences of gaining weight, feeling more upset, not having my health goals met. These make me feel in the long term unhappy. And common unhealthy habits, I'm sure we can all relate to these. Consuming too much, escaping by using digital social media, angry, harmful actions, aggressive driving, road rage, being too busy, working too much. That can be an unhealthy habit. Worry, procrastination. These are all unhealthy habits we develop to cope with stress and emotions that lead us to unhealthy habits that lead us to poor health. So step one to replace an unhealthy habit is to map and be more aware of your current habit loop. What is the cue you're concerned about? Is it the cue of I get off work and I want to have alcohol to feel better. Become familiar with and describe and be aware of your unhealthy habit loops. You want to study yourself and see how you're responding to the loop before you try to change it. So become aware of your cue, how you respond to the cue, and how it's rewarding. Next, you want to experiment and find a new healthy response to replace the current unhealthy one. We can't simply stop a habit because the cue is still there. If the cue is an advertisement for fast food, I can't make that cue go away because that cue is going to be on my phone, on my drive to work, on my TV. The cue is still there. We must find a way to respond to that cue that's healthy, not unhealthy. And that takes time. It means we have to find something healthy that's rewarding and respond to that cue. So if my cue is I have an argument with my spouse and I want to have something to relieve my stress, maybe alcohol, I can instead try and use a short relaxation exercise, breathing, a mindful meditation, a short walk, having a healthy snack, add something healthy to replace the unhealthy habit. Now, this takes experimentation because it must be rewarding. And for me, relaxation, mindfulness, exercise, healthy foods that are very tasty, they're all rewarding and they can be effective in replacing that cue. So I complete a new habit intention. When I have the fight with my spouse, rather than reaching for alcohol, I'm going to try to use breathing exercises and relaxation. That way I can relax, calm down. Then I have the intention to go back, talk to my spouse about the problem, find ways to solve the problem rather than having alcohol, which is escaping and avoiding the problem. And I need to test the response. After I try the new response, did it work? Is the cue or craving still present? If the cue is gone, I don't feel the urge anymore, wait 15 minutes to make sure it doesn't come back. If it doesn't come back, it means yes, you found a new healthy habit to replace the unhealthy habit. If the cue is still there and you still want the unhealthy habit, it means you haven't found the right replacement habit yet. You must go back and try that. Try a different one. Maybe rather than trying mindfulness, I'll try exercise. Maybe I'll try having a talk with my parent or child that's relaxing. This is a habit analysis. You have to see if what you're doing is working. Next, I'm going to talk about how we can use mindfulness and habit change. And again, mindfulness, I'm talking about a particular form of mindfulness called mindfulness-based stress reduction. It was a psychological intervention developed by a psychologist named John Kabat-Zinn. He found that by using mindful meditation, body scan, meditation, breathing, loving compassion meditation, people can learn to manage stress more effectively. So you're probably familiar with meditation. Mindfulness-based stress reduction is a specific form of meditation. It's based on, Buddhism, but it's not simple Buddhist meditation. It really is a psychological intervention to help us become more aware of emotions, thoughts that lead us to dysregulation. And we learn us to be more with the present moment, able to better self-regulate our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions to have a healthier, happier life. Typical mindful meditation exercises are breathing, a body scan, mindfulness of senses, paying attention to my hearing, my feelings of my senses, my taste, loving kindness, giving thoughts of loving kindness to other people in my life and to myself. These are all ways of learning how to deal with emotions that make us feel uncomfortable and happy. So we can use mindfulness as one of the new responses in the habit loop. So back to my original example, if my cue is I argue with my spouse, I reach for some alcohol to feel better, if instead I have my argument and I do a short mindful meditation, that will help to calm me, help me become more aware of the emotions I had that were activated by the fight with my spouse. And then I can then think more clearly about how to regulate myself and address this problem more clearly. That's an example of using mindfulness as a new healthy habit in my habit loop. Last of all, I'm going to talk about happiness and habits. And I have here creating happiness. Can we create happiness? There's many recent books by happiness researchers. Much of my approach is from a book by Katie Holmes called Happier Hour, How to Beat Distraction, Expand Your Time, and Focus on What Matters. I also recommend the book by Gloria Mark called Attention Span, How to Restore Balance, Happiness, and Productivity. That book is about digital technology, digital media, taking our attention away. How can we take our attention back? So I talk about happiness by design. Happiness is in large part determined by how we spend our time. We all know we're too busy. I'm too stressed. I have no time for this. I have no time for that. But time is subjective. How you spend your time determines how you feel and how happy you are. And if you focus on increasing time, doing things that you know bring you happiness, being deliberate, you can increase happiness in your day. If you spend more time doing things that increase your well-being, confidence, like exercise, acts of kindness, being in awe of nature, these are all things we can do with more intention. We often don't do them because our attention is taken away by digital media. But if we spend time analyzing how we're happy, we can then understand better our patterns. And the Vietnamese monk Thich Nhat Hanh, in his Buddhist teaching, talks about true happiness. True happiness will be a benefit to myself and other people. Deceptive happiness only brings temporary pleasure and helps us to forget or avoid our suffering, but it's not lasting and can be harmful. This is a great example of happiness being tied to our habits. If we do things that bring us short-term happiness, alcohol, tobacco, unhealthy food, screen time, it takes temporary relief, but it brings long-term suffering. So we can use these same approaches of habit and mindfulness to improve our happiness. How do we do this? First of all, we do an analysis. We do happiness tracking. For 1 week or 2 weeks, use a calendar, and every hour, write down what you did and rate your happiness on a scale from 0 to 10. How happy are you doing that activity for that hour? And be very specific. Make sure you rate your happiness based on whether the activity is positive and how you feel after the activity is done. Think about whether it's engaging, it helps you be more engaged with other people. And also monitor your negative ratings. What makes you feel unhappy? What causes you to feel sad, anxious, worried, upset? Don't worry about your high ratings, your low ratings. Simply do this to identify your patterns, because we often do things with the intention of being happier, but the result is I'm unhappy. Maybe I look at my calendar and I see I got home from work and I thought to myself, I'm going to watch my favorite streaming video series on Netflix for one episode. Then I'll do my family dinner and I'll take care of some work. And suddenly I'm watching 2 episodes, 3 episodes, 4 episodes, and I stop after 2 or 3 hours and say to myself, oh, I just wasted 3 hours. I wanted to do my project. I wanted to talk to my family, but I spent all this time on watching my program. My intention was to be happy, but I look back and rate myself. I'm unhappy because it took away my attention, and I was unhappy as a result. So these ratings of my happiness, I can use then to track my happiness. I'll look at my calendar for the past week, identify what were the happiest things I did. Maybe it was talking to my spouse. Maybe it was talking to my coworkers. Maybe it was going for a walk, enjoying nature. I'll make note of what was the happiest thing I did. Where was I? Who was I with? What was I doing? I want to become more aware of what makes me happy by analyzing it, becoming conscious of it. And I'll rank my happiest activities. Number 1, what was it? Where was it? Who was it with? I want to become an expert at knowing what makes me happy. I'll do the same thing for unhappiness. What makes me unhappy, right? I'll do the happiness analysis and I'll reflect on it. What do I discover about my day-to-day patterns and my happiness? Maybe in the morning I have more focus, attention. I'm doing better by middle of the day, end of the day. I'm more fatigued, more stressed. I notice I'm doing things that are unhealthy in trying to be happy, and they're not working. So I do an analysis. And I can actually calculate my time spent in happy activities, unhappy activities. And I'll then try to capture and analyze what can I do more of? What things are bringing me happiness I can do more of? What things are bringing me unhappiness I can do less of? And we can use habit change to alter my daily schedule, to schedule more activities that I know will bring me happiness, to replace activities that are unhappy with happy activities. So a very simple approach to use your calendar and habit science to increase happiness. So in summary, I covered much information today. I had to be fast. I hope I gave you the key ideas for the approach I use. We can create healthy habits and replace unhealthy habits. It's difficult. Don't get me wrong, it's difficult, but it can be done. Habit science shows some practical approaches to do this that are proven effective. It's easier to teach these habit change than more complicated evidence-based approaches. Maybe you can learn motivational interviewing, the trans-theoretical model, the health beliefs model, cognitive behavioral therapy. Those are all very effective approaches, but they're much more complicated, require much more time to learn as a clinician, and they're more challenging for patients to learn. To learn how to analyze and focus on your habit loop and change that is a very intuitive, natural way to address habits and easier than more complicated approaches. Mindfulness requires daily practice, but if you commit to it, it's easy to learn, it's not difficult, and you become more skilled over time at emotional regulation rather than dysregulation. And last of all, we can use these same approaches to look at happiness in our life, what brings us happiness, what brings us unhappiness, and make conscious changes and use habit change to create more happy moments in our life. My company offers these courses globally. If you have any interest in these courses, please contact me on my email or through Dr. Ravinda. And he'll make these PowerPoints available to you as a PDF, including the references and citations for all my work. I'm going to stop sharing my screen here. Thank you for your time and attention. I covered much information, so I'm happy to take time for any questions if there are any. Thank you very much, Dr. Ravinda. Thank all of you.
Thank you, Professor. You have taken a wonderful topic, discussed about the need of the hour. More than communicable diseases, the world is being affected by non-communicable, especially lifestyle diseases or disorders. Because just by changing a simple lifestyle habits, we can bring a great change in our health habits. But unfortunately, we are losing, a lot of resources, productivity on non-communicable diseases. And, you've spoken or about self-regulation, how our self-regulation is very much important in regulating our habits, especially leaving unhealthy habits and turning them into healthy habits, and strategies for overcoming unhealthy habits, and leading to which are having unhealthy habits which are leading to psychological problems and different consequences that are affecting our health and well-being. And you spoke about the factors like attention, cognitive disruptions, and also we were talking about stress and attention disruptions, and how the habit science actually works. Habit science, you were talking about mindfulness and happiness, and repetition. By how do we inculcate new habit? By repetition, and by a habit which becomes repetitive, which becomes involuntary, and that's how we learn so many habits. And in a similar way, we can learn unhealthy habits and also healthy habits. So how to learn more healthy habits using healthy habit loop, and you have in detail spoken about inculcating new habits and changing our existing habits which are unhealthy. And thank you very much. It is very much need of the hour. Now we are opening the platform to the participants. So feel free to unmute yourself. We are giving access to everyone. Feel free to unmute yourselves and to share your observations. I know definitely everyone has some habit to be changed. Not one, many.
We all do.
So we have a wonderful opportunity and we have an expert here. So if you have something that you are still struggling, you can join the program offered by Professor. It's a very good opportunity for all of us. And this platform is now open for observations, queries. You can unmute yourself. Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah. Dr. Ronald, this is Dr. Swati from Linguistics Department from Osmania University. So,
Swati, good to meet you.
Yeah, wonderful talk. And I think we all need to do something about this because we are all doing a lot of habits that you were talking about. My question was we have come across many, what do you say? I don't know whether it's research related, but many times suggestions that 21 days are enough to change a habit. So I don't know whether that is it is having medical evidence and there is any evidence for that. So what is your take on that? Can we change a habit in 21 days? Like is there any time frame that for the habit change? That is the question.
There is much research on how long it takes to establish a new habit or change an unhealthy habit, and 21 days is likely too short. I think 90 days is more reasonable for a mild habit. For difficult habits that are very ingrained, it may even take 3, 4, 5 months. So being realistic is important. It takes time, and the key is repetition. Do the same thing every day. It will become a habit over time, but 21 days, in my experience, is too short.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
It's good to know because you don't want to give your patient a false expectation, right? If it sounds too easy and it's not easy, they'll get frustrated. If you tell them honestly, hey, it's hard to change habits, this approach works, but it might take 2 or 3 months, that's important. And start with a habit that's not too difficult, one that they can. It's always better to add a new habit first. That's easier. Changing an unhealthy habit is more difficult. So if I add a new habit, it's a step in the right direction. Over time, I'll get more confident and experienced in habit change. Then I can approach more difficult habits. So start small and grow over time.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good question.
Thank you. Yeah, Manish. Manish, you can unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes, Manish.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, Manish.
It's good evening. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Sir, I have 2 questions related to mindfulness. With your permission, may I please?
Of course. I welcome them.
Please go ahead, Manish.
Yes. So my first question is how does mindfulness differ from concentration?
How does it help concentration? Is that what you're asking?
No. How does mindfulness differ from concentration, sir?
Give me a better, more detailed question. I'm not quite sure what you mean by defer.
Both are not same. Concentration is different, and mindfulness is different. Both are different concepts.
Well, yes, and concentration is part of mindfulness, right? You're focusing on the present moment. You're focusing on initially things like your breath or your body sensations, so you can learn how to focus on the present moment. That's a form of concentration. You're going to have thoughts go through your mind. When you're doing mindfulness, your mind is not blank. You might have your worries and your concerns and your duties for the next day go through your mind. You learn to focus your attention so you don't react to those thoughts. If I maybe have a worry about a project that's due tomorrow, it might cross my mind during mindfulness, but rather than becoming activated in worry, I use mindfulness to concentrate on myself, my breathing, for example, and I just make note of that thought. I don't react to it. So concentration is a very wide topic in research, but it's one important part of mindfulness.
Yeah, thank you, Professor.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, may I add the second one, please?
Yes, please.
Can mindfulness be considered a scientific approach to improve mental health? How we can justify this?
Yeah, it certainly is. So the approach I mentioned, mindfulness-based stress reduction, you can look at that on internet, look it up. Developed in USA about 30 years ago. It's an evidence-based treatment. It's a treatment manual. There are 8 sessions. You learn certain skills each session, and they have certain benefits and results. This has been used globally. This approach has been used and studied in evidence-based research in USA, in China, Southeast Asia, even in South Asia. So there's a great body of research showing many benefits of mindfulness based on the scientific approach, mindfulness-based stress reduction. There are many forms of mindfulness, but this one I'm talking about is the evidence-based approach. Thank you, Manish.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
question. Thank you.
Thank you. Nowadays, we are talking a lot about mindfulness. The complete world is into it. But like in the ancient time, if you go, sir, the people were not very upset, sad, or not. They were for. They were not doing anything for happiness. Happiness was their original nature. Now it has become like you want happiness. So how can you treat all these things with mindfulness or psychological aspects?
Well, happiness, it depends on the context, right? My approaches are useful for the average person facing average stress. A person with severe psychiatric problems, a person in great poverty, they haven't got the resources for these kind of approaches, but most people can benefit. And for happiness, we often do things we think will make us happy in the short run, they make us unhappy in the long run. So if I drink alcohol too much, smoke, have unhealthy, sweet, salty, high-fat food, it makes me feel happy in that moment. I feel better for a short time, but then I look back a few hours later, I'm unhappy. I shouldn't have done that. I knew it was bad for me. I regret it. So mindfulness helps us to learn when we have these different cues, emotional cues, cues outside of us, cues like an argument, a fight, seeing something unhealthy advertised. We can be more mindful and present in the present moment and think about, well, do I really want to have that coffee, that cigarette, that alcohol, or should I just focus on mindful meditation for a moment, what I really want to do to regulate myself and take that choice? We can become more conscious, more aware of what's coming to us and trying to take our attention away and keep our attention focused. That's how mindfulness can help become happier and improve our habits.
Thank you very much. It was a wonderful.
Thank you, Manish. Thank you for good questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sindhu, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Hi, Sindhu. Thank you.
Yeah. Sir, so I wanted to ask you, since changing the habit is a very challenging task, especially when we are working with people who have difficulties already. So, and the results, especially in rehabilitation, what I see is it takes several weeks before they see the first sign of improvement. So in that case, so sir, please give me ways in which I can talk to my people, counsel them in a positive way, how to keep the motivation levels up through the process, because the process is very difficult and very challenging. So please give me tips on this, sir.
And just so I understand, what kind of rehabilitation clinic do you work in? Is it drug and alcohol, physical therapy?
No. People having aphasia, language difficulties after stroke.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
So Of course, as you know, you must let the person know recovery is possible, but it's going to be slow, and they must
Yeah.
be patient and look for any kind of moments that give them hope and feel like they have a better future ahead of them, that I will over time regain some function. And the techniques I mentioned, uh, two answers. One, just doing mindfulness. It feels good, and it becomes at least 5-10 minutes they can have where they, even with recovery from stroke, you can do mindfulness and find some benefit. It's relaxing. It makes your body feel better. You might find certain things you become more aware about your body. That's one benefit. Secondly, as you know, many stroke patients, their stroke is often caused by unhealthy behavior,
Yes.
too much
Yeah.
alcohol, obesity, too much food. So they must be educated. Look, you can't go back home and start drinking alcohol every day again. You can't go home and have and keep on gaining more weight. That'll make you have a greater risk for a future stroke. So give them the rationale and then how to be healthier by doing the habit change techniques. If you have 20 days, have them begin adding a healthy food to their diet. Have them become focused on how they can have healthier habits when they're discharged. They can have a fresh start. But also tell them it's going to be very difficult. You had a stroke from years and years of unhealthy behavior. Now you've got to begin reducing your risk so in the future you have less risk of a stroke again. Educate them and give them the technique they can practice, daily mindfulness and doing some healthy habits in rehab with intention would be a way to help them, I think. What do you think, Sindhu?
Sir, I'll definitely use these pointers that you've given me, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank
So
you.
usually
Very good
what,
question.
so what I usually see during my work is the first week I see the motivation levels are at the same level as I am working with them. The second week it starts dipping, and then I am spending a lot more time explaining that you have to keep up these strategies that we are working on. So there I see that, what I wanted to find, as you suggested, these ways I use it. So I wanted to make sure that I'm communicating the information well to people. So
Yes,
thank
you're
you.
you're doing the right thing, exactly the right thing. Because any major medical event, a stroke, the person has an opportunity to reflect on their life, and maybe motivation is more open. I almost died. I need to change my life somehow. Get them the information, education, how to change to avoid a stroke so they can be healthy and be part of their family for years to come. That's the motivation, right? Looking at their core values. I want to be a good parent, a good friend, a good spouse. How can I keep healthy and be around for years and years to come rather than getting sicker and sicker and having more strokes and maybe even dying from a stroke? So it's a window of opportunity after a major medical event. But it's also easy for patients to go back to old habits because that's
Yes,
how they cope with stress,
yes,
right?
yes.
I need alcohol to feel
Yes,
better.
sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Sindhu.
much.
Good luck in your work. You're doing good
Thank
work.
you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So I have a question. Can I ask a question?
Yes, Alika, please go ahead.
Recently, I have been learning a little bit about neuroplasticity, and when you were speaking about self-regulation and cognitive distortion, I find the similarity between neuroplasticity and self-regulation. So I was wondering, there has been a situation with me where I'm trying to work out every day, but I think more about working out than working out itself. So I have been thinking about thinking rather than doing it. So what about those people who think too much rather than putting their work into action? That is my first question.
Well, you know, habit change is a combination of three things: our cognition, our emotions, and our actions. And if you only focus on the thinking and not on the emotions and action, that could cause dysregulation to continue. And from neuroplasticity, the good news is we can change our brain circuits and create new habits. Or we can also create unhealthy habits. And just thinking is a good first step, but you must find a way to convert that to action. And that's why I think the habit change techniques that begin with very small, achievable things. Rather than saying, I'm going to go to the gym and work out for an hour, just say, I'm going to walk, in my garden, up and down my stairs. I'm going to do yoga for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. That way it's achievable. You can do that. You can't go to the gym at first. And over time, after you spend 2 minutes a day, 5 minutes a day, mild exercise, yoga, it becomes a habit. You can then increase that once you have that habit established. You can make it 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Then you can go to the gym. So I think if you're thinking too much, converting to action, but making sure it's achievable and not too big of a goal. That would be based on habit science, my answer to you. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does make sense because I have been thinking about how there are neural pathways that are already established with, unhealthy habits already, and for us to create a new neural pathway, the unmyelinated one, it is even more difficult, and we have to go through a certain source of discomfort, and brain automatically doesn't like it, and that is something I know I'm fighting my own brain right now. So that is something I was thinking about because the idea of becoming better is not always the cherry on top.
No, no, that we all face the same situation. We all face so many things that distract us from our healthy intentions, whether it's work stress, relaxing with social media, advertisements. They take our attention away, so it's very difficult.
Indeed, thank you so much for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. You have Preeti. Can unmute yourself.
So, good evening, everyone. It's been a very productive session right from the beginning. Thank you so much for the entire team. Sir, your session was really very helpful because I mostly interact with children. I'm a school counselor. So, habit is something actually, children actually learn, observe, and then do, observation is where. So, personally, with being a mother of two children, I feel my habits it directly translates to my children, but one thing I wanted to always ask, because the previous generation, as in my mother or mother-in-laws, they usually say that give time, the child will learn, give time, the child will learn, but my question is, are there any critical periods during childhood, when habit building interventions are most effective? From your experience, can you please
Well,
tell me?
yeah, I'm happy to hear from you working with children because there's growing evidence that especially children's access to digital technologies at early ages is very disruptive to learning. So I'll give you an example. My son is 27 years old now. He's all grown up. My biggest regret in my life as a parent is giving him access to gaming and a smartphone too young because it disrupts learning and habits, right? And research is showing the generations that grew up having smartphone access and spending so many hours, we're seeing increased depression, anxiety, worry globally with that generation. And it's a major assumption is that this digital technology is a major cause. Again, not saying digital technology is bad, but overuse and reliance on this takes away our attention from how to learn to talk to people in person, how to solve problems in person, how to find happiness in person rather than finding happiness on my screen, right? So, to your question, there's increasing in the United States, for example, increasingly school systems are saying, no phones in class, no computers during certain hours to focus people on learning by being present and being in person with their learning. Increasingly, parents are told don't give your children access to social media until they're older, maybe teens even. And even then, give them lessons how to manage social media so they aren't emotionally upset. The problem of, online bullying, putting people, demeaning them, is harmful, right? And when you're young, you often get pulled into these things. So the earlier we can have children defer use of digital technology, I think the better. Maybe have a basic phone for emergency, right? But no streaming service on the phone. So those are my thoughts. And there are many publications about this. If you do some research, Preeti, on the importance of helping children learn how to cope with technology by, number one, not using it, and number two, learning how to use it in a healthier way. That make sense to you?
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. There's little more lesser guilt now because whenever I say my son to not use the phone, especially for not like I make him watch screens, not that no, but as you mentioned, a monitoring, not phone, maybe TV or anything which all of us can see what he's viewing, But there, as you know, it's very difficult to actually convince our children because they always have an exposure. They always say, my friends watch, why don't you let me? So those things, the guilt is there, but now I think even more relieved after the answers we get from the experts. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Well, and not to blame your children because the technology is very addicting. And the companies that run all these social media, they use addictive techniques to hook children in. And the children, they just get tricked into using social media too much and in an unhealthy way often. So it's very difficult, and it's a problem we're facing in society that is more recognized. I think that's good. But even now, I see my growing son having difficulty with some problem solving because he relies too much on, for emotional relief of problems, gaming. And gaming is okay, but that's the only thing you do for emotional distress. It's not going to bring you happiness. So we must help our children learn how to use other approaches like habit change, like mindfulness, like happiness, positive psychology, to have a more balanced life, to enjoy digital technology, but not to have it overtake and control their life. I'm very passionate about that topic as a parent, and we
Yes, yes.
should all
I,
be.
I am I can truly resonate with how you're telling because that's the same feeling from here also, it's the whenever it comes to children, habit and everything, it's all linked, So thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Preeti.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Preeti. Like this is everyone, every home we have this problem because when we say our, children that don't use, then their immediate answer is why you are also using, right? You are occupied the whole day with the gadgets and all, and you
Yep.
you want me to, keep away ourselves from gadgets. So I think as our professor has suggested, we need to have more personal relationship, person to person communication, and we need to try to reduce online communication, or certain things are we cannot avoid, but at least wherever it is possible, have more person to person human interaction. Maybe that will help us to reduce gadget dependency and slowly overcome. And let's we also set a role model, because children are learning by observing us, and if we don't change, definitely children are also have difficulty, because we are our first role models for them. So maybe we also need to change little bit, so that they also find the need, and also they also take as a role model. See, because of me, my habit, they are also struggling. So we also need to put some efforts to change our habits. Maybe I think this we can have a workshop. I think in coming days we'll discuss. We can have a collaborative workshop along with professor in India, so that we can also train in a hybrid mode or online, whatever possible. We have a module ready with professor. Soon we will try to see, and we will explore ourselves. We'll try to get rid
Happy
of
to help.
at least one habit. Then that is a great satisfaction for everyone. Thank you, Professor. Yeah. Anyone else apart from Manish? Manish, I think you had good number of questions. You can join the upcoming program. So we will address, and we'll have some half-day program or something like that where we can spend good time. Anyone else? Quickly, one question, we'll take it up, and then we will wrap it up, because Professor also had waken up too early. for this session, and he has to attend his daily course. I think that's it for. Thank you, Professor, all the way.
Thank you all for your attention. Thanks for your attention, your time, Dr. Ravinda. You're doing great work here. Keep it up, and I'm always happy to join you and be part of your conferences. Thank you.
Thank you. You have been always there supporting us, since almost quite few years we are working together. And
yes,
it's really a very good collaboration, and we'll extend it further because we have a lot of clinical research also planned. So we'll collaborate and work more projects together. Thank you once again.
Thanks for your kind words. Goodbye. Have a good day, all. Thank you.
Thank you. So after this wonderful session, let's take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll continue with the rest of the sessions. So we can take a group photo with Ronald Professor. Professor, you are there? Okay. So those who are waiting for their presentations, we can continue. Let's take a 5-minute break and join back. Yeah, good evening, everyone. We'll be starting technical session 3. So, any speakers available in technical session 3? Ankit Mathur. Ankit Mathur, Sandeep, Deva Karunya, Dr. Shivani, Manju Somu, Sana Fatima. Yeah, Manju Somu. Keep your presentation ready. Yeah, after Manju, Dr. Shivani, you can present. Kindly be ready with your presentation. And other presenters who are waiting, kindly be ready with your presentation and strictly restrict yourself to 6 to 8 minutes, maximum 10 minutes for each presentation, so that we can complete all the presentations. Yeah, Manju, you can unmute yourself, share your presentation. Manju?
Yes, sir.
Can make it full screen. No?
Is it visible, sir?
You can cut.
Okay. Namaskar to everyone. This is Manju Somo. I'm a student from Rashtriya Raksha University pursuing MSc in Forensic Psychology. Respected delegates, today I'm going to present on the title Beyond Fiction, Psychological Impact of Mainstream BDSM Portrayal on Sexual Consent Perception. Starting from the famous theory of Albert Bandura, social learning theory, we all know that individuals learn from the behavior they observe from others. The same thing happens in the digital environment as well. We are exposed to high amount of information online, starting from entertainment to even sexually explicit media as well. Now there are highly researched area which says that online content can have an impact on our behavior, and it can also impact our cognition as well. In today's digital era, there are high variety of information available in the media. Especially the problem is here is that we are not talking about the unauthorized websites which portrays pornography. We are talking about mainstream media like Netflix, Amazon Prime, all other television, OTT televisions. So such mainstream media became the important source of information related to sexual behavior as well. So today the point of discussion of my study is relation related to BDSM. For the people who doesn't know what is BDSM, it is actually a sexual behavior. It stands for bondage, dominance, submission, and sadomasochism. It involves power exchange between partners, where the couple use pain to elicit sexual pleasure. So there is a research which says that 61.4% of individuals are under 25 years of are below the age of 25, who know such kind of awareness, who are aware about such content. And there are popular movies such as 50 Shades of Grey, 365 Days, that romanticize BDSM content. Now the problem is how they are portraying those sexual behavior. That is the problem here of our discussion. Now BDSM relationship are often romanticized, but there is the major thing which important concept of BDSM culture is that the use of consent. Uh, there is a there has been observed that incomplete representation of consent in such movies. You know, as a result, what it happens, it distort the perception of sexual consent among the viewers, and it is under the disguise of intimacy and romance. So, sexual consent here means words or overt action by a person who is legally or functionally competent to give informed approval, who are free to give approval to the partners, and uh, free to give approval to the partners and agree to have sexual intercourse. But it needs to be words or an overt action, according to Briding et al. So here my research problem of this study is that whether it is normalized in mainstream media or not, whether BDSM has been normalized in mainstream media or not. If it is normalized, how it shapes the perception of consent, and if the consent, if there is a frequent exposure to such content, will it have any tolerant attitude towards sexual violence? And if this all are happening, then do the viewers require any educational awareness to prevent such misconception of sexual consent? So I did a narrative literature review, where I have collected data from major academic database such as Google Scholar, PubMed, Taylor and Francis Elsevier, etc. And papers between 2014 and 2026 were included in this paper. Since the reason why I choose this narrative literature review, because rather than taking a systematic review, because the papers related specific to this content was very limited, and which was not satisfying the research objective which I have framed. So qualitative thematic analysis were done to clusters those themes which are matching to my research objective, which are important, which satisfy my research questions. So qualitative thematic analysis synthesis was done. So major themes were taken from all those papers. First theme, it was been found that there was a normalization plus there was a commodification of BDSM in media. Now, what is commodification here means, since many studies have agreed that portrayal of BDSM in social media is good, but with an aim, but it creates a aim of social acceptance. However, the major transgressive elements of BDSM, such as asking for consent, aftercare, negotiation, risk awareness, these all are minimized in the media. And and why the media has minimized is because they wanted to romanticize and aesthetize the narratives of the BDSM uh, in order to highlight that part of the behavior. They have somewhere overshadowed the most important elements of BDSM, which are very crucial for the practitioner itself. And even in the movies, if you have observed that females are often played the submissive role, and and also in the starting of the movie, the female will show an obvious discomfort, and then agrees to and complies to the dominant character, that is obviously the male. So this was another misleading narrative it has been shown, because BDSM is all about power exchange. It doesn't matter if it is a male or a female ex- uh, eliciting the dominant role. Okay, so next, another one thing is that also the BDSM practitioner are often portrayed in a movies that they have some trauma, or they are inflicting that trauma to another person when they grow up. But it actually doesn't have any evidence that suggests that BDSM practitioners do have trauma or not. In fact, there are some research which says that the the actual real life practitioners have good psychological well-being and healthy personality functioning as well. So second theme is that um, desensitization of coerced sexual practice. As I said before, that the media we consume in everyday life have a deep impact in our cognition. In many research, it has been seen that those people, those sexually sadistic offender, have a history of watching pornography that depicted bondage and rape culture. Um, this is very alarming situation, because such can have a impact on our sexual scripts as well, because we will get that normalization, desensitization, that coercive sexual scripts are okay, it's not a matter of fact. So, and it what it actually happens, it reduces the sensitivity towards certain types of aggression. And there are research which emphasize that although there is no specific related to BDSM, does it affect the tolerance towards sexual violence is there or not, that is not available. But the available information is based on the pornography which depicts uh, bondage and rape kind of a culture. So this does have an effect on our behavior as well. Thirdly, third theme which have been found is that reinforcement of heteronormative power dynamics. One thing which I have said before is that uh, the patriotic narrative of the movies, such as the male will do the dominant part and female will quietly do the submissive, passive victimization wala part. So this is the another thing which are reinforced in the media as well. As such is the problem is that such representation may normalize the unequal power relationship, which is ironical, because BDSM does not reinforces that. It's all about how the couple in a relationship exchange their power and show their vulnerable side to their partner. But this has been misrepresented in the movie and also reinforce the heteronormative power dynamics as well. Now, many researchers have interviewed the BDSM, real life BDSM practitioner. They says that because of such reinforcement of such narratives, the consent communication by the female practitioners, they have found difficulty in communicating their consent to the partner. So gender scripts have been affected because of such interpretation. And the last and the fourth theme, which have been in the previous themes as well, it has been highlighted, is that simplification of sexual consent. The problem here is how the consent communication is portrayed in the movie. The simplification of consent can create a deep impact on the person's perception towards how they will approach and how they will take a consent towards it. What will happen is that they may misunderstand about the boundaries they should carry while approaching someone. And secondly, they would find difficulty, both, I'm talking about both male and female, they would find difficulty in distinguishing between what is consensual and what is actual sexual violence. So these are the four themes which I have been found. And you have seen that I have highlighted that most of the research were on the BDSM practitioner, but there are very less papers which actually studies the impact of BDSM on the viewers. And secondly, that there is no paper exist much paper exist for focusing more on specific BDSM content, rather than there are papers which sees the direct correlation between pornography and sexual violence. So there is a knowledge gap, and there is empirical evidence. There is a lack of empirical evidence in the current literature. So very few studies directly investigate how mainstream BDSM portrayal influences sexual consent perception among viewers, especially from the general population. So future direction, we need to study direct impact of BDSM on sexual consent. Secondly, we need to conduct quantitative study to in order to give a framework, in order to give a evidence to the quantitative analysis to the data of the people. So thirdly, which is very important, is that we need to formulate a media and educational policies regarding how we can accurately present the consent and negotiation practices within the BDSM subculture. So here are some references. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, Manju. Very well presented. Like we are seeing, in criminal psychology and forensic psychology and criminology, and recent trends in crime also, we are seeing a lot of this kind of patterns that are being observed, and even not only with illicit relationships, but even in legitimate relationships, even in marriages also, we are seeing this kind of thing, and people are killing, the couples are killing each other in the most unacceptable and the unexpected ways. And so definitely there is a need to study, and as you rightly pointed out, we need to conduct more research on why this is happening, and definitely, as you have said, and also various studies also related to internet consumption. They also state that most of the data consumption happens is because of porn videos and porn content, basically. So, why, apart from that, related content, that by just watching them, people are, motivated or encouraged, or, to take up that into action, basically. That is, creating more kind of issues which are affecting the relationships also. Because as you spoken about, psychosadism, a lot of things that are happening. Even many relationships we have seen also, because I was studying one of the research work that is being conducted on divorce, based on, sexual relationships, how they are affecting. We can see also how, these sexual activities or the kind of practices that they are engaging, that is also contributing to, break of relationships and causing divorce, and also causing illegitimate relationships, or all kinds of these things that are happening. So I think your study has thrown some light in a different perspective, and definitely we need to explore various perspectives. Very good, congratulations, and
Thank you, sir.
all success for your future. Participants, if you have any queries, you can raise your hand. We can unmute you, or we'll move on to next presenter. Dr. Shivani. Rama, do you have any query?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
No, I just wanted to know whether any primary data was taken or this is only from secondary data.
Ma'am, it was on secondary data only. There is a need
Okay.
of primary data. We need to do that.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, then we'll move on to the next presenter. Do you have Shivani, Dr. Shivani? Yeah, all the presenters restrict yourself to 5 to 6 minutes so that we can complete all the presentations scheduled today. Yeah, you can unmute yourself, start your presentation.
Sure, so thank you so much.
Also start your video.
Sure, sir. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, please continue.
All right, okay. Good evening, namaskar. This is Dr. Shivania Joshi, serving in the capacity of teaching cum research officer, applied psychology at Raksha University, Gujarat, India. And today I'm going to present a small part of my research entitled Mindfulness as a Mediator in the Relationship Between Grief and Eudaimonic Well-Being, a regression-based mediation analysis. So this was the abstract which was submitted for this paper. Now, talking about the rationale behind the study as to why I chose this particular topic, what inspired me was to understand that we often know for a matter of fact that grief often disrupts an individual's eudaimonic well-being by disrupting the purpose in life the person has, personal growth and self-acceptance. Hence, mindfulness through present moment awareness and in a non-judgmental manner may help to facilitate adaptive and constructive coping during bereavement. And therefore, examining the role of mindfulness between grief and eudaimonic well-being may enhance our understanding that positive psychological adjustment following the loss would definitely help. Moving further, henceforth, the objective of this study was to examine the mediating role of mindfulness between the relationship of grief and eudaimonic well-being among grievers. And the null hypotheses are stated as the first null hypothesis says that mindfulness will not significantly mediate the relationship between grief and eudaimonic well-being among grievers. Similarly, there will be no significant relationship between grief and mindfulness. There will be no significant relationship between mindfulness and eudaimonic well-being after controlling grief as well. And there will be no significant relationship between grief and eudaimonic well-being. Now moving ahead. Is my slide moving, sir?
You're still in the objective slide.
Right, sir. The slide is not moving. Just a second. Just a second, sir. I need to reshare the screen. All right. Now talking about the methodology. When we are talking about the sample for the present study, a total sample of 20 grievers was selected through purposive sampling technique from Ahmedabad city of Gujarat state. And the participants were selected on the basis of the inclusion and the exclusion criteria, which are stated as below. Now, talking about the inclusion criteria, most fundamentally, participants who scored high on the core bereavement item index, which we used in order to measure the grief intensity, were included. And the participants were above the age of 18 years from both the gender. And also, participants who witnessed a death of their loved one in the span of past 6 months were only inculcated in the study. Talking about the exclusion criteria, bereaved children were not the part of the study, and participants who did not were not able to understand and complete the research tools were excluded. Now, talking about the psychometric tools, the core bereavement item by Burnett et al., which was developed in 1997, was utilized, as I mentioned, in order to measure the grief severity. We used mindfulness attention awareness scale by Brown and Ryan in 2003 in order to measure mindfulness. And for eudaimonic well-being, we used the questionnaire for eudaimonic well-being by Waterman et al. In 2010. All of these three psychometric tools showed adequate psychometric properties, and hence they were inculcated and used for the present study. Now, talking about the procedure, in order to gather the required data, bereaving families were contacted and approached personally, and simultaneously several private hospitals were also contacted across Ahmedabad city of Gujarat state. And an initial pool of 50 grievers were approached for the participation through purposive sampling technique, as I mentioned. However, amongst them, only 20 participants met the set criteria of the study. And after completing all the required procedure as to establishing the rapport, informed consent was ensured, and the demographical and the contextual information was collected from the study, the tools were employed. Now, this is the table which showcases the regression-based mediational analysis. And here we need to understand that grief is working as an independent variable, whereas mindfulness is working as a mediator, and eudaimonic well-being serves as a dependent variable. And 3 regression models are tested to examine the total direct and indirect effects amongst the above mentioned variables in the study. And I have used Barron and Kenny approach in order to examine the regression models. Now, talking about the results, this is the regression mediation model that is being depicted over here. And first and foremost, the total effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable was evaluated. And the results indicated that higher levels of grief significantly predicted lower levels of eudaimonic well-being. And we can see that with the beta minus 0.88. Also, the relationship between the independent variable and the mediator was evaluated, where we found that grief was found to be a statistically significant negative predictor of mindfulness, and that can be seen with beta minus 0.85. Finally, when both grief and mindfulness were introduced simultaneously into the regression model to predict eudaimonic well-being, the overall model was statistically significant, which explained 88% of the total variance, where we also found that mindfulness emerged as a statistically significant positive predictor of eudaimonic well-being, as we can see with the beta positive 0.74. Now, according to Barron and Kenny, 1986, mediation is confirmed because the first 3 conditions were successfully satisfied. And in order to evaluate the direct effect of grief when mediator is present, which we found to be beta beta minus 0.25, and we compared it against the total effect of grief when the mediator was absent, that is beta minus 0.88. So hence we can conclude, this indicates that as the negative impact of grief was heavily accentuated but still remained statistically significant. So mindfulness significantly mediates the relationship between grief and eudaimonic well-being partially among grievers. Now, talking about why these results. So the rejection of the 4th null hypothesis, which indicates that grief significantly undermines eudaimonic well-being, right? We need to understand that there have been several studies in the past as well, such as Banano et al. 2002, Riff in 1989, and Waterman in 1993. They all have stated one thing in common, that this particular finding supports the fundamental bereavement models, showing that the loss disrupts cognitive functioning, psychological health, and long-term flourishing, unlike that we have short-lived hedonic happiness. Right, and consequently, according to Sheed and Sheed 2005 study, losing a key attachment figure damages an individual's sense of purpose, societal rules, and existential clarity as well. Now, talking about the rejection of null hypothesis 2, it suggested a significantly, a statistically significant negative relationship between grief and mindfulness. This can be understood by, and this has been supported by co-authors' study in 2019, which states that the chaotic emotional state directly contradicts core fundamental mindfulness facets that we practice, that we just have learned from Professor Runal, that there is non-judgmental focused attention that is required in mindfulness. Additionally, traumatic loss triggers avoidance, denial, and cognitive hyperarousal, right? Depleting the mental resources needed to sustain the present moment awareness, right? So, also, for the matter of fact, the fundamental finding of this particular study was the rejection of the null hypothesis 3, which proves that mindfulness, being an extremely influential independent positive predictor of eudaimonic well-being, even when in the most distressing times of grief being constant, right? This finding broadens the spectrum of positive psychology paradigms by demonstrating the importance of mindfulness as an internal source for eudaimonic progress. And mindfulness improves well-being through several approaches, through several cognitive pathways, rather, such as non-reactivity buffer, cognitive reappraisal, and stress response decentering as well. Lastly, the comprehensive assessment and rejection of null hypothesis null hypothesis 1, that indicated that mindfulness functions as statistically significant partial mediator, right? This happens because the direct path coefficient's notable decline that we saw from minus 0.88 to minus 0.25, right? This shows that grief indirectly undermines eudaimonic thriving by first dismantling the cognitive and emotional functioning, which is extremely necessary to maintain mindfulness. And then we can move forward in order to have a more direct effect, right? And I would also like to point out over here that while traditional grief-focused cognitive behavioral therapies, that they fundamentally focuses on primary loss-related outcomes to be treated, right? Mindfulness practices majorly focus on reshaping the trans-diagnostic processes such as self-compassion, acceptance, and emotional non-reactivity, along with all of the above said, right? And this has also been one of the findings by D. Attorney et al.'s study in 2026, very recent study. Now, talking about the conclusion, we understand that mindfulness significantly mediated the relationship between grief and eudaimonic well-being. A significant negative relationship was also found between grief and eudaimonic well-being. Hence, the higher the grief was associated with lower mindfulness. Mindfulness significantly and positively predicted eudaimonic well-being after controlling grief, and grief significantly and negatively predicted eudaimonic well-being. It suggests that individuals with higher grief would report lower levels of eudaimonic well-being. Now, talking about the limitations, the sample size was extremely small for this particular study, and hence generalization could be a major concern for the study. Secondly, the study included a sample only from Ahmedabad city of Gujarat state, and that's how the suggestion from my end that future research studies can include more diverse population in terms of geographical locations, age, and gender as well. As far as the course of well-being development is concerned, which is a process rather than a destination, I would say, I think longitudinal studies could better explain the course of well-being development. Now, talking about the practical implications, two major practical implications I would like to highlight over here. And first and foremost being that clinical psychologists and palliative care professionals can utilize mindfulness-based interventions as preventive mental health strategies for individuals at risk of complicated grief. This is the first practical implication that we can find from the study. And also, when we are talking about India, in the collectivist context such as India, mindfulness practices rooted in contemplative traditions can be culturally adapted to resonate with local beliefs and spiritual frameworks, and thereby we can increase the acceptability and effectiveness of such a non-invasive therapy. These are some of the references that I have used. Thank you so much for your patient listening, and thank you for the opportunity.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir.
Dr. Shivani, very well presented. Due to paucity of time, we are not taking up any queries now. We'll see at the end of the presentations.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much.
wish you all the success. So
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we will move on to next presentation. Sana Fatma. Are you there, ma? Sana Fatma. Can switch on your video. Raise your hand.
Yes.
Yes. Please start your presentation.
Yes.
Next presenter, be ready with your presentation. Yeah, you can make it full screen.
Is it okay now?
It's okay. Please continue and wrap up in 5 to 6.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sana Fatma. I'm a research scholar in the Department of Psychology, Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh. Today, in this multidisciplinary conference, I would like to present my research study on the topic FOMO, that is fear of missing out, and emotion regulation in relation to self-esteem among school children. Let me give a brief introduction on this topic. Adolescent is defined by a period of rapid and complex physical, cognitive, emotional, and social maturation, which is a critical transition period between childhood and adulthood. During this age, social media has become an integral part of adolescent lives, and its increased digital exposure, especially to idealized online images and social success, can foster feelings of exclusion and inadequacy, directly contributing to higher levels of FOMO among adolescents. While beneficial, excessive digital exposure can lead to psychological concerns such as feeling of exclusion, comparison, anxiety, and the emergence of phenomena like fear of missing out. The three core constructs of the study brings together the variables such as FOMO, that is the pervasive worry that others are having rewarding experiences from which one is excluded. The second variable is the emotion regulation. Emotion regulation is the ability to recognize and manage emotional events crucial for adaptive psychological functioning and responding to external stressors. It involves strategies like cognitive reappraisal and expressive suppression. The third variable that is used in the study is self-esteem. Self-esteem is a subjective evaluation of oneself encompassing feelings about one's skills, characteristics, and accomplishments. It was termed by Rosenberg in 1965. The manifestation and key indicators of FOMO in adolescents can be checked by over checking of social media, smartphone attachment, internet addiction. Adolescents with FOMO frequently check their social media feeds to stay updated on others' activities, driven by the anxiety of missing out on social events or interaction. A strong attachment to smartphones, often leading to constant vigilance and immediate responses to notification, is a key indicator of FOMO, reflecting a need to be continuously connected. Internet addiction. In more severe cases, FOMO can contribute to internet addiction, where excessive online engagement interferes with daily life, academic performance, and real world social interaction. Adolescent brain and emotional development. The rapid brain development. Adolescent is a period of significant brain maturation, particularly in areas related to emotion processing and regulation, such as the prefrontal cortex and limbic system. This ongoing development makes adolescents highly susceptible to emotional shifts, hormonal and biological shifts. Alongside brain development, adolescents experience substantial hormonal changes that influence mood, emotional intensity, and reactivity, contributing to heightened emotional sensitivity during this critical phase. The two main emotional regulation strategies used in the study is adaptive strategy, that is cognitive reappraisal. Cognitive reappraisal involves reinterpreting emotional situations to change their impact. This effective strategy helps individuals manage distress and negative emotions, leading to healthier psychological functioning. The second is maladaptive strategy, that is known as expressive suppression. Expressive suppression involves inhibiting the outward expression of emotions while sometimes socially reinforced. It is generally considered a less effective strategy and can be linked to poorer psychological outcomes. How social media is linked to self-esteem. Research indicates an inverse relationship between social media use and self-esteem, with individuals having lower self-esteem spending considerably more time on platforms, often driven by FOMO, which was studied by Zunick et al. In 2017. More studies where individuals with high self-esteem tend to recognize their strengths, engage with social media in a measured and healthy way, using it for communication, idea exchange, and personal development. Those with low self-esteem may seek comfort in online spaces, potential worsening their situations. This can lead to compulsive internet use and social media dependence as they attempt to offset loneliness through excessive engagement. Rationale of the study. The increasing use of digital technology and social media has introduced new psychological challenges for school children, one which is fear of missing out. Excessive social comparison, often triggered by online interactions, may lower children's self esteem. Emotion regulation is another important factor that determines how children manage their emotional experiences. Therefore, this study aims to explore these relationships to better understand children's emotional and psychological well being and to provide insights for interventions that promote healthy self esteem and emotional adjustment. The objectives of the study are to assess the differences in FOMO, emotion regulation, and self esteem among school children, to examine the relationship between FOMO and emotion regulation among school children, to examine the relationship between FOMO and self esteem among school children, to determine whether fear of missing out, FOMO, cognitive reappraisal, and expressive suppression significantly predicts self esteem among school children. The methodology used, the research sectional survey research design has been employed, in which collecting data at a single point in time to examine relationship between variables. This approach is suitable for exploring association among FOMO, emotion regulation, and self-esteem. The sample comprised approximately 100 school children from grade 9 to 12 in a legal city. Participants were selected using convenience sampling and screened to exclude those with a history of serious physical or psychological illness. The measure used in this study is FOMO scale, developed by Zirbelski. This 10-item scale measures the pervasive apprehension that others are having rewarding experience from which one is excluded. Higher scores indicate greater FOMO. The second tool that is used in the study is Emotion Regulation Questionnaire, which is developed by Gross and John 2003, which measures two emotional regulation strategies, cognitive reappraisal and expressive suppression. Higher scores reflect more frequent use of the respective strategy. The third tool used in this study is Rosenbeck Self-Esteem Scale, which was developed by Rosenbeck in 1965. This 10-item scale measures an individual's global self-worth and self-esteem, encompassing both positive and negative feelings about oneself. Scores ranges from 0 to 30, with higher scores indicating higher self-esteem. The results in this gender differences was observed, where males scored slightly higher on FOMO, fear of missing out, emotional suppression, and self-esteem. Cognitive reappraisal was nearly identical across genders. Differences were modest in size. In correlation, Pearson moment correlation was used to observe the relationship between the variables, where the key finding is FOMO correlated positively with both cognitive reappraisal and self-esteem. The self-esteem link runs counter to most prior literature. In order to see the predictive variable of for the self-esteem, the multiple regression analysis was used, in which FOMO, fear of missing out, has been the strongest predictor of self-esteem. Emotional suppression also significantly predicted higher self-esteem, but cognitive reappraisal was not a significant predictor. Coming to discussion and conclusion, a statistically significant positive correlation was found between FOMO and cognitive reappraisal. This suggests that students with higher FOMO tend to engage more in reinterpreting emotional experiences. Positive FOMO, self-esteem, and FOMO reappraisal links diverge from most prior research, pointing to possible cultural or contextual influences. Emotional suppression was mildly linked to higher self-esteem here, possibly reflecting social norms favoring emotional restraint. FOMO suppression and reappraisal appear to operate as relatively independent processes in this sample. Future research direction findings can inform school-based interventions on responsible media use, emotional resilience, and self-esteem support. Future research should explore these relationships in diverse populations and through longitudinal studies to better understand the causal mechanisms and long-term effects. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, congratulations, Sanafat.
Yes.
Very good presentation. We wish you all the success. We'll take
Thank
up
you.
queries at the end of all presentations.
Thank you.
You can stop sharing. Deva Karunya. You can start sharing your presentation.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Start your video.
Yeah, okay.
Share your presentation.
Yeah, 1 minute, sir. Okay, so I'm Deva Karnyaji. I'm going to present a topic on work-family conflict and emotional regulation among parents in middle adulthood, a correlational study. My guide is Balabrami R, Assistant Professor, Department of Psychology, the American College, Madurai. So basically, my study has two variables. One is work-family. Work-family conflict is a conflict. It always interfere with the family responsibilities, and it's mostly common in middle-age adulthood working parents. And emotional regulations is the ability to understand, manage, and express emotions appropriately. It helps individual to cope up with the all stress as well as the other conflicts, and it will maintain healthy relationships. So middle adulthood, according to the Eric Erikson stages, the age limit is 40 to 65 years. It is characterized by the career demands, parenting, caregiving, as well as the financial responsibility. So the main core link of this study is like greater the work-family conflict can influences the parent regulate their emotions as well as their relationships with the spouses as well as their family members. So in the review of literature, it was given like in one research, it was the title is the productive risk of emotional regulation and the family support against burnout in sandwich generation workers. It shows that the emotion regulations and family support are significantly reduced burnout and improved coping with the work family demands. As well as the research was in the year 2021, and the topic is predictive relationship between emotion regulation and work family conflict among dual learner parents. So yeah, it shows the result shows that the emotional regulation strategies did not significantly predict work family conflict but highlighted the importance of emotional processing in working parents. Like based on the many literature reviews, working life is more interfere with the emotional regulation aspects other than the non-working parents. The another research shows that the work-family conflict in nursing the role of work schedules, familial antecedent, and emotional regulation. It shows that work-related stress increases work-family conflict, while effective emotional regulation reduces its negative impact. So basically, emotional regulation plays the very important role in work because work demands influences our family background. So methodology, aim and objectives to examine the relationship between work-family conflict and emotional regulation among parents in middle adulthood. To assess the relationship between work-family conflict and emotional regulation, to examine the differences across demographic variables like age, gender, place of living, as well as age. Hypotheses include there is no significant relationship between work-family conflict and emotional regulation among middle-aged parents. There is no significant difference between age, gender, type of family, number of children, and working hours across work-family conflict. There is no significant difference between age, gender, type of family, number of children, and working hours across emotional regulation. I took both type of family as well as the number of children in the demographic variables because type of family also plays a major role. Like in joint family, they have a set of rules, as well as in nuclear family, we have a set of rules. And number of children plays a very vital role. If they are having no children or else two or more children, it will be different from the they having one children. The research design I have used like quantitative research design with correlational research method. The population I have taken is middle-aged parents between 40 to 65 years. And the sample sizes, the study was conducted among 200 middle adults using convenient sampling method. Inclusion criteria, parents age 40 to 65 age and able to read and understand this questionnaire and living with the family and engaged in family responsibilities. Exclusion criteria like incomplete questionnaire responses and those who are unwilling to participate and those who are mentally ill, they are excluded. And I tools used is like work and family conflict scale developed by the Haslam et al. In 2015 was used to assess conflict between work and family roles. So it was having the Cronbach value of 0.89 and 0.88 for family to work conflict and has a strong construct validity. The another scale I was used is like emotion regulation questionnaire. It was developed by Gross and John in the 2003. Was used to measure cognitive reprisal as well as the expressive suppression. And this questionnaire has the Cronbach value of 0.07 as well as the construct validity. This was a result based on the socio-demographic details, and the result shows like it is there is a correlation, significant correlation between the work-family conflict, family-work conflict, as well as the emotion regulation in the population. These are the Mann-Whitney tests, like significant difference between the gender as well as the type of family and working hours, etc. So result shows that there is a significant relationship between work-family conflict and emotional regulation, and there is a significant difference in work-family conflict based on the gender, type of family, and working hours. And there is a significant difference in family-work conflict based on the type of family and working hours. There is a significant difference in emotional regulation based on gender and type of family. And gender plays the major role because gender in parenting as well as the emotional regulation will have a correlation. So suggestions and limitations. Suggestions: longitudinal study may be conducted to examine the changes in their conflict as well as the emotional regulation over time. Future studies can employ regression analysis to examine the predictive impact of work-family conflict on emotional regulation. Limitations: the study used convenient sampling, limiting the generalizability of the findings. Self-report questionnaires may be influenced by the or social desirability bias. These are the references. Thank you.
Congratulations, Devakaran.
Yeah, thank you.
Wish you all the success. We'll take out any queries at the end of all paper presentations. So do we have Ankit Mathur or Sandeep? Ankit Mathur, Sandeep? Okay, then we have completed the technical session 3 as well. Salika, do you have any
So I
query?
have my presentation ready. Is it possible for me to do it today, sir?
No, which session you are in?
My list hasn't been updated, sir. So
You have to wait till all the presenters have completed. You stay back. We'll call you.
okay, sir.
Yeah. So thank you everyone for being part of this wonderful sessions. We have seen in technical session 3, we have presentations by Manju Somu on Beyond Fiction, Psychological Impact of Mainstream BDSM Portrayals on Sexual Consent Perception, and then followed by Dr. Shivani on mindfulness as meditator in the relationship between grief and eudaimonic well-being, a regression-based meditation analysis, and then followed by Sana Fatma, fear of missing out and emotional regulation in relation to self-esteem among school children. And last presentation by Devas Karunya on work-family conflict and emotional regulation among parents in middle adulthood, a correlational study. So now the session is open for any queries, observations. Those who have any queries, observations can raise your hand. You can quickly unmute you. Not, we will move on to last session. So in plenary sessions, we had Rilwan Akinteo. Are you there? Ambika Padmanabham. Okay, so this session is also over. And technical session 2. Manish. Yeah, Manish. Those who have not presented or joined late, you have to complete presentations today itself. Because tomorrow we have a lot of presentations and we have unscheduled presentations also. So try to complete today itself. We have some new requests also. Yeah, Manish, you can start your video, unmute yourself and start your presentation.
Am I audible?
Yeah, we are taking up technical session 2, pending participants.
Yeah. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma. You can start your video and presentation.
Okay.
And restrict yourself to 5 to 6 minutes.
Yes, yes. I'll just keep it very crisp. Is my presentation visible, sir?
Not yet.
Now?
Yeah, now it's visible. Can you make it full screen?
Yeah. Is it full screen now?
No. Yes, please continue.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries and fellow presenters and participants. Thank you, first of all, Dr. Krishna and Dr. Ravindra for giving me an opportunity to present my paper in this conference. And with your permission, shall I start, Dr. Ravindra?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so the title of this paper is Metaphorical Perspectives on Sleep Deficiency and Anxiety among Social Science Postgraduate Students. My name is Manish Thakkar. I'm working as Assistant Professor at Faculty of Social Work, the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda. Okay, so this was the preface of, how the study came into existence. So a study on the effect of sleep deficiency on anxiety among 60 postgraduate students in social science discipline was felt. And by saying social science discipline, I specifically mean those students who are, pursuing their masters in social work as well as masters in human resource management. So it was the study was born out of profound silent crisis of sleep deprivation that was observed between these students. And it was also observed that these students have hyper-productive culture, wherein their academic deliverables are high on pedestal than the rest. So just to introduce the topic, sleep is a biological necessity, not a luxury. We often see this as a paradox in present context. Sleep deprivation is common among students that was observed, particularly in terms of academic overload, financial stress, and even social isolation also. The productivity culture does not prioritize rest. That's why I have said as earlier that it's a silent crisis. And this research examines the link between sleep loss and anxiety. And it also sheds light on the cycle of sleep deficiency and anxiety, which is a vicious circle. Now, the objective behind keeping this slide, that is science of sleep, it is because for those who come from scientific background or from science background, they can easily understand. But this was one of the vital question, I would say, which we had to face from the respondents. What do you mean by sleep? So for them, we had to simplify this concept. So it's an active process regulated by two concepts called circadian rhythm, which is a biological clock that our body has. And the other one is homeostatic drive, that is a biological need to sleep. So as the day passes on, we get exhausted, and our body gives us a signal to rest or to have sleep particularly. So over the course of night, when the sleep happens or when we sleep, actually, our brain cycles through two concepts called NREM, that is non-rapid eye movement, and REM, that is called rapid eye movement. Now, if we talk about NREM constitutes about around more than 80% of our night's sleep, whereas REM constitutes about 20 to 25% of our sleep. A statement of the problem, or we can say why MSW or MHRM students, then we do have a very rigorous academic pressure for students, wherein classroom curriculum combined with an intensive and emotionally demanding fieldwork has been, implemented in our curriculum. So as a part of fieldwork, our students are placed in community as well as they are placed in different work settings also, wherein they do come across a lot of negative environment or a lot of, I would say, such kind of environments in which they are not ready to face, So that takes a toll on their emotional as well as physical well-being also. So this unique setup imposed double cognitive as well as physical load, causing demanding schedules, which increases their vulnerability to chronic mental distress and fatigue. These were the objectives. The objective was to establish clear baseline regarding quantity and quality of sleep across targeted postgraduate students, to examine the direct impact of sleep deficiency on anxiety, and to explore the coping mechanisms. This was the methodology. The target universe was MHRM. I have already mentioned this, Masters in Human Resource Management, and MSW, that is Masters in Social Work students. And there were total 184 eligible students, out of which a sample size of 60 was taken. That is 1/3 of them were selected. And they were taken from two classes, the senior as well as junior students of both the classes. And the sampling technique was purposive sampling, as well as it was taken from a qualitative context, which ensures high integrity and clinical insights. And apart from that, the data tools was in the form of structured interview schedule, which definitely captured the deep lived experiences of the respondents. The analysis was done, verbatim interviews transcripts were systematically scrutinized, and they were given a distinct structural codes. The codes are already mentioned over here. I'll not go into that. Analysis revealed a direct path where sleep restriction turns into physical depletion and emotional instability. It also reduces efficacy and increases academic anxiety. So this was the main crux of the study. In terms of physical impact, 80% students reported to have headaches and pain caused by academic-induced sleep deficits, whereas 85% reported to have low energy and fatigue. Besides this, they also reported about muscle tension and spasms that we call, and stiffness due to storage of stress in their body. And they also reported strain in eyes due to late night screen exposure, and digestive issues and stress-linked issues like nausea and bloating. If we talk about emotional impact, then 90% of the students reported to have irritability and frustration over minor daily triggers. That is, they used to get triggered with minor things also during the daytime or during their day functioning. And 75% reported to disruption in emotional sensitivity as well. 56% reported to have a total emotional exhaustion, whereas 40% reported to have emotional numbness also as an anxiety defense mechanism. So it heightened the emotional reactivity as well as weakened the coping ability of the respondents. The cognitive impact, if we talk about, then 88% reported to have concentration issues during mandatory classroom lectures. They had a very, very less attention span, and it was constantly decreasing also. That was also observed. 65% reported to have decline in cognitive function and recalling information also. They could not recollect what was told to them or what was instructed. 67% reported to have brain fog, which was characterized by low focus and through processing mental confusion and forgetfulness also. Besides this, anxiety and poor sleep resulted in reduced learning, focus, and decision making also. If we talk about academic and social impact, 81% failed to properly absorb reading materials that were given to them in order to prepare themselves for the upcoming assignments or for the examinations also. And 76.6% reported to have missed assignment deadlines due to low pace of work and lack of task completion. 70% reported of critical thinking, loss of critical thinking during group work activities, because we do have extensive group work activities in social work as well as HR field. 50% skipped active discussions due to fear of social concentration. So this was also one of the important things that we observed. And 58.3% avoided joint tasks with peers. It is because they avoided social and they wanted to avoid social interaction. 53.3% experienced increased family friction also because of this kind of stress that they had. In terms of coping mechanisms, 60% adapted for structured routines but abandoned them for deadlines. They often missed it due to strict deadlines. And 51.6% managed emotional vectors to block burnouts as well as exhaustion. 40% tried digital limiting but disrupted it due to digital assignments also. 28.3% used meditation also, but as an emergency stress coping mechanism or the measure that they had adopted this. We talk in terms of positive outcomes of coping mechanisms, and student applying consistent self-regulation measures experienced improved sleep quality, better emotional regulations, and increased focus and productivity. Intentional mindfulness practices reduced physiological stress reactions. Now, this is something which we have tried. It's still in a process of implementation. What we have done is we have created mindfulness circles. So as a part of our program, that is MSW as well as MHRM, we do conduct fieldwork conferences, one-to-one conferences with our students in order to share what they are doing in the field. So during that, these mindfulness circles were created, and it has drastically helped students to be on track basically. And the same thing is also reflected when they submit their reports, their field reports also, which are being scrutinized by the respective supervisors that they have. Then we have a productive reduction in caffeine intake prevented crash in this newly adapted lifestyles. It is because today's generation it was seen that today's generation is very much hooked to caffeine, different forms of caffeine, in order to stay alert and meeting the deadlines. Besides it also increased resilience and overall well-being. The impact: 65% shows decreased tolerance to minor stressors. They were aggravated. They showed aggression in terms of even minor stressors also that came in their way during the daytime. 70% felt deeply insecure and underprepared for academic tasks also. 66.7% reported to have found daily tasks as a major operational hurdle also. And 56% experienced a mismatch between current performance and what is their expectation out of, in terms of academic performance. So these were the suggestions at institutional level as well as individual level, since we are an academic institution. So conducting sleep hygiene workshops, again, this is something which we need to incorporate. Establish wellness and counseling cells. We do have counseling cells, but we have to see or embed wellness as an aspect in those things that we are doing already. Embedding stress management and mindfulness modules in learning patterns that we are in the process of implementation. And strengthening dialogue on mental health. This is something which we need to adapt during our fieldwork conferences that we conduct with students. If we talk at it in terms of individual level, then maintaining consistency in sleep routine, that is something which is very important. Limiting screen time, of course, especially before the bed. Practicing mindfulness and relaxation, regularly exercising and healthy balanced meals. These all things were, I think, reiterated very well by Professor Ronald also in his session. And minimizing and stopping caffeine and related products. This is something which was observed in this study also. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Very well presented. And it is also need of the hour. We are getting, a lot of sleep-related disorders, and especially even like you have pointed out, we are having even subspecialties even in studies of sleep, like sleep medicine, and we have sleep clinics and sleep therapy coming up in the medical field. So it's a very good initiative. In fact, we all need to come up with various modules like, as you are doing, and we can also collaborate and do some workshops together.
Yes, definitely.
Take some research work also, collaborating, and that will help us to create more awareness and take up more research work. So congratulations. We wish you all the success for future endeavors.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Due to time constraints, we are not taking up any questions because many
that's fine,
presenters are waiting. Thank
that's
you.
Fine. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's move on quickly to next presenter, Shweta Divedi. Shweta. Yeah, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Start your video and
Good evening. Yes.
Yeah, try to wrap up in 5 to 6 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Good evening. Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
And good evening to all distinguished scholars and fellow participants here. I'm just trying to share my screen. And in meantime, in fact, before beginning my presentation, I would like to sincerely apologize because for the interruptions that may occur due to poor internet connection, as it is pouring heavily here in Pune. And I'm currently in the outskirts of Pune where the network connectivity is a bit unstable. So if there is any glitch, please forgive me. Some occasional audio or video glitches must be there. So before wasting the time, I would like to start. The title of my research is Developing Socio-Emotional Learning Competencies to Foster Holistic Growth Among School Students. So socio-emotional learning refers to the process through which students develop essential life skills such as self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. As we all know, these competencies help students understand and manage their emotions, build positive relationships, communicate effectively, and make ethical decisions as well. The phrase where we'll say developing competencies means intentionally nurturing these skills through classroom teaching, school activities, teacher guidance, and a supportive learning environment. Holistic growth refers to the overall development of a child, not only academically, but also emotionally, socially, morally, and psychologically. A holistically development student is confident, emphatic, resilient, responsible, and capable of facing real life challenges. As we know, they grow quite strong. The main purpose of this conceptual study is to understand how socio-emotional learning can contribute to the all-round development of school students and to identify educational practices that schools can adopt to promote these competencies effectively. In today's 21st century education system, nurturing socio-emotional skills is just as important as achieving academic excellence. If we'll say that why such an intense topic, so I have selected in fact this topic because today's students face increasing academic pressure, emotional stress, and social challenges. While schools focus on academic achievement, socio-emotional development often receives less attention. I believe that integrating socio emotional learning into education will help students become emotionally balanced, socially responsible, and lifelong learners, which is essential for holistic development. And in today's, we'll go to the, so for the review of the literature that socio emotional learning promotes holistic development by improving academic performance, emotional well being, social skills, and behavior, as I mentioned. And in today's world, students need really more than academic knowledge. They also require emotional intelligence, empathy, communication, and problem solving skills. Socio emotional learning helps students develop these competencies, leading to their holistic development. So studies show social emotional learning enhances emotional regulation, resilience, interpersonal relationship, and classroom engagement. Long term benefits include better mental health, educational attainment, and then India's NEP 2020 supports this thing. So, and if we go for, uh, just hold on, sir, I'll screen. Yeah, sorry. So,
Actually,
null
we can't see
hypothesis.
your video or screen, ma'am.
Video is off screen.
No, video is off and we can't even see the presentation.
Oh, so sorry, sir. Because of this network. I'm just trying, sir, to share it again. Yeah.
Oh, now it's
Yes, yes.
Yeah, please continue.
Yes, sir. So, no significant relationship exists between SEL competencies and holistic growth. No significant difference in holistic growth between students with high and low SEL competencies. School climate, then teacher support, family environment, and peer interactions do not significantly influence social emotional learning development in the school students. No significant differences in SEL competencies based on gender, grade level, or type of schools. SEL intervention programs do not significantly improve socio-emotional competencies, and SEL intervention programs do not significantly enhance holistic growth. And then the alternative hypothesis, a significant positive relationship exists between SEL competencies and holistic growth. Students with higher SEL competencies demonstrate greater holistic growth. School climate, teacher support, family environment, and peer interaction significantly influences SEL development, which is really very much important, not only for the student, for each and every child on this earth. Significant differences in SEL competencies exist across demographic variables. SEL intervention programs significantly improve socio-emotional competencies. SEL intervention programs significantly enhance holistic growth as well. Then Then research methodology to applied research approach, that mixed method was there. Research design, then samples, approximately 200 upper primary and secondary school students were taken for sampling technique, stratified random sampling. Then data collection tools, SEL competency scale, holistic growth assessment scale, then observation schedules, semi-structured interviews were used. Then in intervention, structured SEL program including experimental activities, role plays, reflective exercises, collaborative learning and discussions. And study phases, a pre-test baseline assessment, SEL intervention, post-test evaluation, then data analysis, quantitative descriptive statistic, t-test ANOVA, correlation and regression, then qualitative thematic analysis, expected outcome, enhanced SEL competencies, and holistic growth among students. Then research sample and sampling method. Sampling design, target population, upper primary and secondary school students. Classes covered 6th to 10th were taken, and sample size was approximately 200 to 250 students. School type were government, aided, and private schools. Sampling technique, multi-stage stratified random sampling. Then sampling process was selection of schools based on accessibility and willingness to participate, and categorization of schools into government, aided, and private, stratification of students by grade, level, and gender, random selection of participants from each stratum. Then qualitative samples. For that, teachers and school administrators were contacted for that. Then selected through purposive sampling. Then purpose, ensure diversity and representation, minimize sampling bias, enhance reliability and generalizability of findings, capture varied student experiences related to SEL and holistic growth. Then the research design, mixed method and classic experimental designs were taken. Approach, quantitative and qualitative methods. Design type, pre-test, post-test, control group design. Study groups. Experimental group received SEL intervention. Control group continued regular classroom instructions. SEL intervention activities, certain activities were also conducted like self-reflection exercises, collaborative learning tasks, role-playing activities, emotional regulation strategies, problem-solving activities, and group discussions. While data collection, pre-test and post-test assessments, classroom observations, student reflections, teacher and student interviews, and in variables, independent variable, socio-emotional learning interventions with there, dependent variable, holistic growth and students data analysis, quantitative statistical analysis, qualitative thematic analysis. Expected outcome were evaluate the effectiveness of SEL interventions in fostering a holistic student development. Then variables were there, independent variable. Then social emotional learning intervention programs were self-reflection exercises, emotional regulation activities, collaborative learning, role-playing, problem-solving tasks, and guided discussions were there in independent variables. Dependent variables like holistic growth of school students were depending on cognitive development, emotional development, social development, behavioral development, ethical and moral development. Intervening variables, school climate, teacher support, family environment, peer relationship, classroom practices. Demographic variables, gender, age, grade level, type of school, socioeconomic background. Purpose, examine the impact of SEL on holistic student development. Identify factors influencing socio-emotional competencies and growth. The next level was then research instrument, what was used, like quantitative instruments, socio-emotional learning competency skills, self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, responsible decision making. Then holistic growth assessment scale was there, cognitive development, emotional development, social development, behavioral development, ethical and moral development. Personal informative schedule like age, gender, grade level, type of school, and socioeconomic background. Qualitative instruments, classroom observations were scheduled, semi-structured interview guides were there, in quality assurance, expert validation, reliability testing, then pilot study conducted before final administration purpose, collect comprehensive quantitative and qualitative data, assess the impact of SEL on holistic student growth. Then comes the procedures. The literature reviewed, reviewed studies on SEL, holistic education and student development, developed and validated research instruments were taken. Then permission and participant selection, obtained school permission and parental consent as it was required. by all from all the kids. Student selected participants and divided them into experimental and control groups. Then pre-test assessed baseline levels of SEL competencies and holistic growth. SEL intervention conducted self-reflection activities, role plays, collaborative learning, group discussions, empathy building, emotional regulation, and problem-solving exercises were there. Control group followed regular classroom instructions, observation and feedback, conducted classroom observations, collected feedback through interviews and reflective discussions. Post-test administrated the same assessment tools to both groups after the intervention. Data analysis organized, coded, and analyzed quantitative and qualitative data. Interpretation and reporting interpreted findings, tested hypotheses, and formulated conclusions and recommendations. What the procedures which were included. Then statistical method, their descriptive statistics, mean, median, and SD frequency percentage was done. Paired t-test, pre-test versus post-test was there. Independent t-test, experimental versus control group. Then ANOVA group comparisons were done. Then person correlation, SEL and holistic growth relationship, multiple regression, predicted holistic growth. Then result was that SEL intervention improves socio-emotional competencies, significant improvement in post-test scores of the experimental group, positive relationship between SEL and holistic growth, better emotional regulations, resilience, and interpersonal skills, increased classroom participation and responsible behavior, school climate, teachers, family, and peer influence SEL development, enhance confidence, empathy, communication, and problem-solving skills, supports integration of SEL into school curricula. This was the result. Participant characteristics. After the summary was that focuses on the role of socio-emotional learning in fostering holistic growth among school students, emphasizes key SEL competencies, self-awareness, then self-management, self-awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making powers developed. It was seen, highlights the importance of SEL for cognitive, emotional, social, behavioral, and ethical development, uses a mixed method quasi-experimental designs with students from class 6 to 10, implements a structured SEL intervention program and evaluates its effectiveness. Expected findings show improved emotional regulations, empathy, communication, relationship, and well-being, recognizes the influence of teachers, school climate, and family support on SEL development, recommends integrating SEL into school curricula to promote holistic growth and lifelong success. So the discussion was also there, like SEL intervention improved self-awareness, emotional regulation, empathy, and decision-making. Positive relationship found between SEL competencies and holistic growth. The students showed better stress management, in fact, collaboration was there. Conflict resolution and classroom participation was more seen. Teacher support, then school climate and family and involvement positively influenced SEL development. Increased confidence, communication skills, empathy, and cooperative behavior were also observed with others. Then conclusion was that SEL is essential for holistic school student development, socio-emotional competencies, enhance emotional, social, cognitive, and behavioral growth. SEL improves emotional regulation, relationship decision-making, and well-being. Structured SEL intervention effectively promote holistic growth. Teacher support, family involvement, and positive school climate strengthen SEL outcomes. So this SEL prepares student for lifelong success of 21st century challenges. Then limitations were also definitely there. Limitation to selected schools and geographical reasons. Findings may not be generalizable to all students or educational contexts. Focuses only on the students from class 6 to 10. Short intervention period, long-term effects not assessed. Reliance on self-report, questionnaires may introduce a response bias. External factors were like family, peers, school climates, personalities, etc. may influence the result. Then future research directions were also there, that conducted longitudinal studies to examine long-term effects of SEL, then undertake comparative studies across region, boards, and socio-cultural contexts, then academic motivation, creativity, critical thinking, resilience, leadership skills, mental health, develop and validate context-spatial SEL assessment tools. Then the key implications were like integrate SEL into regular curriculum and co-curricular activities, provide continuous teacher training on SEL and learner-centered approaches, Then role plays were there, workshops, group discussion, reflective journaling, then mindfulness practices, conflict resolution, exercises, etc. So thank you very much for being patient with me while listening and being with me throughout the session. So to conclude this socio-emotional learning, we can see the essential component of 21st century education. It helps students become emotionally balanced, socially responsible, and lifelong learners. Therefore, integrating SEL into school education is a vital for achieving holistic growth. In this way, I would like to conclude my presentation, sir. Thank you for being patient, and thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations. It was very excellent presentation.
Thank you very much, sir. And sorry, actually, I bothered you. I was entitled for actually technical too, and since then I was waiting, and I had come for some of my social work in one village, and I was just waiting for my number, and so I bothered you. I'm extremely sorry for that.
It's okay. Even here also we have rains, and somewhere because
Yes.
of that rains, now there's a lot of tree cutting
Yes.
that is happening. And
Yes, because of
that,
rain.
our,
Yeah, I was a bit bothered because I have to go back to Pune, my home. So I was a bit bothered that how I'll reach home if it will be dark. So I was bothering you to give me the chance to present my paper. And thank you very much.
Thank you
for the support.
And we wish you all the success, ma'am. Due to time
Thank you.
constraints, we are not taking up any queries as of now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
So we'll move on to next presenter. So we have Abhijit Raj.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You can start your video and presentation.
Okay, sir.
Try to wrap up in 5 to 6 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Start your video also. We can't see your video.
Sir, is it visible now?
No, we can see some logo, square boxes, not video. You have to change video source site. In video, near video, you have an arrow icon. So in that, maybe you are sharing something else. Yes. Now you can start sharing.
Sir, is it visible?
You can.
Good evening, all. My name is Abhijit Raj. I am a scholar from Central University of Karnataka, Social Work Department, and my topic is on emotions behind the screen, gig workers, and digital communication. And nowadays, the gig economy has transformed contemporary labor markets through platform-based employments, and now it is increasing rapidly. And companies like Swiggy, they are giving a flexible employment opportunities and flexible time, and so more people are attracted to the gig economy. Mostly students are doing part-time job to for their financial stability, and also in this study I'm going to explain about the emotional labor, which is the management of our own emotion for our job need, and how it is impacting the gig economy. And the statement of the problem is customers' complaints and rude behavior towards delivery guys, and technical issues and communication failure, traffic congestion and delayed deliveries, family responsibilities, and financial prices. Customers' rating are directly affected to the workers, earners, and future opportunities. That's why they are more concerned about the um, uh, customer reviews, and because of that, they are having more stress and all. This lead to anxiety, emotional exhaustion, burnout, and all. And the relevance of the study is that it highlights the lived exam experience of gig workers, explores the emotional and psychosocial dimension of platform work, contributes to discussions on communication, psychology, and lab studies, and to provides insight for social work intervention and worker welfare. It emphasizes the importance of mental well-being and dignified working conditions in the gig economy. And these are my objectives of the study: to explore the experience of digital communication among Swiggy delivery workers in their everyday work, to examine the emotional labor performed by Swiggy delivery workers while dealing with the customers, technical challenges, and work-related pressures, to understand the psychosocial consequences of the gig workers, including stress, anxiety, financial insecurity, and emotional exhaustion among Swiggy delivery workers. And these are my research questions. How do Swiggy workers experience digital communication in their daily work? How do Swiggy delivery workers manage their emotions while responding to customers' interactions and work-related challenges? And what are the psychosocial effects of digital communication and emotional labor on the well-being of the Swiggy delivery workers? And this is in this study, I have used a qualitative research study, and I have used case study method. And for the sample purpose, I have used purposive sampling. And I have collected the case study of 5 Swiggy delivery workers, which is collected through snowball sampling. And a semi-structured interview was conducted, and I used a thematic analysis for the findings. And I'll go to the findings. First is emotional labor and suppression of emotions. All participants reported controlling their emotion during work. They remain calm despite experiencing anger, frustration, sadness, humiliation. If the work is, if the food delivery is late because of their own problem, or with the problem related to uh, technical issues, the customers will be angry towards the uh, gig workers, and they will be they can't express their feelings, like they, they can't react to the anger of the customers because it will affect the rating. And the next one is financial pressure and job insecurity. Participants work because of family responsibilities, education expenses, unemployment, daily financial needs. Negative rating has affected orders allocation and earnings, and the fear of losing income opportunities created stress and anxiety. And the third finding is that technical challenges and communication breakdowns. Most of the times, sometimes the delivery may delay due to the traffic and poor connectivity of the technology. Maybe sometimes we can't connect to the customer, so we can't find track the location through the app. They are facing so many problems with the app and the phone, and also regarding their vehicle traffic and all. And this will result in customer dissatisfaction and negative reviews. And the next is family responsibilities and emotional burden. Several participants had significant family responsibilities. They worried about parents, siblings, household responsibilities, educational commitments, and also balancing work and family responsibilities created emotional strains. And also there is stress, anxiety, and emotional exhaustion. Participants reported that like they have stress and anxieties, headaches, sleep disturbances, difficulty in concentrating regarding the studies, emotional exhaustion, and feeling of hopelessness. And this is a discussion, but digital communication functions not only as a communication tool, but also as a mechanism of monitoring and control. Emotional labor emerged as an essential yet invisible component of gig work. Financial difficulties and family responsibilities intensified workplace emotional burden. The findings reveals that emotional labor in gig work extends beyond customer interaction and is deeply connected to social and economic realities. The study highlights the need for psychosocial support and workers' policies. And when come to conclusion, digital communication and emotional labor are deeply interconnected aspect of gig work. Swiggy delivery workers frequently encounter customer aggression, technical failures, financial insecurities, and workers continuously regulate their emotions to protect their rating and employment opportunities. Continuous emotional regulations contribute to stress, anxiety, and emotional exhaustion. Social work has an important role in the promoting worker well-being, mental health, support, and dignified working conditions in the digital economy. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Congratulations. We wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll move on to next presentation. So do we have any other presenters who left out? From all the sessions in since morning? If anyone is there, you can raise your hand. Those who have missed it, this is your last opportunity. And we request all the presenters to register yourself. Each author is treated as a separate registration. Those who have registered with multiple authors for a single paper, all the authors should be registered and should complete the formalities like pay registration fees wherever it is applicable. And whenever you are sending your abstract, full paper and PPT, kindly ensure that you are providing the co-authors details also in the email clearly, so there is no confusion. And also when you are sharing the details, kindly ensure the authors always have first author or main author in the first place, and then the corresponding authors, and also add your supervisor guide, if they require as part of a co-author, ask them to register. You can all together present, or any one of the author can also do the presentation, but registration is mandatory if you want certificate for all the authors. So kindly ensure those who have not registered or a single author registered, because we have prepared list as per the registration forms received. We are also receiving messages that to add more authors. Then you need to complete the registration. Then we will be able to add more authors to your paper. So ensure that those who have multiple authors complete the registration, and while sending also ensure that you are sending your abstract, paper and also PPT to the coordinator's email, and ensure that you are following the APA format. That will help us to reduce the work, because we are planning to publish all the proceedings, abstracts, full papers. Again, we need to rework on it, or if it is not up to the mark, we have to send it or ask you to comply with the APA format and send it us again. So ensure that you are completing all the formalities to process your e-certificates also. Only after receiving and completing all the formalities will be sending you the e-certificates for presenters. Participants who keep attending, I'm expressing my gratitude to each and everyone. You have been there along with me since morning, attending, and ensure that while you are attending, you are having your name as registered so that it is easy to identify and issue certificates. So if you, while joining, you can see that your name will be on the top. So if you see a different name or a device name, you can always change it to your registered name. Right? Otherwise, whenever we are sharing some attendance form or registration of feedback form in Zoom platform, kindly fill up the form so that we'll get your username along with your name so that we can map the attendance. Zoom platform is automatically tracking the attendance, but if it is on a different name, we'll not be able to identify you. So whenever you are joining, ensure you can create a free Zoom account and register with your full name and email ID. So that whenever you join, we'll also get a record of it. And so we will move on to, actually we have two presentations left out who are available in the session. So one is mine. Mine, I will take it up later because it's getting late. So we'll take up last presentation for the day by Mr. Pradeep, who is an animal advocate and animal welfare campaigner. He would be presenting on role of animal assisted therapy in dealing with mental health issues. Pradeep, are you there? You can unmute yourself, start your presentation, start your video. We have also Ambika Padmanabhan. If you are available, you can also complete today itself because we have more presentations tomorrow and we have valedictory session also. Yeah, Pradeep, are you there? Ambika Padmanabhan, are you there? Okay, then we will conclude sessions here. Pradeep had some network issues because of these rains, most of them are affected. So, yeah, before I conclude, anyone would like to share anything? Queries, we can take it up quickly and then I'll formally close. You can unmute yourself if you have any queries. Certificates will be provided in a week's time once we consolidate all the proceedings and once we check all the formalities are completed, we receive all your documents, that is presentation, abstract, and also full paper. And also we verify your payment details because today also we have received some requests. So after all these, we will process and we will update you on the website. We will update your certificates on the website and also we'll send you a Google Drive link from where you can download your presentation and also participation certificates. You can visit website and you can see the earlier programs certificates also how we are issuing. In a similar way, we will also issue this, but ensure that you are completing formalities in time. So anyone else would like to share your feedback or have any observations, comments? You are welcome. You can unmute yourself and quickly. Yeah. Nirvana Psychology.
Yes, sir. I'm Dr. Maniramana, sir. Actually,
Sorry,
I was assistant professor in Adhika Nannaya University.
Presently
working in college, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I recollected you. How are you? After a long
I'm fine, sir. Actually, the camera is not good in my cell.
Okay.
Tomorrow I'll use another camera, another phone, sir.
Okay, you have
the
registered?
program is very nice, sir. From the beginning, I'm listening and watching everything going on. So it gave me utmost satisfaction. And you are also encouraging all the youngsters very nicely, sir. So all the presentations are very good and useful in the present day. So that is what I want to express to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your kind words and support. Please keep joining also tomorrow and give your feedback also.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye, sir.
Yeah, you have registered for presentation also, ma'am?
Actually, I thought of presenting, sir.
Okay.
But I have been to London and just 2-3 days back I returned.
Oh, okay.
So I did not prepare any PPT or anything.
Okay.
So I'm thinking without that it will not be nice. So I will take next. It's okay, sir. Next time I'll come.
Always welcome. We have number of programs we are organizing to create more awareness because it is a need of our various forms. So you are always welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your encouragement. Thank you very much, sir. Bye, sir.
Anyone else would like to share your observations or feedback? You are welcome. Okay, then we thank each and everyone for being with us. So today we have completed inaugural session And we have also completed scientific and technical session 1, 2, as well as 3, and also plenary session 1 and plenary sessions 2. And as part of plenary sessions 2, we have 2 presentations due to time constraints. We are shifting those 2 to tomorrow. One is my presentation and one is Pradeep. Because of rains everywhere and there is power cut and connectivity issues, even our chairpersons, few of them could not join, and some of the resource persons could not join. We'll see if there is any possibility. We'll try to accommodate them tomorrow. Otherwise, some other occasion. So we express our heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries and scholars and special invitees, chief guests who have joined us today in the inaugural session, and all the presenters who have been presenting since morning. And a special thanks to all the participants. They're not presenting but still encouraging all of us by listening to everyone since morning. And let's have the same spirit, and let's continue tomorrow also, attending all the sessions and motivating all the sessions. And we have few more programs coming up. We can collaborate. We invite all the institutions. Wherever you are working, you can come forward. We can have collaboration and we can organize online, offline programs or hybrid mode programs together. And let's everyone get together to create more awareness on mental health and interdisciplinary research. So once again, I thank each and everyone, and also the management who have provided me this opportunity to organize this 2 days international conference. So let's all join back tomorrow at 10 a.m. sharp for more sessions, and also the valedictory session in the evening. So thank you. Have a great day. Take care. Good night.